Today, we're going to tour the library of a man with the largest and most disciplined reading program I've ever seen. One of the most common questions I see in the comments on these bookshelf tours, especially for the larger libraries, is how many books has the owner of the library actually read? With this library, you can see exactly which books Erik has read because he shelves them in the exact same order that he reads them in. Erik Rostad is currently in year 9 of an epic 40-year project to read the great books. His library is organized chronologically by read date, and his years are split into strict semesters that focus on different types of books, including a dedicated block for reading the Bible in different translations, cover to cover, every January. Erik shares his reading progress every single day on Instagram with a photo of a book he's currently reading, along with photos of a few pages from inside the book and a short text summary in the description of what he learned from the day's reading. Each week, Erik records a 20 to 30-minute podcast going over what he learned from a recently completed book or by doing a deep dive on some other element of his reading journey. Beyond his 40-year reading project, which he documents daily at Books of Titans on Instagram, Erik is the business manager of a bookstore called Landmark Booksellers in Franklin, Tennessee. Landmark Booksellers is the subject of a book titled The Bridge, written by New York Times bestselling novelist Karen Kingsbury. The book was later adapted as a 2-part movie on the Hallmark Channel. Before we jump in, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. There's a book giveaway, plus you can download the high-resolution photos of Erik's library. You'll also get my Classics Resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library. You'll also get a new bonus I just recently wrote, a PDF guide with all the tips and tricks I learned about how to keep a library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've done over the past couple of years. Lastly, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Now, let's get into the bookshelf tour with Erik Rostad. So Erik, why don't we start off with giving everyone an overview of how you've organized your shelves here, and then we can jump into looking at each one of them individually.
Sure. Thanks, Timothy. So I have a reading project called Books of Titans, where I'm attempting to read through the greatest books ever written. And I started that project in early 2017, but it all started by reading one book, and that is Tools of Titans, and that is the book that you see in that top left-hand corner there. So I read Tools of Titans in late 2016, and in that book, Tim Ferriss is kind of highlighting the books that, or he's highlighting podcast episodes he's done where he's talked to the world's top performers. And 2 questions he asks every single person is, what is your favorite book? And then what is your most gifted book? So a lot of these people had read so many books that they couldn't say, oh, here's my favorite book of all time. So the other question of what is your most gifted book, that would kind of trigger, oh, okay, I've given this book to 10 of my friends or something. And so while I was reading Tools of Titans, I just started I opened up a spreadsheet and I just started listing these books in a spreadsheet. And I'm thinking, wow, like these books look incredible. I want to read them. What's something that I could do to try to read through these and read through them as fast as I can? Because if these books inspired some of the world's top performers, maybe some of that magic could run off on me. And so after finishing Tools of Titans, I decided to start a reading project where I was going to attempt to read 52 of those books per year. The full list of books in Tools of Titans was around 150 books. So I thought if I could do 52 in a year and shoot for one a week, then I could go that route. And so early 2017, I started Books of Titans reading project. And what I would do is just the 52 books I wanted to read first, and then I would randomize the order of those books and then put them in a spreadsheet and just read one at a time. And so the first year I did that, I read through 51 books. I was one short on the goal, but I read through 51 books, and then I loved it, and I've been doing that ever since. And so if you zoom back out on the whole set of bookshelves there, um, they're in order that I've read them. Specifically, the first two shelves there. So with Tools of Titans being there on the top left, then if you just go over, you got About Face, and then you've got the yellow book there, and then it goes to the next row, and then somewhere in that next row, after Man's Search for Meaning, and West of the Night, you see Tribe of Mentors. That was my first book for 2018. And then you go down. So I just kept them in order. So my bookshelves are arranged in the order in which I've read the books for this reading project. And I can give you the exact line where those books stop. So yeah, West of the Night, Tribe of Mentors there is where 2017 goes to 2018. And then so at the very bottom, if you zoom back out on the shelves, on the bottom of the second row of shelves there, you've got 5 books. You've got a set of Bibles. And that was my first book for 2023. And 2023 marked a shift in my reading project where I decided to start reading the great books. And so each year I start off reading the Bible. So you'll see the Bible in different parts of my shelves here, just because every year I start January and February, I just read straight through a different version of the Bible. And so this was the Bible for 2023. And then if you zoom back out, if you get to the third row of shelves, that's where I start reading the great books. And so I started with the oldest book that we have, Gilgamesh, and then started reading about Egypt. You'll see some Egypt books up there. I read about some of the ancient civilizations, got into Herodotus, and then started reading the Iliad and the Odyssey. That was all 2023. Then you see the Hebrew Bible there and the New Testament on the second shelf. That starts year 2024. And then from there, I get right back into reading the great books. So right now, I'm in a 15-year project where I'm reading through what I'm calling the Immortal books. Many people call them the great books. I'm now reading through the Immortal books, and I'm doing it in a chronological order where I read from the oldest to the newest. And so this is what you're seeing now. So most of the shelves on that third row of bookshelves here are either what I'm currently reading for the great books. So right now I'm in Plato, so where the books are not upright anymore. That's kind of the stopping point for this year. And then let's see, yeah. So on that third shelf down from on the third row of shelves there,
Oh, okay.
that's where I'm at right now. Is I'm reading through the complete works of Plato, and so I'm in Greek philosophy now. And next after that will be Aristotle, but that will be next year. So so that's where I'm at right now. So then if you can continue on in the shelves and you zoom back out, you see the other books that I have purchased over the years that are part of the great books, and I have them in chronological order, but I'll just kind of keep adding to that collection as those particular books come up in the reading list. So the great books stop on the third row of the third shelf of the fourth row of books there, the yellow book on the end there. So my list of Immortal books stops with Flannery O'Connor. I don't want anything written in the last 50 years on my great books list. So anything under that is I've got a row there, the bottom row in your photo. C.S. Lewis is one of my favorite authors, so I have a number of books by him there, and then just some other authors like George MacDonald, J.R.R. Tolkien, Malcolm Guite, and some other authors there. Just kind of favorites that will eventually get moved into my closet as I make more room for the great books. And then if you go to the shelf underneath that, I've just got like some Bibles. I've got some of my other favorite books, and then some of these Taschen books of art and that kind of thing. Those ones in the middle, the colorful books, are all journals. I use the Lecterm journals. I get one per year that has all my reading notes, my work notes, and all that kind of thing. And then the shelf below that is just some of the bigger books. I moved that shelf up a little bit to accommodate some of the bigger books there. So these are my main shelves. And then I've got what I call the backup book closet. And this is where books go when they no longer fit on the blue shelves there. And so this is a mess at the moment. I'm trying to figure out a better way to have these other books, but these are kind of books that either don't fit my reading project I started in 2017, or are kind of just been books that I've read before that project, books I've collected for the project, um, that I just haven't read yet, or kind of books I've had for a while. So yeah, this is kind of a hodgepodge. It first started where I had more of like fiction, religious writing on these shelves here. You'll see some presidential books. And then the shelves on the right there were more of nonfiction. But just as I've had to kind of put books in at random, there's I'm kind of losing the rhyme and reason there. And now to the point where I'm just kind of putting books on the floor in there. So yeah, kind of trying to figure out the best the best way to arrange these, but kind of a fun mix of books in there, and a lot of stories in those books, just in terms of who gave them to me, or what was I interested in at the time, why did I buy them, um, that kind of thing. So we can get into some of that, but that's kind of just the overall, like, how I've got my shelf structured. So it's heavily around my reading project, and I've got them in chronological order of how I've read them. And one of the main reasons for that is, for this reading project, I had a goal of reading more books than I'd read in the past, but more importantly, I wanted to remember what I read. And so I just experiment with all sorts of different things. And so the way I have my books arranged is part of that experiment. And I've found that having books in the order in which I've read them just helps me mentally, because this I'm sitting right now where you see that computer screen. And so every day I walk into my office, I see these books, and it just gives like a visual ability to remember, oh, I read this book right before I read this book. And then here are the books I read after that. It just helps me like kind of place in time of like, I was doing this in my life when I read this. And by reading this book after this one, that helped me see things connected in these two books that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. And then just seeing them in the order in which I read them is more helpful to me in terms of remembering what I read, as than having these be arranged by like topic and author and that kind of thing. So it's a very purposeful way that I've laid out my bookshelves here. But yeah, I mean, this is the exact order I've read books since 2017, starting at the top left and going to where we are with Plato there on the third row for this year.
So, had you ever done a big reading project before you did the Tim Ferriss Tools of Titans, or was that the first major like reading
Yeah,
project?
yeah, that was the first one. I had loved reading as a child. My parents had put books in my room, and I would stay up late reading them. So I had this natural love of reading when I was a child, and then kind of lost that in high school when I had to read certain books, in high school. I got that back in college, and would actually read kind of more for pleasure than I would my schoolwork. But then after college, just, starting work and all that, I kept reading, but not a whole lot, and with no particular purpose, just kind of, I call it the serendipity approach, just whatever caught my fancy at the time, I would read about that. And so yeah, reading Tools of Titans just kind of shifted something in my head to where there are books that I really want to read, and if I don't make a plan to read them, I will die not having read them.
Mhm. Um, Tim Ferriss also influenced me, especially with the 4 Hour Work Week, and just sort of opening my eyes to doing an online business and entrepreneurship. So maybe you could say a little bit more about his influence on you, and was that a similar kind of thing for you with the 4 Hour Work Week, or because it seems like this sort of earlier phase was more about business. There's a lot of business stuff here and stuff that I recognize from um, sort of Tim Ferriss's orbit and his podcast and stuff. So maybe you could say a little bit more about that.
Sure. Yeah. And I was very fortunate. I studied business in undergrad, and then I did a graduate degree in international business. And when I was in grad school, I had a teacher who was an entrepreneur, and he had been a multimillionaire, and he had been bankrupt. He had gone through a terrible divorce. He had experienced the full spectrum of entrepreneurship. And so we did not have a book for that class. He just taught from his life. And so actually, like when I read the 4 Hour Work Week, a lot of the lessons in there I had heard from from this professor before, in kind of from a real world experience type of thing. And so I liked that book, but I'd kind of been familiar with some of the ideas before, so that one didn't hit me as strongly as other books. Um, but yeah, I just kind of knew of Tim, and would listen to his podcast. And so when Tools of Titans came out, just thought, this would be a fun book to read. And I can picture myself reading that book and just having my iPad open and typing the names and authors of the book and what page they were on when they were recommended, and who recommended them as well. Yeah. So with the 4 Hour Work Week by Tim Ferriss, I remember reading that. I had studied business in undergrad, and then in graduate school, I studied international business, and I had a teacher there that taught entrepreneurship, and he was an actual entrepreneur. So we didn't have a textbook. He just taught from his life. He had been multimillionaire, he'd been bankrupt, and so he gave us a lot of the life lessons, and a lot of things that showed up um, many years later in the 4 Hour Work Week. So I was kind of familiar more or less with that type of thinking. So that book didn't have like the impact that other books have had on me.
Okay.
But yeah, when I saw Tools of Titans come out, I thought this would be a fun one just to see. I was more kind of interested in these people's lives. I love reading books like that where it's you see different aspects of a number of people's lives. And so it was kind of by chance that I saw, oh, these people are each recommending books, and Tim's asking them about books. And that's what really stuck out to me about Tools of Titans. And then I just had this hunger to want to read those books.
Mhm. Could you say a little bit more about your business, or like what industry or industries you've been in, and is there any reflection of that on your shelves?
Sure. Yeah. So I do website development. I've had my own company now for 17 years, I guess. And it really was birthed out of that course that I had with that professor who is an entrepreneur. He got me, I just thought I'd work in a company my whole life. And he kind of got me thinking about, well, what if you worked for yourself, and then gave us the tools to really get going on our own. And so that's my main line of work, is website development. And I've been doing that many years. It morphed into well, not morphed, but it also led to another job that I have right now, where I'm the business manager at a bookstore here in Franklin, Tennessee, and that's Landmark Booksellers. And
Mm.
so there's a lot of connections there, just in terms of I started reading great books, and then we decided at the bookstore to take out a couch, and that opened up an entire wall of shelves for us. And so what we did at the bookstore is we set up the Great Wall, and it's the great books, and they're in chronological order. And so we've got 4 shelves at the bookstore, and we call it the Great Wall of Franklin. And people love it. I mean, but it's so powerful to see the great books in chronological order, because then you see how ideas have expanded over time. And
Mm.
we're the only bookstore that I'm aware of that organizes the great books in that way. Um, but that was birthed from this reading project, the Books of Titans reading project, because we basically just took my great books reading list and then just put that on the wall, kind of mostly from stock we already had in the store, but just presenting it in a different way.
Yeah, that's really cool. I don't know if you'd be interested in setting something up to show that Great Wall, because I'm doing I've gotten interested in that as well, and people have suggested, coming from Greg of Reddit's original bookshelf tour, that they'd like me to do tours of independent bookstores and just bookstores that have a real character to them, and it feels almost like you're going into a person's personal library, and there's been a lot of thought and care put into the organization of all the books. So that sounds
Yeah.
exactly like the kind of thing. So we can talk after we stop recording today about potentially doing that, because that
Yeah,
sounds
that'd be
super
great.
cool.
I'd love to do that.
Yeah, so maybe we could just go. I don't know if there's a favorite book or two each year that maybe you'd like um to to point out to people, or maybe a book that's a little bit less well known or people may not have heard of before that would really surprise them, or just yeah, like I always like discovering books that I'd never heard about, never seen before. And so maybe we could go through each shelf for each year, because it's about like a shelf and a half per year. Is that roughly?
Yeah.
So is there anything in this first photo that kind of jumps out at you?
Yeah, a few.
Okay.
So Blood Meridian was so that's on that top shelf, kind of over to the right. Um, I I hated that book. Like I despised it. And I would rank books after each year, and that book was always like at the very bottom of my list. And I think mainly just because the violence is so gratuitous in it, and I just with my first reading I couldn't get over that. And so part of this book project is after I read the book, I podcast about it. And that's one of the things I do to try to help me remember what I read. And I remember doing that podcast episode and I just blasted the book. Just didn't really offer anything constructive about the book, but just talked a lot about how much I hated it. And I got a lot of pushback on that episode. And so people would contact me and they say, you need to give that book another chance. Like you didn't read it properly. And so you'll see Blood Meridian on my shelves again as we go down. So I read it again later on, and I had a completely different experience. And so that's one book that really stuck out because I went from like absolutely hating it to really appreciating the book and appreciating Cormac McCarthy and kind of understanding more of what he was doing there. So yeah, Blood Meridian was just kind of a good lesson in that sense of like if I hate a book, that's probably on me. And I'm really deliberate in the books that I choose, just to make sure I'm choosing books that I really want to read, and that have kind of, a lot of people have said that these are good books. So if I'm not understanding or I hate it, that's probably on me, and maybe I need to give it another try or something like that. Let me do two more books
Yeah.
from the first year. The Heraclitean Fire is kind of in the dead center there on the top shelf. That green book, that's kind of a lesser known book, and I really enjoyed that one. And Erwin Chargoff, who wrote it, he taught at Princeton, I believe, and this was in like the 50s or 60s, and he was just noticing this trend where everyone was specializing to where you didn't have somebody that had kind of a broad scope. And I think he predicted a lot of problems that ensued from that of just kind of over specialization. And so yeah, I remember really enjoying that book. And then I've got to cover the book that was towards the end of that first year, and that's Man's Search for Meaning. That ended up being my favorite book for many years. And it was after reading it this time, and it was just special book. I do a reading group. I lead a reading group right now, and that was a book we just talked about a few months ago, and it was fun. That was my first time reading it since reading it right then in 2017, and yeah, just a really neat book. So those are, I mean, I could mention something about all these books, but those are three that really stuck out and just really sparked a fire in me that first year of trying to read a book a week and just seeing how much fun it was. And yeah, I loved it, and it really kind of set the tone for the rest of the project.
Yeah. Could you say a little bit about how the reading group works and when you started and all that?
Sure. So I started 2 years ago in 2024. And we meet at Landmark Booksellers, where I'm the business manager, and we started by reading the Iliad. And so we met over 9 weeks, and uh, so there's 24 books in the Iliad, and so for 8 of those weeks we covered 3 books per week, and then the first time we met was just kind of more of an introduction, and that was really good. It just with my other work and being business manager, and then this reading project, and having a family and kids, it just got to be too much, because we were meeting every week, and just prep time and all that for the Iliad got to be a lot. But the Iliad is now my favorite book of all time, so it was really fun to cover that and talk to people. So that was too much. So I figured in 2025 I want to keep the reading group going, but maybe not as intense. So what I decided was to do short, great books, and that's what I called it. And so we just do one short, great book per month. And I do it both in person at Landmark, and then I would do it online for anyone who was a paid subscriber on Substack. And so we taught. I mean, we read some Greek tragedies. We read the Epic of Gilgamesh. We read narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, and one of his ancestors attended the reading group. It was just incredible. So yeah, we had a lot of fun this year with the short great books, and I believe I'm going to continue that into the next year.
So if people are watching this and they want to join this reading group, what would be the easiest way to, I guess we can put a link to something, but where would they go?
Yeah, they could go to booksoftitans.com, and all there's information there. If you become a paid subscriber, you would get notices on that. I'm actually considering not doing the online portion next year. I'm That's still kind of up in the air, just because I would only have like one person join those.
Mm.
I'd have between 6 and 12 join in person, but and there was one time where no one joined, and so I I'm yeah, if I get like a surge in interest, I would keep that going, the online portion as well. But I'm actually considering not continuing that, just because there's been a lack of interest in that.
Okay. So maybe we should move to the second year now. So can you remind me what the initial year and what year we're moving into now?
Yeah, so initial year was 2017, and that initial year was only books that were recommended in Tools of Titans. In fact, so my reading project is called Books of Titans. I'd originally thought to call it uh, books suggested in Tools of Titans, and my brother-in-law said, Why don't you just call it Books of Titans instead?" And so my initial plan was just to read through those 150 books or whatever that had been suggested in Tools of Titans. But by naming it Books of Titans instead, that kind of opened it up to further, possibilities, I guess, and not just limited to the books that were suggested in Tools and Titans. So 2017 was only books suggested there. 2018 was mostly books suggested from Tools of Titans, but then I opened it up into other interest areas for me. So you'll see some books about Van Halen. They're my favorite band, so I read 4 books about Van Halen. Those were obviously not suggested in Tools of Titans, but yeah, you'll see kind of a mix there in that second tier of mainly books from Tools of Titans, but some other ones that I had just kind of wanted to put in there as well. But I did the same thing, where once I decided on those 52 books, I put them into a randomizer and then randomized the reading order to where I did not decide that. And that's mainly just so I wouldn't stack all the books I was super excited about at the beginning of the year. And then I have rules for this reading project. One of those rules is to only read one book at a time. And so I just start at the top of that list and just go through the list. And in before this reading project, I wish I had stopped reading some books that I just, they weren't meeting my fancy at the time or whatever. But with this reading project, I have a rule to finish every book. But again, I'm spending so much time choosing which books I want to read that by the time I get to the book, like these are books I want to read the whole thing. So there's only been a few instances where I've stopped reading a book midway through, but I do finish all of these. And what's really neat about that is oftentimes it's at the end of the book where you really get the benefit of it, or the thing that strikes you the most. And maybe you had to get through a lot of stuff that wasn't fun to read, or I didn't enjoy reading, but the end really makes it worth it.
And are you generally annotating in the book or taking
Yeah.
notes?
And again, that's been a big part of the experimentation side of the project, is I'm constantly trying to find how I can remember what I read. And so in the past, like in college, I've got, and you can see it in once we get to the photos on the far right of the bookshelf, but I've got a notebook in there that I carried around in college. And I viewed books in college, I viewed them as holy, and I did not even have a pen close to the book. Like, I did not want to even mistakenly mark a book.
Mhm.
And so I would just write notes in this notebook. And what's cool about that is I've got all these notes from books I read in college in one notebook. So it's fun in that aspect of it. But I came to see that I remembered books a lot better if I was underlining and starring and then writing notes in the back. So I treat my books savagely now. I purposefully try to stay away from really nice versions of books, just because I know I'm going to mark them up, and I feel bad marking up a leather bound book or something like that. So um, I prefer hardcover books because it's easier to write in the back on those. But
Mhm.
yeah, I've got a whole system of underlining, starring, taking notes in the back. Sometimes I'll kind of recap a chapter at the end of the chapter, right in that part of the book. I write my name in the front, when I read it, what book number it was that year. I've got a stamp that I stamp in the front of the book. So I've got a pretty extensive system of treating them savagely, but
Can
all
we
for the
link to
purpose
that?
of remembering.
Is that on your website or something where you describe the
Yeah, I can I
process?
can I can link to article I've read. I may have done a podcast on that as well. But yeah, let me look for that. And
Because I noticed on your
uh,
podcast, it was mostly uh, book by book, but there were a few others sprinkled in that were like interviews with people or other stuff.
yeah, yeah. Every now and then I'll do one kind of on the reading life,
Mhm.
in what I've come across, and things that have helped me read better or remember what I read, and that kind of thing. And it's funny; those are always the ones that get the most attention. So, I'll spend hours, reading this book and then recapping it, and then, but people are really interested. People really want to kind of figure out ways that they can read better in their own lives.
By the way, how did you get involved with the Landmark booksellers?
That's where it ties in with my work. So I was in the bookstore with my wife, and we were looking at shelves. This was probably early 2018, and the owner of the bookstore came up, and my wife said, "Hey, my husband does websites, and he's got a book project, and if you need a website for the bookstore, he can help." And the owner said, "Yeah, we need a website." So I made a website, and then we had an e-commerce platform for the first time for the bookstore and all that. And then just from my business background, I just kind of kept taking on more and more roles as the years went by, to where, as business manager, I now do, I book all the events. So I'm in touch with a lot of authors. Um, I do all the technology, and then the website, and kind of set the strategy and direction for the bookstore as a whole. We've got a store manager who's in the store most of the time, and I do a lot of the business manager work from home, and then I'm there at the store for a lot of the events and that kind of thing.
Mhm. So is it like a single location or?
Yeah, single location, and just as you mentioned, it's one of those bookstores that it has soul. Like, it feels like a bookstore. Our tagline is a book lover's paradise. It's a mix of new and pre-owned books. So there's not many of those. Most bookstores either focus on all new books or all pre-owned books, but we're a nice balance
Mhm.
in that. And then I've just noticed since I've been there that there we need to have a heavy emphasis on curation. A lot of people walk in the store, and they like to read, but they don't know what to read next. And it's kind of like going to Netflix and just being inundated with millions of movies. You don't know what to do. So we really, like, all the staff at Landmark are readers, and we really try to help guide people to that next book that they really may enjoy.
So we covered 2017. Are there some books from 2018 that you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, let me start with that, the Thinking Fast and Slow there, which was it was one of the first books for 2018, and this reading that book and then reading other books after that really kind of led to what I'm doing now with reading the great books. And so when I read Thinking Fast and Slow, uh, it was a hard book to it's very dense. It was a hard book to read, but I really enjoyed it. And then some other books in 2018, even some in 2017, and then some that I read in 2019 and 2020, I started to see that other authors, what they were doing is they were taking one idea from Thinking Fast and Slow, but applying it to the area of persuasion or money or negotiation. And I was thinking about that, and it's like I kind of wasted my time reading these other books because I read these ideas in Thinking Fast and Slow. And so that was really one of the first things that got my mind moving of like, we've got limited amount of time in our lives to read books and a limited number of books that we can read. And so I didn't need to read these five other books that just took one idea from Thinking Fast and Slow. I really only needed to read Thinking Fast and Slow. So that got my mind going to what are kind of the source books that I don't need to read some of these other ones, but it would be very beneficial to read these source books.
Mm.
And as I was thinking about that, I was listening to podcasts and hearing people talk about the great books. And I had heard the idea and the concept, but I'd actually been collecting some of those books, just more aspirational, like, hopefully maybe I'll get to reading Jane Austen at some point in my life. So I would buy Jane Austen books, but never read them. And so it just kind of came to the point of like, all right, limited amount of time in my life, a lot of books I want to read, but I really want to read these great books. And there'll be more benefit reading these great books in kind of the source books than there would be reading the books that came after that.
Mhm.
So that was really the genesis for wanting to do the great books. And that's the part of the project that I'm in now. And I'm kind of trying to decide whether this is a 15-year thing or a 40-year thing. And I can get into that later when we get to the great books, but
Yep.
that's kind of my consideration right now of 15 or 40 years. So
Um, so anything else from 2018 where we're on the next picture? I don't know if there's anything over here, anything else here.
yeah, let's go to the next picture because that'll be more of the 2018 books.
And maybe you could also say like, what were the books that you felt like were a retread of Thinking Fast and Slow?
Yeah, one of them would be that Power of Persuasion there. The second book in on the second shelf there. It's kind of hard to see it. It's a red book. Um, that was one of them, and then yeah, I'll mention the others as we get to them. I know the Psychology of Money, that would be one, and then the Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. He basically took one of the psychological ideas from Thinking Fast and Slow and applied it to the area of negotiation.
Interesting. That's not behavioral economics, is it?
Which one? Oh,
Just
Thinking Fast and Slow.
Yeah, I was just thinking like when you were thinking of going ad fontes, what was the like? Were you thinking theoretically, like what is the academic theory that then feeds into these different popular books?
Yeah, or where did these people get these ideas? Because they're just taking one idea and applying it to their area of expertise. Which, I mean, there's benefit in reading that just to see how somebody applies an idea from a book. And I know there's books before Thinking Fast and Slow that Daniel Kahneman got his ideas from, but for some reason I saw this Thinking Fast and Slow. I liked the ideas, and the ideas were so uh, memorable that I started seeing them in other places and realized, oh, okay, these people have all read this book and they're just applying one idea from that book to their area of expertise.
Okay, so did you want to say something about a couple of these other ones?
Yeah, if you want to go to the next photo, which would be the next two shelves down, that will show the next set of 2018 books. Um, yeah, nothing more to say about these books here.
This is the first set of two shelves, and then this is the next set, right?
Um,
Which one? Which
the
shelf
photo's
are you
not
talking about?
changing for me. So if you go to the, yeah, it would be the next two shelves down.
Like almanac, poor Charlotte's
Yeah.
almanac. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple seconds of lag between when I change it and when you see it. So
Oh, okay. Um, yeah. So that, and I can just look at the shelves here to see um, some other books. So yeah, one of the books I put in there for 2018 was War and Peace, and so you can see like I was starting to kind of get this thought of inserting some of the great books or the books that I had wanted to read for many years, but just had never gotten around to it. And so, yeah, 2018, that was a big one, War and Peace. Another one was Guns, Germs, and Steel. This set goes up to, so 2018 goes up to the green book on the second shelf, non-obvious, where it says 2019 at the top. That was the first book I read for 2019. So if we zoom back out, that whole top row on this photo then would be 2018, and then some of those books on the second shelf. The Guns, Germs, and Steel really stuck out to me because he talked about why different societies had advanced while others had not. And he starts off the whole book with this story from Peru, where the Spanish went into Peru, and there's this famous battle where uh, the Spanish basically take out the entire leadership of the people at that time in Peru, and they didn't lose a single person. And Jared Diamond is asking, first, how does a people group have the wherewithal to get into ships and go to another location? And then how do they have a battle where they do not lose a single person? There was only one person that got injured, and then they wipe out all the other people. Like, how does that happen? And I had worked in Peru for a while, and so I was familiar with the story of that battle. And so it was really neat to kind of come across a book where it was answering some of those questions that I had of like, how does that happen? So yeah, that Guns, Germs, and Steel, that was a really one of those books that I call like an important book. Um, let's see if you zoom back out. Let me see other ones. Yeah, so War and Peace there. That was very very. I'm glad I read that. But again, I'm just kind of starting to put some of the great books in there, and that one obviously took a long time to read. And so I had the goal of reading 52 books per year. I think in 2018 I ended up reading 48 out of the 52 I had on the list. And so War and Peace obviously would take probably a month, but some of these other books would just take a few days. So over time I would kind of um, get get to where I would shoot for one a week, but obviously, some of them are more than others. Then The Union, A Higher World, and A New Race of Men there. That's a 3-book series by Michael Fry about Scotland. My wife and I traveled to Scotland a lot. I love Scotland, so that was really cool to read those. Um, the Coddling of the American Mind was one of those really important books, and I read that in 2018. If you scroll up, yeah, there you go. So yeah, The Coddling of the American Mind was kind of within that set of books about Scotland. Um, Mere Christianity was one that I had read earlier in life and wanted to read again. Uh, Fantastes by George MacDonald. George MacDonald is my wife's favorite author, so I wanted to put that one in. Um, Splendor of God was a book that a friend of mine had recommended. So you kind of see where the project's starting to morph, where it's more of a mix. 2018 was more of a mix of books that had been recommended to me, books that I had wanted to read, along with still kind of referencing that list from Tools of Titans as well.
are there any podcasts you particularly recommend in terms of the stuff you were listening to when you were starting to think about this Great Books project?
There was, yeah, I'll have to find. I may have them linked on my website, but I know there's one. I've always been a fan of Russ Roberts, and in fact, you can see Russ Roberts' book there, the third book in on that top shelf, "How Adam Smith Can Change Your Life," that yellow book there. Um, so I've always enjoyed Russ Roberts' podcast, and he had an episode. His podcast is called Econ Talk. He had an episode where he had somebody on who was talking about the great books, and so I remember that being one of the episodes that really got me thinking. So I'll try to find that and get you that link.
Can you spell
But yeah,
that?
that
You said EFA. I didn't quite catch that. EFON talk.
econ, so like
Oh,
economics,
econ.
so but econ talk. And Russ Roberts is an economist, but he really tries to make it so that economics becomes something understandable and does things with new media and all sorts of things to really get some of the main ideas of economics through.
Okay. So, do you want to? We're that was 2018, and we're moving to 2019 now, right here, right?
I'm
Or
the next
on the
shelf.
next show.
Or yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Oh, so yeah, so I was actually talking about some of the books from 2019 there, when I got into coddling into the American mind and all that. So yeah, 2019. Um, let's
Were there any
see,
else here, or because you said non-obvious was the cutoff point? Was that the last of 2018 or the first of 2019?
first of 2019. So
Okay.
where we want to live by Ryan Gravel, that would have been the last book of 2018. So yeah, then we're into 2019 there. Um, so yeah, if you want to go back real quick to that
Yeah.
other photo, um, yeah, I so Don Quixote was one of those big. I would start putting like kind of big novels in. If you kind of scroll over to the left a little bit, you'll see Don Quixote there. And that was one of those where I just, I'd wanted to read that book for a long time, never had. And I was absolutely delighted when I read this book. It's hilarious. I kind of thought old books like that would be really boring and, you just kind of trudge your way through, but I was laughing so hard and I really enjoyed Don Quixote. So, just in terms of like kind of seeing the seeds of where this leads to the great books, I'm starting to intersperse some of these great books in there and I'm realizing that they're very enjoyable and they're not kind of how I thought perhaps they might be. Let me talk the last book in that row. This is Marketing by Seth Godin. That was a really funny one because that book was all about like how the small things you do and how you present things are so important to the overall project. And that book felt like a piece of crap. Like you would open it, it would just make these terrible sounds, and you could just tell it was printed cheaply. And it was just so funny because the whole point of the book is like you've got to make everything excellent and all that. And then the book itself is just like it feels like it's falling apart in your hand. So
Wow.
that was quite interesting. And I didn't really enjoy that book, and that was one of the main reasons.
I noticed you've got the AI superpowers here, and that's kind of interesting thinking of the pre-AI, pre-ChatGPT era. I don't know if I saw another AI one before this, but do you have any thoughts on that? Like watching AI change and um, were there any tipping points for you or any aha moments?
Um, well, just for real quick to take a step back, as the project progressed, I would kind of create buckets and I would have, like I want to have a few books about business or kind of where things are going each year. And so I'd maybe have 3 books or so. So like on that shelf there, building a story brand was marketing. That was going to help me with my website development and speaking to clients. Um, and then AI superpowers would have been one of those where it was kind of, looking ahead, what's coming. Um, so I would try to do that in each of the lists. I would try to have some old works in there. I would try to have books that I really wanted to read, maybe some books that I was rereading, that kind of thing. And then even, this is marketing, that would have been another one of those business books, buckets, type thing. So yeah, with AI superpowers and just AI in general, I think my main thing I'm thinking about with it at this point is just that it's it's all based on the information that's out there, and you just see how much of that information online is incorrect. I don't know if you've ever like read a news story that you've been a part of, like you actually saw how it went down, and you read the article and you're like, this is not even close to what happened.
Yeah.
And you just kind of look at that at like a larger level. If these large language models are pulling from all of that information, it's like this. Yeah. So it's actually just kind of spurred a deeper desire in me to really go to these ancient texts and be sure that I know them well.
Mhm.
And I think that can just kind of help when we see things that are generated by AI to maybe pick out better, like, okay, this is helpful, or this is not correct, and this is where it's going wrong. Um, so yeah, I'm constantly trying to learn about it, just with being in website development and all that. There's going to be big changes in that area, so I need to be aware of it. But then on the book front, I'm really trying to make sure that I've got a good foot in the past and
Yeah.
with the ancient texts as these new developments come. We've got an author tonight at the bookstore named Joel J. Miller, and he's got a book that comes out today. It's called The Idea Machine, and it's a book about the book. And it's an incredible book. Like, you need to read it. But it goes
Yeah.
through the history of the book and just how it came about. But he ties our large language models and AI directly to the idea of books, or how books were organized in libraries and all that. Like, there's a direct line from books to these large language model systems now. And so that's an excellent book, and I can't wait to have that event tonight. And you see a book there on the far right on the top shelf, Real Artists Don't Starve by Jeff Goins. Jeff Goins is going to be interviewing um, Joel Miller tonight at that event at Landmark Booksellers. So yeah, a lot of things tie together on the shelves here, which is really fun.
Yeah, I like to remind people that just the idea of having the written word was controversial. And uh, I believe it was Plato who talked about that and sort of criticized recording things statically. And that was part of the use of the dialogue, was to try to capture some of that context and interaction that you get from verbal and oral communication. So these debates about use of technology have been with us since and books are sort of the original artificial intelligence, because they are
Yeah.
capturing things outside of the person who actually has the real intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you use chatbots at all as you're reading or to look stuff up?
Very rarely. I I I'll do it after I read it. And so there was one. I'm reading the complete works of Plato right now, and there was one dialogue that I just did not understand. I couldn't get it, and I kept reading it. Like, I would just read it over and over. I just couldn't understand it. So I went into GPT, or one of them, and I said, explain Plato's dialogue to me like I'm a stupid 5-year old. And so, like, I use it for that kind of thing of like, and then I would just keep bumping it up. Like, now I'm a stupid 8-year old. I'm a stupid 12-year old. I'm a stupid 16-year old. And it would actually help, because it would just put it like in, here's bare bones what this dialogue is about. And but I'm really trying not to, like, I if I ever do that, it's only after I've read it. Like, I really want to just experience the text for the first time, just reading it. And I'll even, most of the time, I'll read the introduction that's in the book. I'll read that after I read the dialogue or whatever. And sometimes that means I need to read the dialogue twice or the play twice or something. But I really want to experience it first, and then I may use those tools, but I would rather look up another book or the introduction or something like that before I go into Chat GPT. I'm wary of it, but I mean, there's a ton of benefits as well. So I'm kind of I try to use it where it's beneficial, but with caution.
Can you say which dialogue it was?
Yeah, it was the Sophist,
Oh, okay.
and so I just podcasted on it, and it really helped. So I ended up reading that one 3 different times. I read 3 different translations of it, but then I would go in to I think I would use like Perplexity and maybe Grok and just say, "Hey, I'm a stupid 5-year old. How, explain this to me." And that helped. I mean, the thing that helped most though was my brother-in-law's a scholar. I just called him and I was like, "Hey, I'm having a really hard time with this dialogue. Like, what's going on here?" And he just kind of brought it back to scale, and here's the main thing of what's going on. And so that really helped. So it's almost like phone a friend is.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that because then I can have some back and forth with it.
What's he a
But
scholar in?
yeah, he is a scholar. I'll actually point out some of his books when we
Okay.
get to him on the
Yep.
shelves. But he ancient Mediterranean religions. He's an expert in Paul, the
Oh
Apostle
yeah.
Paul. So he's a biblical scholar. Yeah, he's yeah. You'll see it right next to the Hebrew Bible there. Paul and the Resurrection of Israel. That's his book there. Dr. Jason Staples.
Oh, awesome.
That's one of his books, and then his other book is The Idea of Israel in Second Temple Judaism, and that's on a earlier shelf.
Yeah, I
But he
noticed.
and he I need to give him a shout out because he when I started this project, I told like my friends like, "Hey, here's what I'm planning on doing." It's early 2017, and they're like, "Oh, that's cool." Um, but when I told Dr. Jason Staples about the project, he said, "I would like to join you in that, and we should start a podcast." And so he was really the one that got me going on the podcast and talking about the books after reading them. Like that scared the living daylights out of me when he first said that. But he's in a lot of the initial episodes, probably the first 2 years. And then I've been doing it solo since then. But yeah, he would read all the books with me, and then we would discuss them on the podcast. But he is so busy now with these books and different writing that he's doing, and he teaches at NC State, and so he's got a lot going on.
Mm.
But he's probably the smartest person I've ever met.
Wow. Yeah, I'll have to check out his work. So do you want to move to this shelf now and talk about a few of
Yeah,
these? Okay.
yeah. So this is the top part. There would be the final set of books for 2019. Um, let's see if any stick out. Well, I'd say the last one. So it goes up to right before the Bible there. So the last book I read in 2019 was the Gulag Archipelago, and it's an abridged version of that book, but it's that right after Man's Search for Meaning. Those two are ones that I just loved, and I still consider them to be some of the best books I've ever read. And they both come from suffering. Solzhenitsyn was in a gulag, and Viktor Frankl was in a set of concentration camps. But just what they say about the human soul, like what the human soul can endure, and how it can actually grow in hell on earth, was just amazing things to read about. So
Yeah. I think around this time, Jordan Peterson was talking about this book because I think it
yeah,
wasn't as popular as it's now become. And sort of, I do remember also Man's Search for Meaning. That was another one that Jordan talked about. And so uh, I think it was around this time that maybe he was on his speaking tour or something. And I think he helped popularize or sort of give new life to that book.
yeah, and in fact, the introduction to that particular version I have there by Vintage has an introduction by Jordan Peterson.
Oh, wow.
Um, so my mother-in-law had been telling me about this book for years, and so I had it on the list. But then when I saw that Jordan Peterson had the introduction in that particular version, I thought, let me get that version and read it. So it is a 3-volume set, and it's a huge work. This is the abridged version. I What's cool about the abridged version is it shows you what chapters were removed, and so if you see that chapter title and you're like, man, I would really like to read that, you can get the whole series, but the abridged version and Solzhenitsyn approved the abridged version and all that. So, um, yeah, that's a book I think everyone should read.
Could you talk about this Guantanamo Diary? I've never seen that before.
Yeah. So that was a diary by someone held at Guantanamo. And what was really interesting about that is a lot of it was blacked out. And so when the book was released, there were still things that could not be shared. And so I read that the version you see there is and it would just be black,
Redacted.
the text would be there, but redacted. But after I read that, they came out with the unredacted version. And so I bought that. I've got that in the closet. But it was just kind of neat to see, like, okay, here's the diary of someone who was at Guantanamo Bay, and then here's what was redacted. But then you can now see the things that were redacted, and you can kind of ask yourself, why was that redacted, and all that.
Yeah, there's something I've started to notice as I started doing these bookshelf tours of when the spine has handwriting on it like this, it's sort of either diaries or letters. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, but just there is something sort of different about reading somebody's letters or reading their diary that's really different from both fiction and nonfiction. It's sort of almost this third category of books. They're not really categorized that way, but I almost feel like they do make up this third space.
Yeah, what I think about when I think about those kind of works is epistolary novels.
Yeah.
So novels that are just based upon letters, and I see a lot of similarities in there. But yeah, you're right. You're almost talking about it like a different breed of book. And a book that's made up of letters back and forth is a really unique thing, and it's almost a way for there to be an omniscient narrator, because you're getting everybody's point of view through their letters without there being an omniscient narrator. So yeah, I've got some epistolary novels on the shelves coming up.
Frankenstein is probably one of the most famous. And then also I was just thinking the dialogues, those are kind of like what you're saying about back and forth epistolary. They're sort of the dialogue is central.
Yeah, yeah.
So anything else here on this first shelf? It seems like you've
Let's see.
gotten, I think this is maybe the first presidential book, and then maybe more biographies than before.
Yeah, and yeah, I like Walter Isaacson, and so I try to pick up most of what he writes. Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, that second one, that was number 3 in terms of kind of for the first stage of this reading project, which I say is 2017 to 2022. That was my third favorite book out of all of those books. And again, another book forged through suffering. So you've got Man's Search for Meaning first, Gulag Archipelago second, and then Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass third. That narrative is only 76 pages long, and it's just the way he writes, like each paragraph could almost be an entire book. Like it's phenomenal. But you see the power of books in this man's life. Like he realized he would be in slavery the rest of his life if he did not learn how to read. And I think a lot about that just in our current time where reading levels are going down, and you know, not uh, not to belittle slavery or anything like that we're going back to that, but like there's a certain mental slavery if we've lost the desire to read, or if as a society like we're just not reading anymore. You just see how important that was for Douglas to get out of slavery, and here it's almost like we're choosing as a society to almost go back into that, but more in like a Brave New World kind of setting where it's not forced upon us to not read, but we're just not reading out of reasons of pleasure. Like it's more pleasurable to scroll or to watch a movie or something like that. So yeah, it's something I think a lot about. But that narrative book is just phenomenal. And like I mentioned earlier, some of his descendants live not too far from here, and I've gotten to know them, and just an incredible family.
Yeah, I would recommend everybody, even if you don't have time to read the whole thing, just the few pages where he describes how he was originally tutored by, I believe, the wife of his master or
Mhm.
whatever, and then he tells her to stop teaching him to read, and then he has to go off on his own and like find schoolboys who will teach him a word here or there and like scratch out individual letters and words and like
Yeah.
really the privilege of being able to read and the power of being able to read and his motivation to do that is just really inspiring.
Yeah. Yeah. That was amazing. So yeah, if we want to go, we could stay here, and then so the Bible there on the top row to the right, that starts year 2020, and this was really a shift for me as well, where I made the decision to start the year reading straight through the Bible. And I had never done that before in my entire life. Like I would do reading plans where I'd read the Bible over a year, but it was one of those like you just kind of skip around and there's no rhyme or there's a little rhyme or reason, but like it's just spread out so much that I would forget things I had read before and all that. And so I thought, what if I take the Bible and just start on the first page and read to the last page and try to do that in 2 months? And just with the project as a whole, like when I chose those 52 books, I would put them in a spreadsheet. I'd put how many pages each book was, add them together, and then divide it by 365. So I knew on a given year, I needed to be reading like 48 pages per day or whatever it would be. And then that just kind of set the goal of like, okay, I know I need to be up an hour before my family so I can read this amount in the morning and try to read a little bit more during the day as well. So with the Bible, okay, this is 1700 or 1800 pages, and I've got January and February. So how, is that in that 2020 was a leap year, and so I had the extra day as well, and I actually finished it right on February 29th,
Wow.
and it was a great experience, and I've decided to start each year doing that. And so with the reading project now, I've got my year divided into January and February. I read a different version of the Bible. I start at the beginning and go right to the end. Every other year, I try to add the Apocrypha in there. Um, and then I take March through June and I read the Immortal books and just the next one on the list. In July, I take a break. I call it summer break, and I just read stuff that's kind of on the to be read pile, or once we get to my closet, it's books that are in there. And then August through November, I'm back to the Immortal books. And then and I call that fall semester. And then in December, I'm back to winter break there, where I read just kind of whatever floats my fancy, and it's kind of getting out of the great books for a little bit. So any given year, I'm spending 8 months reading the Immortal books, the great books, 2 months reading just other stuff that comes up, whether it's for an author we have an event with at Landmark or something that has been recommended to me or just something I want to read. And then 2 months out of every year reading the Bible. And so, yeah, that's been a really good practice. But here you can see right there on the shelf where that started as part of this reading project.
Have you ever used audiobooks or audio, especially of the Bible?
Um, so I did some of the books in 2018. I've listened to them, and I would listen to them while I was running. So some of the biographies I did, like Benjamin Franklin by Walter Isaacson, and some of the others. I would listen to those. And what I realized really quickly is I am a very bad listener, and I don't remember things. So again, one of the whole purposes of this reading project is to remember what I read. And I could not, I would listen to the whole book and I could not tell you a single thing after I listened to it. And I always joke that my wife can attest how bad of a listener I am. Um, but there's something in my brain where I need to see the word, and especially if there are names, I need to see the name for it to like click in my head and to remember it. So
Hmm.
I did a few audiobooks in 2018 as for part of the books, but I got rid of that. I'm actually I posted today on Substack about a book I'm listening to right now, but it's Bono's from U2, his book that he just came out with, Surrender. So I can do those kind of books where maybe it's about music or something like that, but I don't do any audiobooks for the books that are part of this project just because I don't remember them. And that's just a personal choice on my side. If you can listen to audiobooks and remember them, you are perhaps in the greatest position ever because you got every book ever written being read to you. I mean, I just think of like truck drivers who can listen to books and remember them. Like they've got the best situation ever right now.
Yeah, and I just did our second AMA with Greg of Reddit it was the day before our 1 year anniversary of the original bookshelf tour video. And we were talking about, I, my two things with audiobooks is number one, I think especially with some of these classic or immortal books, and especially with the Bible also, is there's so many names of people and names of places where you really don't have much intuition about how to pronounce those. And
Mhm.
and I've found, especially going through the Old Testament, there's all these just unfamiliar words. It can be very demotivating to just hit the same word 10, 20, 30 times, and you would still have no idea how to pronounce it. And it's like, it just can chip away each time you see that. So I
Mhm.
think it can be very powerful to go through the first time, listening to it, getting the proper pronunciation, and then when you do read through it uh, on the page, you'll remember, I would say 80 to 90% of those pronunciations. So
Mhm.
I think that's actually part of what's intimidating about uh, the classics is that they do have, like, basically you generally don't, you translate everything except the proper nouns. And so those are
Mhm.
left untranslated, and you sort of are learning a foreign language when you're learning the proper nouns of
Mhm.
that language that make their way in English. So, uh, and then the other thing is just like you said with running or going on a daily walk, I find that, you know, you're going to spend that time either way. And so I might as well either listen to a podcast or listen to an audiobook. And so it's stuff that I wouldn't have had a chance to read otherwise because it would have been down on the priority list.
Mhm.
But yeah, I don't know if any of that strikes a chord with you.
Yeah, there is a weird thing with and I do listen to podcasts a lot when I run, and I find that's been like the shorter time frame is better on that sense. There's something weird in my brain where when I'm running and I'm listening to something, I can actually remember. Like if I re-listen to a podcast episode, my brain remembers where I was on the run when I heard a particular thing. So there's this weird connection between location and audio and like hearing something. I can remember particular songs that I listened to while I was landing on a plane in a certain city or something like that. Like I find it interesting. I don't know exactly what it means, but there is some connection between our physical location and audio. So
Yeah.
uh yeah. But I do listen to things when I run. But more and more now I actually try to go without headphones on just to have time to think about the books I'm reading and that kind of thing.
Definitely. Like, I think if you don't allow any time for that sort of free association or shower thoughts, you're
Mhm.
kind of cutting off your creativity and your intuition and kind of suppressing that. So I've definitely found myself doing that as well. Of like sometimes I just want to take a drive and just turn off the radio and turn off
Mhm.
everything and just kind of let my mind wander. Uh,
Yeah.
so I did want to just ask if you could say a few words about the non-obvious megatrends, because I feel like I
Mhm.
saw that a while ago and I don't think I ever made it into there. But you also had Strauss, I think, with the fourth turning and maybe they have a generations book. So I do
Yeah.
really like those kind of books, and I think this is like a lesser known part of that family, maybe.
Yeah, I love those kind of books. Generations was on my 2017 reading list, and then The Fourth Turning was as well. So yeah, Generations is up there on the top right, and then on the next shelf down, I had um, The Fourth Turning, and those were really powerful. But it's like a orange title on the top. It's like the 10th book over. Yeah, right there, the fourth turning. Your mouse is almost on it. It's next to Think Twice there. Between Think Twice and Man's Search for Meaning,
Oh yeah.
the
Yep.
fourth turning. So yeah, those were powerful. The Generations book was was almost scary. I mean, they predicted, so it was written what, the 80s or 90s, probably the 90s, and they predicted a some sort of a catastrophic event in 2001. And then they predicted a great disruption in 2020. And so you've got, like, 9/11, and then you've got COVID in 2020. Um, but it was so interesting because they said, based on the type of person who is in leadership, this is how they will likely respond to what happens in 2021. This is how they will likely respond to what happens in 2020. So that book was so prescient. Um, yeah. So I enjoyed those two books. And so the Megatrends one, by Rohit Bhargava, I would just start reading those every year. So on the shelf for 2000, you remember that green book that started 2019? That was the same guy, the non-obvious book that, yeah, right there, the green one. So that's the same guy, and he would do one of these books every year, and I would actually buy them for my clients, my website clients, because they were they he just had like really good insight. He would take all these trends going on and kind of come up with featuring 15 new business trends, but he was looking at wide varieties of things to try to pull these 15 trends together. And I found them to be just very helpful, and especially I would buy like 10 copies of this and send them to my clients just so they saw, hey, here's where this guy thinks things are moving in this next year. So what he did in the non-obvious megatrends book is he stopped doing these yearly ones, and what he tried to do is give you the tools to come up with your own trends each year. And so that's what that gray book is. And now he keeps writing books, but not those yearly books anymore of the trends he thinks are happening. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it just reminded me of a woman named Mary Meeker, and she had her internet trends report. And I was thinking, like, I haven't seen that recently. And I put into AI, and it's saying she did that internet trends report from 1995 until 2019. So,
Mm.
sometimes called the queen of the internet for her predictive work on tech shifts. So I'll need to look up what she's up to now. But I think it was either at the very beginning or end of the year that she would put out that trends report, and it was surprisingly in depth. Uh,
Yeah.
a lot of slides and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything here on the next shelf?
Yeah. Let me highlight one that's close to the Bible there. It's actually right after the Megatrends book. So
Oh,
up one shelf. The Sacred Romance. So this was my first time rereading that book, and it's by John Eldredge, and then Curtis is the other author. Curtis actually passed away he had an accident and passed away in 1998. But I heard John Eldredge speak in 1998, and he was kind of speaking about this book. But he sp- he when he spoke, he would read poetry, he would read from classics, he would read like from Crime and Punishment, and he would tie it together with the Bible, and like he would show connection points between the Bible and these stories. And his whole point was that the stories we know, they're they're like connected to the grand story of the Bible. And that was like a really intoxicating idea for me. 1998 was when I was 18, so I was about to go off to college. And I said before that once when I was in college, I was reading a lot outside of my coursework. And it was reading novels, it was reading, but it was all this was the book that got all of that going, because it's like he opened in my mind, hey, you can read these books and kind of look for connection points, and it like gave a purpose to my reading,
yeah.
and it opened up the floodgates for me. And so I will often ask people, what's your hinge book? And so if you look at your bookshelves, what one book, if you did not have that book on your shelf, none of the other books would exist on that shelf. And a lot of people can name the exact book, is the book that got them into reading or something. This is my hinge book. And so it was interesting because I first heard him speak in 1998, and then I read this book in 1998. And I was thinking, I wonder if it's going to have the same impact if I read it again in 2020. And so it's just interesting. And I did a podcast episode on that to say, did it have the same impact? Would it have the same impact on me at this point in my life now as it did then? Was it just kind of the right book at the right time? And so I go into all that, but all that to say, the shelves we're looking at, the books we're looking at right now would not exist were it not for that book.
Is that, if people want to look up that podcast, is it just called The Sacred Romance, or is there another?
Yeah.
It'll be easy
Yep.
to find. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then do you want to move to this second shelf?
Yeah. So let me highlight just a few. If you go all the way over to the right, so you'll see some by some politicians there. I had this idea in 2020 that every election year I was going to read a book by each of the candidates, and then share what I learned on the podcast, with the goal of, if you could tell if I had a preference for any of them, my goal was that you would not be able to tell, that I was just going to tell you, hey, here's what I learned about this person in this episode. And I did it in 2020. I didn't do it in 2024. Just because a lot of the people were the same. And I probably won't do it going forward, but it was kind of an interesting thing. And again, it's just, I'm always trying to experiment with different things with this reading project. But yeah, I like the idea. I probably won't do it again, but that's why those books are there.
I really like that. Maybe you could say a little bit more about this concept of presenting information and trying to do it in such a way that people can't tell if you have a particular leaning one way or another, because that's actually how I try to teach my various courses. And it's also, I think this is described in Rising Star, which is by far the best biography of President Obama, and also the longest and most in-depth by David Garrow. He describes Obama teaching at University of Chicago Law School, and just how he would intentionally try to teach in that same way. And if the students seemed to be too biased in one direction, he would take the opposing side and try to argue for that, and sort of create a debate and a conflict, and use that to flesh out ideas. So I thought that was really interesting. You mentioned that. Maybe you could say a little bit more about where that came from and how you think about it.
Yeah, I think the main thing was just like, you're not going to hear basic information about candidates on the news. It's all about either their praiseworthy things on one side, or how they're Satan on the other side. And so what I wanted to do is just say, like, hey, this is how this person grew up. This is where they grew up. This is what their family life was like when they were a kid. And these books actually did not help all that much in that. Just in that, the Trump one was not about his life. There wasn't really like a good one about his overall life. The Where You Go, like Mike Pence didn't have a book, so I had to read a book that his daughter wrote about, and so it's partly about him, but it wasn't fully about him. Yeah, so like it was hard to get a good overall book of their life, and that's really what I wanted, is just to, hey, here's where they went to college, this is what they studied, this is how they came into politics, this is this is basically from their birth to now, this is in their words what they said, or what their biographer said about them. So I really just wanted to put out information there that, unless you read about it or did a deeper dive, like you just would never hear in our current media climate.
Right. Yeah, I think Frontline does a pretty good job of that each campaign season. They sort of do a 1.5 hour documentary on each candidate. I'm trying to remember what it's what they call that series. But the other thing that this reminded me of is, and you've probably seen this website, I want to get him on for a bookshelf tour, but he does, I think the website is literally like best presidential biographies, and I think he has 2 or 3 sites, and he does some other reading also, but he just is obsessed with reading presidential biographies and reviewing each one and coming up, sort of rating each one and then recommending like this is the best biography overall. And then like it's really, there isn't one best. It's kind of like what perspective on the person do you care most about and what features do you care most about, and then he'll kind of recommend one biography based on that. But I very highly recommend that, his blog. And I don't know that he's ever done a podcast or interview or anything, but it would be cool to get him on. I see you
Yeah.
have Cormac McCarthy here, Blood Meridian. So that's the new
Yeah.
edition you were talking about, Frederick
Yeah, that's
Douglass.
the second reading, and where it really really took off. And back to that president's thing, I actually had the idea of before this project to read a biography about each of the presidents. You know, I was talking to a client of mine actually who was a Vietnam vet, and he said, yeah, so I started kind of collecting those. He said, he actually took that on, and so he has now read a book about each of the presidential each of the presidents, and so I interviewed him on the podcast. So that's one of the episodes. So I can send you the link to that.
What's his name?
But that was a really Gene Hanratty.
Could you spell that last name?
Yeah, Hanratty. And if you search that on my Substack, the podcast episode should come right up.
Yeah. Okay. So jumping back there, I see Range here. That's, to me, that's kind of like the most popular book that is like sort of legitimizes reading widely and having a lot of interest in the value of that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on if you see yourself as kind of doing that, but
Yeah, my my mom grew up on a farm like in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin. And so when she raised me, like she wanted to expose me to everything and then just kind of let me choose like, hey, here are the things that I really enjoy doing. So I think she put me in like 14 different sports. She started me on violin when I was 3, piano when I was 5, trumpet in middle school, and I picked up guitar later on, other instruments and all that. So I've always kind of had that mentality, and I think that's one of the reasons I kind of have 3 different jobs. Is just I love like working on different things, and then if you listen to any of my podcast episodes, in the introduction, I say one of the things I'm trying to do is tie ideas together from a variety of genres. So a variety of genres of books. So yeah, the Range book really hit on that on a lot of different ways. But just I think that's really the exciting thing, and that's one thing I really hope comes through on the way I present my bookshelves here. That they're just in the order of my reading, because if I read some of these books years apart, it would be a different experience of having read them right next to each other. And I will notice things just from the freshness of the ideas between Range and The Great Gatsby that I would never notice if those books were multiple years apart or something like that.
Mm.
So just the order in which you read books allows you to see things that other people will miss just due to proximity. So that's another reason I really love having my shelves in my reading order, because it's kind of like, oh yeah, I remember how the idea from this book kind of touched on that and in different things like that. So
could you talk about this Destiny Disrupted book, A History of the World Through Islamic Eyes?
yeah, that one was really cool. It's basically uh, just as the tagline says, Tamin Ansari presents history that we're all familiar with, but through eyes from the Middle East. Like what would this look like to them? Was this something that we in the West think of as like a good direction for world history? Do they view it in the same way, or do they think that? Yeah, I always have that at Landmark now. And we sell that, a lot of copies of that book. But it's one of those things. It just kind of takes, we're accustomed to history a certain way. It's just really interesting to think of it like the same thing. So like you're familiar with everything he's talking about in there, but
Mhm.
from a different perspective. And I love doing that kind of thing.
I don't know if you have anything with Chinese history, but one thing I think is always kind of interesting to remember is like American history is sort of like 250. We're coming up on our 250th anniversary, and then you go back to the colonial era, and China has like a five. I think they talk about like a 5,000 year history, and
Yeah.
even beyond that, and so. Uh, it is cool to find books that have that much wider scope. I think Guns, Germs, and Steel is like that, and even goes further back.
Mhm.
But do you have any other books that kind of fit into that category of like very like big history?
Um, those are probably the main ones. Yeah, if any others come up, I'll mention them. But especially like what you've been saying about Chinese history and that, as I've gotten into the great books, I've really started seeing a lot of that just in some of the other books I've read along with the great books, whether it's Egyptian history or like I started with Gilgamesh, and kind of learning more about Mesopotamia and in that history. It's just like we talk when Babylon is mentioned in the Bible, that's New Babylon. That's Neo-Babylonian history. There was an old Babylonian, and this it goes back so far. And um, I mean, there's like some of the authors I'm reading um, were closer in time to Jesus than Jesus was to those authors, and that just kind of blows your mind. Um, but yeah, we're talking. I love kind of going back in time like that and
I think
thinking about
Yuval
what
Noah
things should have been.
Harari is also kind of it does do the really big scope. He's also talked about the future. I reviewed his and summarized his Nexus book, which is on
Mhm.
information, but he also has Homo Deus, and
Yeah.
that's very, I think he paints a very accurate picture of how people in the futurist kind of communities are thinking about religion and thinking about God, and uh, you wouldn't normally come across those ideas otherwise. So he's almost
Mhm.
an historian of the future. And I saw Handmaid's Tale here also, which is kind of the whole story behind how she like tried to make everything have a historical precedent that she put in
Mhm.
to that. And that's also kind of like a history of the future or a projection into the future.
Mhm.
As is like we talked about with the fourth turning is sort of like predicting the future. That's
Yeah.
another, that's, I think you talked about hinge books, and I don't know if there's a particular hinge book. It could have been that fourth turning, or even there was that sovereign book. I forget what it was. Do you know
Yeah. Is that
what is
Tom
it?
Holland?
Uh,
Or no, no, no. No, that's Dominion. I'm thinking of
it's
something
like
else.
it's popular like in the crypto, Bitcoin, and like economics. It'll come to me, but just those sort of predicting a sort of hinge point for me that got me a lot more interested in history and big history is trying to predict the future, trying to understand trends. And
Mhm.
the people who are the best at it tend to have a really strong grasp of history and looking at history from a variety of perspectives. And because you end up being biased and not noticing certain trends if you don't look at history from a lot of different perspectives.
Mhm. Yeah.
So anything else on this shelf?
Uh, Let me just close with Frederick Douglass there. I
Yeah.
loved that biography. I love Frederick Douglass is my favorite American ever. Um, yeah, I love the man. And that biography just had some incredible stories in it.
Okay, yeah. So where are we chronologically now? Are we 2020?
Yeah, so 2020 ends with Mouse there, the fifth book in. Um, and so what I did in 2021 is, uh, one of the hard things with selecting 52 books per year and then randomizing the order is that it's hard to do series because it's just kind of individual books work better in that scenario. But I was starting to collect these ideas of like series of books that I wanted to read. So I decided in 2021, I'm going to focus on book series, whether that's by author or a series of books. And I tried to do ones that I had not read before in my life. So that's my Chronicles of Narnia set from when I was a kid, and that's actually one of the first books I remember reading as a child. So that was the set I would have in my room, and I had a fish tank. I would turn the light on in the fish tank, and it'd be nighttime, but I would pull these books out and try to start reading them. So that was the first set or series of books that I did. I had never read the whole Chronicles of Narnia, so that's what I started off with in 2021. And then I went into the Robert Caro series about LBJ, and I would say that that's probably one of the most important set of books I've ever read in my life. That first book there, the black one, was only meant to be 2 chapters, but Robert Caro went to live in Texas and would just speak to people that knew Johnson, and you just saw he's like, "Wow, this is going to be a full book," and it's amazing. And I got this question over and over because I'd be posting every day of what I was reading, and this took many weeks to get through all these books. And they're like, "Why are you spending so much time on one person?" And with Robert Caro, you're not reading just about Lyndon Johnson; you're reading about the entire history of that time period. In the first book, you're learning about the hill country of Texas. Um, you're learning why his father went bankrupt and how that impacted LBJ. But the overall question in this entire series is that of means versus ends. So you've got some particular ends that LBJ did, whether it was just becoming president or some of the things that he put into place as president. But the means he used to get there were, I mean, the only word I can use is evil. In the second book, I just kept writing evil in the margins of the book, and I don't do that. Like I'm not sitting here judging people when I'm reading like evil, but like it was so bad. But you saw that from that first book. Like you saw that when LBJ was a little kid, like he didn't change. Um, and Robert Caro's point is like absolute power does not corrupt; it reveals. And what you see is somebody who his entire life was a certain way. It just, as he got more power, it just revealed who he actually was. So just so many like big ideas of means versus ends. Does power corrupt or does power reveal? Um,
What's an example of something that's like evil that he did or his approach?
well, I mean, just how he treated like kids when he was a kid. Like, I mean, he was just abusive. So like just even from like when he was a kid. In the second book, Means of Ascent, that's about the Senate race. And he stole the election, and he stole it from this guy, and like he just never would have been president eventually if he hadn't have become a senator at that point.
Hmm.
Um, but I mean, like there's clear evidence that it was a stolen election. I mean, if you're just going to read one of these books, Means of Ascent is like reading a movie. I mean, it's a
Wow.
thrilling book. Like it's exciting. Uh, it's incredible. But yeah, I mean, like so he stole this election, and he just like from when he was young, he wanted to be president, and so it was like whatever it took, no matter how evil he could be, it was to get him into the presidency. Um, and you just see it over and over, just how he related to people. Um, yeah, Master of the Senate won the Pulitzer, and the first 150 pages are about the Senate. I mean, it's like taking a class on how the U.S. government is set up, and it's incredible. I mean, it's just this entire series, and Robert Caro right now is working on the fifth book in this series.
And
So
that's
that
going to
one will
wrap
be
up the series.
yeah, and so like you barely get into his presidency in that fourth book. I mean, you're 4 books in, and he's barely president. So the fifth book is really going to be about his presidency and his final years. But all of these books are building up to his presidency, and so it's incredible. I mean, it took me I think 120 hours total to read. I would recommend everyone set aside 120 hours of their life to read that series.
Wow. Okay. So Yeah, I mean, I see this on a lot of people's shelves, and it is really an undisputed classic of presidential biographies. I almost think like there is no other presidential series that is as well known and as respected as this one by Caro. So
Yeah,
um,
and I'll put it this way, like if you link to that episode I did with my client Gene Hanratty, he had not read these. He had read biographies about all the presidents, and then after that episode, he read, I believe it was after he read this 4-book series, and he said this is on a different level from all of the other presidential biographies I've read. This is something. This is like a different category of biography.
and even just his, I don't know how much, I haven't read it, but um his relationship with John F. Kennedy, I also thought was always really interesting, and the Kennedy family and the sort of different personalities of the two of them. Uh, is that covered much in here or?
Yeah, so that'll be in the 4th book there, The Passage of Power. And the Passage of Power is passage from JFK to LBJ. Um, so yeah, you get into a lot of that. LBJ was feeling quite slighted by JFK, and yeah, it's really really interesting. And then the Power Broker is about a guy named Robert Moses who held tremendous power in New York City. Um, for many years in kind of an unexpected way. And so that was Robert Caro's first book, and that was he was looking at power within a democracy, like how does power actually work in a democracy, and even if like especially if you're not a government official, like how does power work? And you see this man Robert Moses in New York City, and you trace a lot of the building projects, the highways, and all that in New York City um, to this one man, and but to see like how that went down, that's an incredible biography. So he wrote that before the LBJ series, but that's an incredible work as well. And then the last book there is Working. That's just kind of his writing style, about his writing style, Robert Caro there. So yeah, then I get into the Lord of the Rings series. I'd never read all of those, and something really neat happened there. I do not like fantasy books. I just have a really hard time with them. I don't even like watching fantasy movies. I don't like Star Wars and stuff. I don't even like that. And so I started reading The Hobbit, and I'd read it when I was a kid, but I started reading The Hobbit, and I just, again, I'm posting every day, like on social media. I'm like, I really want to read this book. I really want to enjoy this book, and I just don't. And a friend of mine, I actually had breakfast with him yesterday. He saw that and he said, "Erik, you need to read this as if it was true." And so I finished The Hobbit, and I went into the Lord of the Rings series with that in mind. I need to read this like it's true. So those versions of the Lord of the Rings series have maps in the back. I would pull out the map every time I started reading. I would set it down and I would look at it and say, these are real places. Every character I was reading about, these are real characters. And I went in with that approach, and it changed everything. And it's really helped me later on now read books that I may not want to read, or it's a genre that I don't like. That simple thing of reading it as if it was true shifted everything in my mind, because what I was doing is I was going into these books and I was looking at them as like, why am I reading this? This is so dumb. Like, I'm learning all about this world that is not going to apply to any other reading. Whereas if I read a book about World War II history and then I read something later about Churchill, like those two things will, help the reading each one. This, I'm just learning about a world that doesn't apply to anywhere else. But once I shifted the mindset to like read it as if it's true, it got rid of that, like, this is stupid. And it just allowed me to enter this other world. And then that's the power of these fantasy worlds, is that you almost see more of your own world by being taken out of your world into this other world. But I never would have experienced that unless I had read it as if it was true. So that was kind of just a neat shift in my reading life of going through reading a series that I didn't think I should be 41 years old at that point and not have read this. but also like just not having the desire to read it, but that shifting completely to where I really enjoyed that series then.
Had you watched the movies
No,
and you still haven't?
I, I take that back. I think I had watched the first one,
Okay.
and I can't remember if I watched it before or after. Um, but yeah, since reading them, I have not watched them either.
Wow. Okay. So anything else on this top shelf or?
Well, so the next series of books there is Ramsey. He was my pastor at the time, and he had written those 3 books, so I read those. The next author, Roberts, that's Russ Roberts, that we saw on that other shelf that has the Econ Talk podcast. And so I just decided to read every single one of his books. And this is where worlds collide again. Russ Roberts is one of my website clients, so I do his website. Um, and then yeah, if we get to that next shelf there, yeah, there's the How Adam Smith Can Change Your Life. So if we go back to the second shelf there, so then we see Adam Smith again. So I reread it, and then Robert's latest book is Gambling with Other People's Money. Then these are not part of a series, but these are just kind of books I decided to read. I just read through the New Testament, right there, that white book. And then The Idea of Israel in Second Temple Judaism. That was my brother-in-law's first book. And so I read that. I read it a couple times, interviewed him on the podcast about it. That's an incredible book. He goes back to the writing of that time. So it would be biblical, it'd be extra biblical, like people like Josephus and Philo, different authors at the time. And he's looking at how the terms Israel, Jew, and Hebrew were used at that time. And he's asking, is there a difference in how the writers of that time used those terms? Because in our day and age, we use Jew and Israelite kind of interchangeably, and even in translations and stuff, people will do this. But what he shows is that these terms had very specific meanings, and they were not to be used interchangeably. And even people like Josephus made clear distinctions of when they were using each of these terms. So that's his first book, kind of digging into the ancient literature of that time. And then the second book that I have later on the shelves is based on that. When Jesus or when Paul are using the terms Jew or Israelite or Hebrew, what do they mean when they're saying that? So yeah, that's the second book there, Paul and the Resurrection of Israel. So if Paul says all Israel will be saved, what does that mean? So that's what his 2 books go into, and those were 20 years in the making. He did quite a bit of research
I should
for both
just
of those.
I should just mention I have a 36-hour bookshelf tour coming out with a guy named Jason Johnston,
Wow.
Jay, who's we're just wrapping up the final session or 2 in the next couple weeks, and he's really into Josephus. He's really into this period of history. So I highly recommend people check that out if they're interested in this kind of. And he's a pastor, and just has an incredible library. So
That's cool.
there's a lot of stuff
He
there.
he would love this. He would love this book.
I didn't see these books, and we have a session on Saturday, so I'll mention Staples and see if he's ever, encountered either of these books, and I'll make sure he can look them up and see what he thinks.
Oh, cool. So from there, I was going to read that Civil War is a 3-book series. I was planning on reading all 3, but I just didn't get to it. So I read the first book of the Shelby Foote Civil War narrative. It's incredible. I have the other 2 books. I'd like to read them at some point, but kind of ran out of time.
Mhm.
So then a couple other just one-offs, Lost in Thought, and then The Second Mountain. And then I get into Harry Potter, and that was the first time I ever read Harry Potter. And so that was quite enjoyable. After that, I got into a conference where we studied Dangerous Liaisons, and then The Theory of Moral Sentiments and The Fable of the Bees, some works by David Hume and some others. Dangerous Liaisons is one of those epistolary novels, and it's incredible. So that was probably one of the first epistolary novels that I read, and then it was just neat it was a group of us. We met in New Orleans, and we discussed these books and how they related to one another. So um, yeah, that was cool. And
What was the
Adam Smith.
conference?
It was a Liberty Fund conference, and so what they do is they get together and they'll have different topics and then a bunch of books along those. But it's amazing. It's like 15 people maybe, but a lot of people from academia. Yeah, so that book's actually put out by Liberty Fund, and Russ Roberts is tied into them as well. That author that I had read earlier in the year, and in fact, his book how Adam Smith Can Change Your Life is based upon that the Theory of Moral Sentiments book of Adam Smith. So everyone knows Adam Smith's other book, but this book, yeah, that one there. But the Theory of Moral Sentiments is really more about the moral side of life as opposed to the economic side. And but there's a lot of neat connections between his economics book and then the Theory of Moral Sentiments for
Yeah.
Adam Smith. So
Yeah, and I believe this book came out before his more famous work, and
yeah,
it kind of captures how that sort of old school term of political economy, where economics was more about a wide view of how all this stuff interconnects and not just money or finance in the narrow sense. And we've kind of lost that. And it's cool to kind of go back and return to that broader view of how society and money and all that is really very closely interconnected.
yeah, 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 and just how our daily decisions, our small decisions, actually set the tone for the entire culture.
Mhm.
Um, so Atomic Habits, that one's clear again, just a few one-offs at the end of the year. God of the Garden by Andrew Peterson. He is a local author here in Nashville, someone I admire greatly. He's a songwriter and has just done a lot for the community, but just a neat man. So that was a good book. Then we get into On Reading Well was the first book for 2022 then. Yeah. So that would be the final year of the non-great books portion of the reading project. So
Mm.
On Reading Well by Karen Swallow Prior, she goes to the virtues but ties them to different classical works of literature. Loved that one and learned quite a bit from that one. Um, I was part of a Catherine Project reading group for the David story there. So that's Robert Alter. He, I ended up reading his whole translation of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, but this is just First and Second Samuel, and then the first few chapters of First Kings in the David story there. But I was part of this group where we discussed that, and that was really interesting because Robert Alter not only translates it, but then he has a commentary in there as well.
Okay, so then we have this
So
shelf.
then we get to so these again are all 2022, and these go all the way through to the Bible there on the final book there on the right. So
And this Bible here looks like the same thing, right? It's another
yeah,
copy. Okay.
yeah. So that's just the New Testament there, and then I enjoyed that so much that I ended up getting that whole set, and that whole set is very expensive, and so I waited on it, but I love it. It's the idea of the Bible being split up into five books. So you've got the Apocrypha there, the five books of the Bible, and then the former prophets. Then you've got the latter prophets, and then you've got the writings. So the writings would be like Psalms, Proverbs, Song of Solomon, things like that. And the way that this got it right above me here. So let me just pull one of these off. It's I love the idea of reading the Bible like it's a novel, and this book is set up in that manner to where all the verse references are removed and it's just one column. And since it's divided into five parts, it's like you can hold this, you can carry it around. It's not this huge Bible. Um, and so I loved the experience, and it was a slightly different translation from others that I was used to. So it kind of just gave um, a fresh take on the body. I just like having a different version every year just to kind of spur my mind. So I would highly recommend this version. It's one of my favorite that I've read just on the aesthetics of it, but then also the translation and every part about it.
I believe this was crowdfunded, right? Or
Yeah,
isn't there
yeah,
something like that? Yeah,
Yeah,
and I think the original version was 4 volumes, and then they added maybe the Apocrypha for the second edition. I
yeah,
remember. So
yeah. I think that's what happened.
yeah, this is a super famous, and I think what did it come out 10, 15 years ago?
Yeah,
So this is a super, I agree with you. I really love that concept. And the Dumbarton Oaks series kind of has a similar, it has the original Latin plus the English translation,
oh wow,
but it's
yeah,
also in that format where it's like a single column and it's actually like a normal book that you would enjoy reading and not like you need a microscope to be able to read it and it's super
yeah,
stressful. So
yeah,
it's kind of crazy how the pressure to have the Bible in a single volume creates all these bad incentives where it creates a book that's extreme, like the most unenjoyable just format you could possibly read for the most popular book ever. It's like totally um, counterintuitive. And the real Bible is like the equivalent in size of the Harry Potter series. So like
yeah,
imagine trying to fit entire Harry Potter into like that first volume and crushing everything in order to do it. And it's just absolutely insane.
yeah,
So it's yeah.
yeah. So, and
Anything else
that really marks. Yeah, I'll highlight a
that
few
marks
more,
the
but that
transition?
really marks
Okay.
that marks the transition because that was again that was when I started. So I read the Bible to start off 2020, and then I didn't do it again until here with 2023, and now I've done it every year since. But that was the transition from the first phase of my reading project to phase two of the great books, and I think that phase will take the rest of my life.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, just a few other books here that I can highlight. The Engels one, so the second one there was really interesting, and I am continually like embarrassed with my podcast in the sense of like I'll say things and then like the next week I will have read something else that makes me realize that what I said was incorrect or I would say it in a different way or something like that. But I keep the podcast episodes up. I even keep that original Blood Meridian up just because that's part of this. Like I've got to uh be okay with sounding really stupid because that is a prerequisite to learning.
Mhm.
And so I keep podcast episodes up that I'm embarrassed about or I've learned since then, but I just view it as part of the process. There's only one episode I've taken down, and that's when I covered Engels here. And it's because I read the book incorrectly. And I read it as if he was telling people this is what you need to do. And as opposed to kind of like what we talked about with the other books where they're looking at the past and then projecting that forward as to this is what will or could happen if things keep going this direction.
Mhm.
And so I said it was he was prescribing these things as opposed to describing them. And that was just plainly incorrect. And so I read the book incorrectly. So I took that episode down just because I didn't want that out there. Um, but that's the only episode I've taken it down. But it was a good lesson just in the sense of like, if I go into a book with preconceived notions, I may not actually understand it as it was meant to be understood. Um,
How does this
so
fit into the larger sort of Marx and Engels and the Communist Manifesto and other stuff?
um, from what I understand, and these will all be on the great books list, but what I understand is Marx is more on the economic side of things, and then Engels was more on the societal level,
Mm.
in the family level. So what does this do to a family, or what is required of a family if this were to happen? And so Engels is looking back in time, and he's looking at different societies and how they're set up, and um, projects that into the future if so him and Marx were writing. Well, I don't even want to say it just because I've not read Marx yet, so
Yeah.
I need to read that before I comment further. But um, just that they were kind of writing about the same thing from what I understand, but just from these different vantages of one more on the economic side and the other on more the family
Mm.
side.
Okay.
Um, oh, so I'm big into opera and I love the Marriage of Figaro, and so I thought And then I found out that Beaumarchais had written the Figaro trilogy. So I've listened to the Marriage of Figaro opera probably 500 plus times, and I just love it. But I don't know the story. Like it's in Italian. I think it's beautiful, but I have no idea what's happening. And so I was like, maybe I should find out what's actually happening in the opera. And so I decided to read the Figaro trilogy and then read the libretto from the opera. And then my plan was to do this big podcast episode where I shared like snippets of the songs and that kind of thing, and then talked about them in relation to the story. I never got around to that podcast. I still really want to do it, but that was kind of the reason for reading those, is just to kind of dig deeper into that podcast.
Why did you first discover it?
My mom,
Music or opera?
yeah, my mom was a singer, and we did this trip in 2004 as a family to Italy, and it was with her choir, and they were just singing different churches and stuff. And she and this other woman sang the most famous duet from that opera, and it's the one that shows up in Shawshank Redemption when he puts that record player on and gets in trouble for it. But that aria that he plays, that's from the Marriage of Figaro, and that's the one my mom was singing. And so
What's
it's
it
just
called?
Cosi Mineri, and that's like the first words that they say. So, but that as part of the talking part, but then it goes into that song. But if you're searching for the song, that's what it would be called.
Do you know
And
what that
it's just
translates to, like in English?
I can't remember.
I can look it up. I'll look it up while you're going.
Yeah, I could pull that book down, because the libretti is in Italian and then in English as well. Um, but it's just the most beautiful piece of music. And so while I was working, and this was like early 2000s, then I would just listen to the full opera while I was working. And so I just kind of fell in love with it. I've seen it performed a few times, but I love it. So that was the reason for that. Let's see, we scroll out a little bit. Yeah, there's the Apocrypha there, that Bibliotheca series, the gray book there, kind of in the middle.
Oh yeah.
So again, that's part of that set, but I just got the Apocrypha that time. I'd never read the Apocrypha in my life. I was actually kind of scared of it. And so that was the first time I ever read the Apocrypha. And
Why would you be scared of it?
well, the churches I grew up in when I was a kid, like the Apocrypha was not part of of the Bible. And so yeah, and so it was kind of scary of like, um why is it not part of our Bible? Is there something wrong with it? Like, will it give me bad ideas? Or, like I just didn't know about it. And I loved reading it. And it was just funny, because I kind of always been told, like, there's a 400-year gap between the end of the Old Testament and the beginning of the New Testament. But then here's this Apocrypha with a lot of things that happened in that period. And you're like, why did they tell me that there was this 400-year break? It's like, we got quite a bit here. So yeah, that was fun. And then, yeah, like I said earlier, I try to read that every other year now, just to um, just so I know it. I mean, so much artwork when you go into a museum is from the Apocrypha as well.
Wow.
Brad Thor is an author, local here. He writes a thriller every year, and so I get to talk to him every year when he's signing books at the store, and so that's really fun. So yeah, some of the books on the shelf, there'll be authors that are local here, or that that I've just met over the years, and really fun. C.S. Lewis is my favorite author, so I tried at that point in the project, I was trying to read one book of his per year. The Truth and Beauty, Andrew Clavin. That's an incredible book where he looks at the Romantic poets, and just some questions he was having about the Gospels, and he realized that the Romantic poets were addressing a lot of the things that we're addressing at our time in place right now, and that was just a beautiful book. Our owner at the bookstore loved that and just gave it to all of us who work at the store, and then Andrew Clavin is in town a lot, so we've had him in the store for an event.
He's on Daily Wire, and he's got a show on Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
and they do monthly sort of live streams where he's part of that, so people might know him from there. Uh,
Okay.
where are there any? So I actually want to go back to what something you said at the very end uh with the Apocrypha. Are there any books or resources you would recommend on? Because I never heard that there's a lot of artwork connected to the Apocrypha. So is there anything you would recommend to like get into that or learn more about that connection?
Um, I mean, Judith, is one of the characters you see her a lot.
Okay.
There's a lot of artwork where a woman is cutting off a guy's head. I mean, that's in the Apocrypha. Um, I would just recommend reading the Apocrypha first, and then you'll notice some like
Okay.
pretty memorable stories, and then I just kind of like looking up artwork anyway. If I come across a story, just how did somebody envision this? Um, I'm not aware. I'm sure there's some books that kind of go into artwork based off the Apocrypha. I'm not aware of any, but yeah, I just challenge people to read it. I really enjoyed it.
Okay. And then I was going to say with Truth and Beauty, are there any romantic poets in particular that he focuses on or that resonated with you or you remember from reading this?
Yeah, I mean, he highlights Keats and Coleridge, and he talks about this dinner where a lot of those famous poets were all together, and you just kind of like I never knew about that, and you just kind of think about what that what that evening would have been like, kind of one of those to be a fly on the wall
Hmm.
when all these people met. I love that kind of thing. I mean, C.S. Lewis was friends with Tolkien, was friends with Owen Barfield and all these people, and George MacDonald was friends with Lewis Carroll and Mark Twain. You just like it's so neat how that happens. I'm in the Greeks now, and you've got three of the four greatest tragedy writers of all time having their lives overlap with Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, like just kind of these freaks of history where you've got just these incredible people all together. They know each other, they're talking to each other. That's just a really amazing thing, and perhaps even spurring each other's work on.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. I think that's a big part of creativity also is like getting together with other people that are doing things.
Yeah. Sir Gibby there by MacDonald. That's an incredible book. That's George MacDonald, Scottish author, my wife's favorite author. And it was really interesting reading Jaber Crow by Wendell Berry right before that. There's a lot of similarities between those two books. And I would put Wendell Berry's Jaber Crow, a newer book by a man named Alan Levi called Theo of Golden, and then Sir Gibby by George MacDonald. I would put the three of those books kind of in a neat trilogy of similarity, but just where believable characters that are good that you want to emulate, and they don't live in like it's not a Hallmark movie of cheesiness, but it's like real life. But they're these are people that you want to be, and it's really hard to do in a work. Tolkien said it's really easy to write evil characters. It's really hard to write a believable good character,
Hmm.
and those three books really did well on that.
I see John McPhee's Oranges, which I don't know if that came from Tim Ferriss, but he talks a lot
Yeah.
about John McPhee and this book that I think maybe started as a New Yorker essay or something, but um, that caught my eye.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was definitely a recommendation from Tim Ferriss. So, yeah, I loved that one. I had an idea kind of to try to read one John McPhee book a year, um,
Dorothy
before
Sayers
I got
Saga,
into that.
she's
Mhm.
famous for I think the tools of learning or something, and popular I think in homeschooling and
Yeah,
other things. So I'm curious how you came across this and if you've read any of her other stuff or do homeschooling with your kids or anything.
Yeah, I do not. I have not read any of her others, but she was kind of part of that Inklings group as well with C.S. Lewis and Tolkien, and so I have the desire to read more of her works. She did a lot of like kind of crime novels as well
Oh yeah.
that are popular. Um, so yeah, I do want to get into her more. We don't homeschool our kids, but we're around a lot of people who do, and then a lot of people who come into our bookstore are homeschool parents, and they buy books by the dozens. It's great. So, but yeah, Dorothy Sayers a big in that world.
Mhm.
Wild Problems, another book by Russ Roberts, that the Econ Talk um, author. Why Art Matters, that's a friend of mine in England, a good book. And then the
I actually wanted to
the
go back to Wild Problems for a second because
yeah.
it makes me think of sort of a buzzword maybe over the last 10 or 20 years of wicked problems, these sort of
Mm.
intractable problems. And I was just curious if this book is, if that's a similar, like a neighboring concept, or if it's just a random coincidence.
Maybe.
Because it's got this sort of Mobius strip, some like the next level of a Mobius strip here. So it's, people say
Yeah.
economics is kind of like, you know, it's how much of it is a science and how much can you really kind of experimentally test things. So there's a lot of just a huge amount of complexity with a lot of these societal and economic, political economy. And so it just made me think of that.
Yeah. And this book's kind of a mix of those Adam Smith books where you've got the economics on one side, but then you've got the moral side of things too. And so Wild Problems is kind of what you just described, where it's a complex problem, but it's kind of at a different level. It's like, who are you going to marry?
Mm.
And you can't put that down to economics. Like you can't there's some level of rationality about it, but then it's outside of that as well. So like, how do you approach those kind of decisions in your life and that kind of thing? Um, which is great because Russ on his podcast too, like it's Econ Talk, but he's interviewing people from all walks of life, and then he's really interested kind of not just the dry economic side of things, but really I mean, he's just a great person. Like he just kind of took Adam Smith's duality in the sense of you've got the moral theory of sentiments and then you've got the economics book, um and kind of marrying those two together, and where does one work better and all that. um the next series, though, the Wingfeather Saga, again, that's Andrew Peterson, that author I mentioned earlier, who lives in Nashville here, and this is a series of books. It's kind of like the Chronicles of Narnia. They're doing a animated series on that right now. So they're just introducing season 3 of the animated series. That animated series is created just a few miles from my house here. So I know a lot of people who are involved with that. Uh,
What network is
this
that
is
on?
one of our Angel Studios.
Okay. But
And
that, is
okay.
that like Netflix or Disney or just an
No,
independent
it's a
thing?
separate app. Yeah, like you
Okay.
can get it on Apple TV. But yeah, it's a separate thing. And they're starting to do a number of different movies and things like that. Um, but yeah, that series is really, that's been one of our top sellers at the bookstore. So it's kind of like the 8-year-old and up age range. But what I often see on social media is parents reading this series to their kids and like saying, "Hey, I had to leave the room to weep for a little bit." So it's a deep series. And then this Wingfeather Tales is a series of 7 stories that take place in the Wingfeather world. So it's kind of an additional book to that. And so Andrew Peterson was the editor, and he wrote 2 of the stories, but there's 7 total. I've only I've only cried a few times reading a book. In the last story in that Wingfeather Tales, I was crying in that story. It was a story written by Douglas McKelvey, and it's a novella in the back of the book, but it was just, I wasn't expecting it, and it just wrecked me. Like
Well.
It was, yeah, very
Do
good.
you need
So
to
that's,
have read all this other stuff first to be able to?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So it's kind of like Harry Potter. I mean, at a certain level.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. A great series for like 8-year-olds. Um, my family comes from, many generations ago from Norway, so I thought about having a book about Norway every year. So yeah, again, before I hit the great books part of the project, I would have kind of these buckets, or at least one book I wanted to read each year about a particular topic, and it was just fun because I would have a Norway line item in the spreadsheet. I'd have 5 books for business related or AI or something like that. I'd have uh, a few great books in there, and it just made putting that list together each year just such a delight. Um, but yeah, that was the point where I shifted into the great books right after that.
Nice. Maybe you could say something about Phil Knight because I've seen this book many times, but I've never really, I never, it was never the right time. And I'm just curious what you think of this
Yeah.
one.
So Shoe Dog, it's Phil Knight's story. A ghostwriter wrote it, and but just an incredible writer. The same writer that did Open by Andre Agassi, and then also the same writer that just did Prince Harry's autobiography, I
Spare.
guess. Yeah, Spare. So the man is just an incredible writer, and this story is, just to see how close Nike came to never being a company, and what it took to get there is really incredible.
Cool. Okay. So we'll wrap up there. And this is the transition point. So we'll be getting into the great books and the immortal books next time. All right. So we're back now for session 2, and we're jumping into the great books. So, Erik, why don't we get started here? And you can, you know, what's the story behind these books?
Sure. So this starts off 2023, and as I noted before, I'm now starting each year off reading straight through the Bible, and so each year I try to choose a different version of the Bible, and so the to start off 2023, I selected this Bibliotheca version of the Bible, and it's one I'd been eyeing for a while. I think they did like a Kickstarter or something at the very start to
Yeah.
fund this Bible, and then I had started seeing ads for it, or different people reading it and that sort of thing. I was really attracted to it because one of the things I try to do when I read through the Bible each year is read it like I would a novel or another work. Um, and that may sound odd, but my thinking in that is just I'm reading it straight through, so I want to try to read it like I would read another book, of like taking my time, taking notes, asking questions in the margins, and that kind of thing. And what really attracted me to this version is that the layout of the Bible. Well, first they divided it into 5 parts, which allowed just for better formatting in each of the books, and these are really works of art. So it was fun to read each of these, and it's just one column. There's no chapter markers, there's no verse markers in this, and so you're looking at it and it looks like it's a novel. And then just the size of it, you can hold it in your hand. It's not this huge Bible, like the Bible I read this year is just this huge Barry Moser Bible, and I would carry it around, and it just weighs a ton. But this like I can put it in a small bag. It just felt good reading it, and so I really enjoyed this version. And it was a slightly different translation, and it was a translation unique to Bibliotheca here, to where you can't even like get it online, or if you're using a Bible app or something like that, translation is not available there. So it reminded me somewhat of the King James version of the Bible, but it was like enough of a difference to really just kind of spark your mind, to where the verse would just be slightly different how you knew it, maybe from a different version of the Bible. So yeah, I love that. This started off 2023. If you're looking for a unique or a new version of the Bible, this one is pretty special.
Is it just me or do these ribbons seem like they're kind of long to be sticking out like that?
Yeah, yeah, maybe they are a little bit long. I've got them wrapped up like that so they don't go in front of my camera. That's right above my monitor I'm using here. Um, but yeah, I did. I guess when I was reading them, I didn't get that impression. But
Okay.
I guess you could always cut them off, and
Yeah.
if needed.
So
Um,
I should actually zoom out just so people are situated. So we're finishing up here, and uh, it's sort of like the first half of your bookshelf and the second half. This is sort of the marker. So that's a cool kind of visual reminder.
yeah,
And so we're jumping
yeah, and
up to
and
this shelf.
yeah, and I really like, just for the reading project as a whole, like how it's divided on my shelves so far, where like it's the exact center, like that Bible we just looked at. That's kind of the midway point of this project, in the sense of three great books focus to now I'm in the great books focus. And so with the great books, and I've since retitled them the Immortal books, just because I just in general conversation, people always say, "Oh, I just read a great book," and it's like a new book they just read, and it's not great in the sense of capital G great. And so just in terminology, I found changing that to immortal books just kind of helps set them apart a little bit. So I'm on a bit of a quest to have people start calling them the immortal books as opposed to the great books. But we can get into that a little later.
I just
So
noticed there
or
is
is
a
it-
cross kind of when you zoom out and you're looking at it from across the room, you do see a cross formed
oh yeah,
by the text.
that's
Um,
cool.
I was just at Chick-fil-A for breakfast this morning, and there was a
Mhm.
story. I don't know if you saw this. It was maybe a year ago. They redesigned their checkout drive-through windows, and it
Yeah.
actually forms a cross with the way the
Oh, that's
windows.
cool.
Um, so that kind of popped out to me when it was zoomed out. But anyways, let's jump over to the next um, shelf here.
Yeah. So this really kicks off the great books list. And I started with Gilgamesh, and I started with the Stephen Mitchell version there. Um, and I'm glad I started with that one. That was so with Gilgamesh, we got that from clay tablets, and a lot of the tablets have been damaged over time. And so there's parts of Gilgamesh that were missing. And so in some of the translations, they'll just leave those spots blank. And what Stephen Mitchell tried to do in this version, I shouldn't call it a translation. He calls it a version, and so he's not translating it from the cuneiform into English. He's taking existing translations and creating a version out of them. And so what he did though is kind of fill in those gaps with what he thought might be in there, and what we would be missing. So the story really, it flows well. And so I started Gilgamesh with that version, and I just fell in love with the story right away. And um so I started with that. I You'll see as we go through these shelves of the great books, I intend a lot of the times just to read one version of a book, and then I end up getting like a bunch of versions.
Hmm.
And so with this, I was just planning on reading the Stephen Mitchell one. And then as I started posting about it online, people said, well, you need to get the Andrew George translation. That's kind of the gold standard. So that's what you're going to see there with that Black Penguin version. That's the Andrew George translation. And that gets into more of the scholarly work behind the Epic of Gilgamesh. There's some other versions of the story in that Penguin Classics version. And then my brother-in-law said, "Hey, you should get this new translation by Sophus Hell, who did a translation of Gilgamesh quite recently." And I got that one. So now I'm on my third reading of Gilgamesh, but I'm loving it. I can't believe that this ancient work, over 4,000 years old, like just seems like you're reading something from today. Sure, there's kind of like slight things that are like, oh, that's a little off or a little different, but I'm surprised they haven't made a movie of it, just because it's like it's such a cool story, and there's so much going on. There's like an epic within an epic, where you have a flood deluge story, and that's like 1,000 years before the Hebrew Bible was put together. But there's a lot of similarities between that flood story and the story in Genesis with Noah's Ark. So I just like I became utterly fascinated with Gilgamesh right from the start. The other really nice thing about that Sophist Hell version is that there's 3 or 4 essays in it, and they just really help give a background for Gilgamesh and that sort of thing. So with that Sophist Hell version also led to something else, and so again, I start each year reading straight through the Bible. That takes me to the very last day of February. So I started reading Gilgamesh here on March 1st, 2023. And so I read these 3 versions. In April 2023, Sophist Hell released a version of the book, if you scroll up, which is I have right before Gilgamesh there, called In Hedawana. And so that came out April 2023, and you see I have it before Gilgamesh. In Hedawana was the first author, and she was a female. And so she is probably 200 years. I mean, these dates are really rough, but perhaps 200 years before Gilgamesh. She's 1,500 years before Homer. If you look at most great books lists, they start with Homer. And so we start right with these huge war epics from Greece. And yet here's in Hedawana writing 1,500 years before. And we say she's the first author because she named herself in the works. So she was a priestess, and in kind of southern what is now Iraq, and she went to all the temples in the city of and told what gods were being worshipped in each of those temples. It's utterly fascinating. If you know your Bible, you'll know that Abraham came from So here's a priestess going around, and God called him out of He called him out of those gods. And so here's a priestess going around to all the temples in and telling you what God is being worshipped, what they are the god of. And it's not like the greatest writing, but it it's wild that I start reading through the great books, and then this is released the month after I start, and here's an author that is named who's 1,500 years before Homer. It was just a really cool thing. And then again, Sophist Hell in this one has 3 or 4 essays that really give context to when in Hedawana was writing, how we have her works. It would have been one of those works along with Gilgamesh that were copied by students. So as they're learning how to write cuneiform, they've got these tablets and they're writing in the tablets. So we'll come across buildings now in archaeological digs where maybe a ceiling has fallen down on a room that would have been a schoolhouse, and you've got these rows of tablets where students were practicing their cuneiform, and they would have been doing Gilgamesh, they would have been doing in Hedawana, and that's part of the reason we have some of these works.
So where's
So
Gilgamesh set or located, or where is it civilizationally coming out of?
it's going to be Mesopotamia. So the city of Uruk, Uruk. And so yeah, kind of all of this is Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, where the Babylonian and Assyrian empires are, that kind of thing. And so yeah, so that's where all of this is coming from. What's really fascinating too, and you'll probably see this later on in some of the books that I've picked up, kind of ancillary books on this, is just that how much is like the Hebrew Bible was put together during exile in Babylon. And if you're going to the movie theater in Babylon at that time, like Gilgamesh is what is playing. Uh, they've found copies of Gilgamesh in Megiddo, which is where we get Armageddon. So that's in Israel. So like this story would have been known, and the Hebrew Bible writers, you know, instead of what I originally thought of, like, okay, here's Noah's Ark story. Uh, it first shows up here. No, it first shows up elsewhere, and it's in a bunch of other cultures. So, what are the Hebrew Bible writers trying to do by talking about that story? Is it to, are they just ripping it off from Gilgamesh, or are they kind of giving, hey, this is the story that's out there. This is how you are to view that. This is why the flood was necessary. These are the ramifications after the flood. Because they're different. Like, even with the similarities in the stories, there's differences. So I became really interested in that. And so just this idea of, here are works before the Bible was put together, and maybe they even impacted the Bible. There's talk that part of Enheduanna's poetry may have influenced some of the Psalms. We don't know that, but there's a potential connection point there. And then, yeah, just Gilgamesh. There's talk that Gilgamesh may have impacted or influenced Homer in the Iliad, and so it's just really cool to kind of go back and just starting off with these works. It really just opened up my imagination, and it was such a fantastic start to the great books.
Do you have any books that talk about those connections?
Yeah, and we'll see those a little later on.
Because it's making me think about Jordan Peterson's Maps of Meaning, because I think he, that was one of the things that inspired him, was kind of his Jungian approach, and the flood story is such a famous kind of archetypal story.
Mhm. Yeah. So yeah, after that, I got into Egypt. I think if you go back towards the beginning there, um, yeah. So, like, at first when I started the Great Books, I called it the Great Books Plus, and the plus was like ancillary books. And so the idea was, like, I'm doing this on my own. I'm not in a university going through these books. I'm going to need help. And so my idea was, like, with Gilgamesh, I'm going to pair a book with Gilgamesh. And so if you zoom out a little bit, that Civilizations of Ancient Iraq, that was kind of my guidebook to go along with Gilgamesh, just to get a feel for what's going on at that time in Mesopotamia, that sort of thing. And so that's the guidebook I had with Gilgamesh. Then I get into Egypt. So ancient Egypt, and again, my thinking there was, I was just going to read writings from ancient Egypt. That was one of the line items on my list of 200 line items for the great books. And then writings from ancient Egypt, I believe, are translated by Toby Wilkinson, who then I look him up, and he's got this book, The Rise and Fall of Ancient Egypt. So I decide for that to be my guidebook for writings from ancient Egypt. And that was really helpful and really neat. But then I got into art of ancient Egypt, and then my brother-in-law, he said, you need to find a book about Akhenaten. And so I did that. So that's where you'll see that book about Akhenaten there in the Religion of Light. So Akhenaten was this, so that, like, this is a really broad statement, but for 3,000 years of Egyptian history, like, you look at the art, you look at so many different things, and there are so many similarities. Like, you think of how our art here changes, like, within 50-year time span. It's like completely different. And here you've got 3,000 years of very similar artwork and statues and all that kind of thing. And then this pharaoh Akhenaten comes along and just kind of upends everything. Like, there are multiple gods in Egyptian multiple Egyptian deities, and Akhenaten comes along and said there's one deity. And so he just, like, and you can see, if you're in a museum, you can see how statues were different, how they yeah, it was almost like androgynous statues during his reign. And so you can, it's just so odd. Like, there's this one pharaoh that he flips everything around. I believe his son was King Tut. King Tut goes right back to how everything used to be. And so you just have this one pharaoh that just kind of upends everything, but everything goes right back to how it was right after him. So yeah, that was really interesting. And then I got this tale of Senua as kind of the final Egyptian work there. So I had fun. I ended up spending about a month in with Egypt, with with these works, and yeah, I just had a blast. And again, it just kind of opened up all these questions and things that I wanted to learn about. So that was
Have you ever gone to a
that was
museum
fun.
that has like a ancient Egypt exhibit?
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually in 2008 I went to Egypt, and so I went to the Cairo Museum, and that was before the new one. And I like it was like you could just walk up to stuff and touch it. It was pretty wild. Like I think the newer museum is a lot more protected, but yeah, that was really fun. And then I've been to the British Museum for with that, but yeah, the Cairo Museum was insane. Um, so yeah, after Egypt, I went into the Rig Veda, started reading that, had absolutely no idea whatsoever of what was happening. And so, as with some of the earlier works there, this one, the Rig Veda, was translated by Wendy Doniger. And so I looked her up and I saw, oh, she wrote this book about the Hindus. And so I got that as my guidebook. But what happened with the Rig Veda is I had to kind of stop that one early just because I had no clue what was going on. So I started the Rig Veda, stopped it, started reading this Hindus book. That really gave me a lot of context and kind of background information to where I then went back to the Rig Veda, and it helped in my reading. So I try to be really flexible in that sense of like some of these things I'm going to come to and just not understand what is happening at all. And I'm going to need help. And whether that is a video lecture that can help kind of point the way, or another book. So this is one of those cases where uh, having this Hindus book helped me then go back to the Rig Veda. And, there's still I missed probably the majority of the book, but like it at least helped me understand a little bit more. Um, and then we get into the creation and flood stories from ancient Mesopotamia. So we get the Enuma Elish, and then that Myths from Mesopotamia book by Oxford World's Classics is fantastic. Stephanie Dalloway, I think, is the translator of that. But Gilgamesh is in there, the Enuma Elish. There's a number of different stories that so you could almost just get that instead of Gilgamesh, or different versions of Gilgamesh. But that Myths of Mesopotamia was amazing. Um, and then you're going to see a lot of uh, well, you'll see some connection points between these stories and what's in the Bible, or at least the Bible's kind of referring to those. Um, so those were really important works to go through. After that, Moses Among the Idols. That's a newer book, and that was really interesting. But again, this kind of came from Gilgamesh, and just wanting to learn more. And the premise in Amy Below's book there is that God turned Moses into an idol, like the Mesopotamian idols. It's really interesting. I did a podcast episode on it that kind of goes into her argument, um, but it helps make sense of some of the weird parts of the story of Moses in Exodus. So that was a cool book. Then I kind of took a step back from the great books and realized I had some gaps in knowledge about ancient civilizations. So I wanted to learn about the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and the Persians. So I got these books. They were all very helpful. Yeah, so I read those. And then Eu's duplicity in the Gilgamesh flood story. Here's kind of one of those rabbit trails I took with Gilgamesh. And this Martin Worthington looked at Ea, who was the god, looked at how he communicated with Utnapishtim in the Gilgamesh story. And Utnapishtim is the guy who survived the flood. And he looks at how what Ea said to Utnapishtim could be interpreted two different ways, depending on how you read it. One way would be a warning, hey, there's a flood coming, and then the other way would not be that. And so that was really interesting. But again, and I've gotten like a ton of Gilgamesh books since reading that book. So I'm just really interested in Gilgamesh. I think I'm going to take a month next year just to devote to some of these Gilgamesh books that I've purchased.
Sounds a little bit like the Cassandra story.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one, but
Just she was sort of cursed where she was able to predict the future, but nobody would believe.
oh yeah. She shows up in the Greek tragedies. Um, yeah, with Agamemnon. Um, so here is where I start with the fall in 2023. So I have spring semester. Everything that you just went through would have been spring semester 2023 for the great books. Then I had a break month, and then I get back in August through November, and this is what I'm reading. This is probably the greatest like 4 months of reading of my entire life. What we're about to cover. So I start with Herodotus, and I just absolutely loved it. And the history books are like when you're contemplating like where am I going to read each of these books, like how do they fit chronologically? It's almost helpful to read these history books first, just because they like they give context for some of the other things. So there are these landmark editions of some of the Greek histories and Roman history books. And so this is one of them, the Landmark Herodotus. And what's really neat about these is there's maps throughout. There's just helpful kind of guides along the way, great footnotes, great sections at the back with more information. And so, but I just found Herodotus to be fascinating. Like he's one of these guys that's just super curious about everything, and so he's traveling around and talking to everybody, and there's these just wild stories in there of huge ants and like just fun stuff. So that I loved Herodotus, and that was my introduction into Greek history. Then I got into Hesiod, and this is a fantastic book to kind of start with for anything Greek, just because theogony or theogony is about the gods. It's like the family tree of the gods, and so that one, and then Works and Days is more of like agricultural wisdom and kind of more like wisdom, almost like a Proverbs. But theogony is really more of like the where the gods came from, how they started with the Titans, and then so that's really interesting, but then also really helpful to read before you get into Homer or the tragedies, just to kind of have a basis for the Greek mythology. Next, I got into Sappho, and so the first one there, the Penguin Classics, it was translated by Aaron Puchigian, and then the second one there by Anne Carson, and that was really interesting. And it really kind of introduced me to the idea of fragments. Now with in Hedwana and Gilgamesh, we part of the work is made up of fragments, but with Sappho, like she was a poet. She was called the 10th Muse. Like her poetry was so beloved at the time. But there's some of her poems where we might just have one word from the poem, or we might have like a few lines or just scattered words. And it's really cool to read it because you kind of your mind just goes to wondering like what was this whole poem about, just because you've got like different words. It's really cool. And so yes, Sappho was neat to read, but she was kind of the first lyric, or perhaps one of the first lyric poets that we have. So that was neat. Then I was about to get into Homer, and I put a message out on Twitter, and I said, should I read Edith Hamilton's mythology first? And the overwhelming response was yes. And so kind of like with Hesiod there, Edith Hamilton's mythology, what's hard with Greek mythology is that you'll get one part of a story in one tragedy, or you'll get a part of a story in one work, or Homer will mention part of a story about one of the gods, but it's really hard to get a full compilation of what is going on overall. Like in Greek mythology is just, it's the framework from which all of these works pull from. And people at the time, they would have known all of these stories. It would have been, it was their Marvel universe. They knew all that was going on in these. So they could just jump into any story and kind of, oh, okay, here are the characters. I know their backstory and all that. Uh, we don't, unless you kind of grown up with that or you've been reading it, which I hadn't. So I'm lost when it comes to Greek mythology. And so this was the most helpful book prior to reading Greek works. I was in my daughter's room last night reading this with her because she just got into a musical called Hadestown that is about some of these myths. And so we were finding the myths that are within this musical, and we're reading those parts out so she knew the backstories. But with what Edith Hamilton does here is just collect all of the information about all of these Greek myths, compiles them so you get as much of a full story that we have of all of the main myths from Greece. At the end of the book, she even gets into some of the Norse mythology, but this should be on everyone's shelf. There's a newer version that has like graphs and layouts and family trees and all that. It's very helpful. But this Edith Hamilton mythology was just, I can't recommend it enough. And it helped me tremendously when I then got into Homer, the Greek tragedies, the Greek comedies. It's an invaluable resource. I find myself kind of pulling this off the shelf quite often just to refresh myself with different Greek myths and that sort of thing. I then picked up the Greek Way as well, just kind of to get into, just before I started getting into the Greek works. Then I started with Homer, and I was part of a reading group, online reading group with the Catherine Project when I started this. So it was perfect timing. And then this Emily Wilson version came out right when I was going to start it. So it was September 2023 when this version came out. And I wanted to do a few different translations. I wanted to do one translation by a female. I wanted to do another translation by a male. And so I just started off with Emily Wilson. The timing and everything just seemed to be calling my name. And so I started with this translation of the Iliad and loved it. I'd never read the Iliad before. And I mean, it's my favorite book now. So it had quite the impact.
Why is it your favorite?
I just think everything is in it. I mean, you could just like everything. I mean, the more you read it, it's so deep. Yeah, it
What
just
was your
amazes me.
favorite
And then
before the Iliad? Do you remember?
yeah, probably Man's Search for Meaning.
Okay. Do you think there's any
And those three,
those two, or
well, yeah, I mean, just in the sense like so last time we were talking about my three favorites up until the great books were Man's Search for Meaning, the Gulag Archipelago, and Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, and just how those books were forged through suffering.
Hmm.
And I mean, the Iliad, if anything, is about suffering, and so just the lessons that come about with death being imminent. I think there's a lot to be learned in that. But yeah, just I mean, with the Iliad, there's so much there.
and you've got the
Um,
Odyssey down here.
yeah, so I read the Iliad and then I read the Odyssey. And my plan was to read the Iliad twice in a row, but since I was part of that group, we were going at a pretty good clip to where I just didn't have time to read the Iliad again before we got into the Odyssey. And so I read the Emily Wilson Odyssey, and then I read the Odyssey again because then the group was done. So I did the Odyssey again, and then later on I read the Iliad again. So those two versions after that are Robert Fitzgerald translations. Um, and I really enjoyed his translations. I later did another reading group where we were doing Fagel's translation. So I've read Fagel's, Fitzgerald, and Wilson, and then I've just started collecting Iliad translations. So I've got a bunch. One idea I had is with the Bible that I start each year, every other year I read the Apocrypha. I was thinking of the year that I don't read the Apocrypha to read the Iliad on that off year, just to always have that in my mind as well.
Hmm.
So Homer was incredible. I can't believe I had gone through so much of my life without having read the Iliad. I had read the Odyssey many years ago, but this was just a fresh read, and then reading it with a online group was very helpful. The Homeric hymns is how I closed out that fall semester of the great books in 2023. And the Homeric hymns, they don't know if Homer wrote them. It's probably not, but maybe kind of in like with with Leonardo da Vinci, they'll talk about artwork from his studio. So like his students may have done it or that kind of thing. They kind of think it's that type of thing, like from the studio of Homer, here are Homeric hymns. But the Homeric hymns tie very closely with Hesiod, and then with Edith Hamilton's mythology, where you're getting stories of Greek mythology in these works. So if I had to do it again, I would start with Edith Hamilton's mythology, just because she compiles it all together. Then I would read Hesiod, then I would read the Homeric hymns, and then I would get into Homer and the Greek works, just because you would have a really good foundation of the Greek myths at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to have that foundation.
Um, the and then towards the end of 2023, my brother-in-law came out with his second book there, Paul and the Resurrection of Israel. So you saw earlier on my shelves The Idea of Israel in Second Temple Judaism. That was by Dr. Jason Staples as well. And then this was his second book. So in the first book, he looked at how the terms Hebrew, Jew, Israelite were used at that time by biblical writers, by Josephus, by Philo, all these different writers at the time. And then based on that information in this book, he shows, okay, so when Jesus says Israel, or when he says Jew, or when Paul says all Israel, like what in the world does he mean there? And so that's what this book gets into here. And it's kind of a deep emphasis on Romans 2, and then 9 and 10, I believe. So that's both of those works are incredible. Um, and so yeah, that's how I finished out 2023. And then of course the Hebrew Bible there is how I kicked off 2024. So I selected for that one the Robert Alter translation. So I had read in a Robert Alter translation of the David story, and I loved it. So Robert Alter is a translator, but then he also comments on the translation. So in these works, you've got, half of the page would be the text of the Hebrew Bible, and then the bottom part is all footnotes and where he'll say, this is why I selected this English word for this word in Hebrew, and here's where it also shows up. So here's, it was really interesting to look at that and see why he selected certain words and that kind of thing. I read the entire commentary for Genesis, and then I realized if I read the entire commentary, there's no way I'm going to get through the Bible here in 2 months. So my idea here is maybe to revisit these and maybe just do one book a year where I read the entire commentary. Otherwise, I would just kind of look at where I had a question. I would look down on his commentary as I read through the Hebrew Bible here. But if you're looking for a great translation and commentary, this one is excellent by Robert Alter. And then the New Testament version I selected for that year was David Bentley Hart's translation of the New Testament. And again, what I'm trying to go for here is just like something that kind of, as I'm reading it, it just has me think in a new way. Because I found, like, if I'm reading through the Bible and I'm familiar with the version or the translation, I can just kind of like read huge swaths of it and nothing stick out, just because I'm used to it. I'm almost kind of saying it in my head. Whereas if it's a new translation, it just kind of triggers me out of that, and I'm like, oh wow, this is how this was said, or that kind of thing. So yeah, those were the translations I selected for 2024. Then we get into the Greek tragedies. So 2024, most of the time in the great books or the immortal books was spent in the Greek tragedies. But I started with Pindar, and Pindar ended up being very difficult for me. What I said at the time is like Pindar is requires kind of graduate level knowledge of the Greek myths, and I was still kind of getting my feet wet with the Greek myths. So this one was hard for me, but I'm glad I read it. And it's one of those things when you're reading Edith Hamilton's mythology book, you realize that some of the stories that we have about these myths only are found in Pindar's odes here. And so it's just one of those like invaluable works to where if we didn't have this, there are things we wouldn't know. Like a fun example is that Achilles could run faster than a deer because Achilles would hunt deer by foot. And yeah, so just kind of like, fun parts of the myths from that.
And
Then
the term
go ahead.
ode, that's a specific genre that people might not be familiar with.
Yeah, so what Pindar was doing here was kind of creating praises almost of Greek athletes. And so the Olympics are going on, and he would write these praises of these athletes, but he would do that by tying them to Greek mythology. And so this modern day athlete, from 2,500 years ago is like Achilles because he runs like this, right? And then you get this huge description of Achilles, along with a description of this athlete at the time. So yeah, that's what the odes are, is kind of like these praises of these athletes. All right, the next book there is one of the most important for going through works of Greek antiquity. I would suggest this one for anyone interested in the Greek works. This helped me a lot. And something I didn't realize when I was getting into Homer is that there's an epic cycle. It's called the Trojan epic cycle, and it's made up of 8 works. And these contain all of the stories of that time, along the Trojan story, like the Trojan War and in the aftermath and before it and all that kind of thing. And so one thing, like if you've never read the Iliad and you go into the Iliad, this is something that shocked me is Achilles doesn't die in the Iliad. Like we don't see that. And there's no Trojan horse. Like I always thought the Trojan horse was part of the Iliad and it's not in there. So why? Because it's not in the Odyssey either. But what you learn in Greek epic fragments is that there are 8 works in this Trojan cycle, and the Iliad was work number 2, and the Odyssey was work number 7. And so you had something before the Iliad, and people at that time would have known this. And so the work before the Iliad would have told all about Helen getting kidnapped, and it kind of gives you that first part of the story where Homer in the Iliad just you kick off right in year 9 of the Trojan War. So you don't know what happened. He alludes to what happened before, but you don't have that full story, and we don't either because it's lost. But with this Greek epic fragments, what he does is goes through those 6 works that we don't have and pulls fragments of those. And there was a guy at the time who did kind of a overview of what was in each of those works. And so that's what's in this Greek epic fragments. But it really helps kind of fill in the gaps of the story that we're missing from the Iliad, or we have it in the Iliad and the Odyssey, but from what happens in between, here are the stories and that would have been known at the time that make up the full Trojan epic cycle.
Mhm.
So that is a very helpful book to read through. Yeah, and it even gives so the Iliad starts with the will of Zeus was being fulfilled, and you just kind of wonder, well, what is the will of Zeus? And is this something like top down, like he wills it and people have to do it, or does he kind of work all things together of what people are doing into his will? So there's all these questions that come up, and as you're reading the Iliad, you're thinking, okay, what is the will? And then is there something outside of Zeus's will that kind of is there like a fate that even controls Zeus's will? But in the Greek epic fragments in that first work, you have a description of what the will of Zeus was and what he was trying to do through the Trojan War. And it just kind of like even flips how you read the Iliad. So yeah, very, very interesting. Then I get into Aeschylus and I start with the Oresteia there. And I had a lot of trouble with that. I've noticed this with this reading project with the great books is that anytime I enter a new genre, it takes my brain a while to get into that new genre. And so, you know, I'd been spending time with Homer and the epics, and then now I get into Aeschylus, and this is my first introduction to Greek tragedies. I'd never read a Greek tragedy in my life. Now I'm getting introduced to this. I had to read the Oresteia 4 times, and there are 3 works within the Oresteia. I had to read each of those 3 works 4 times. I was part of a reading group, an online reading group, as I was going through this to help me. So that's why you'll see a few different versions of the Oresteia there. Um, but it really it took me 4 times. I was starting to get frustrated, like why can't I understand what's going on here? I was also just having a rough time at work at that time, and so anytime I would sit down to read, my brain would just go to the problems at work. So, but I'm so glad I spent that time reading those each 4 times because it really helped with the rest of the Greek tragedies. Like it just kind of got my mind in how they're formatted, what's going on, how they're set up, and all that kind of thing. I also had just planned to read a few tragedies by each of the Greek playwrights. So I was only going to read the Oresteia. And then as I got into them, I loved them so much. And we only have a few tragedies from each playwright that I just thought, I'm going to read them all. And so that's where I got that second book, Prometheus Bound, and the other plays. So there's 4 plays in there. So Aeschylus has a total of 7 that survive. Sophocles has a total of 7 plays that survive. They each wrote either close to or over 100 plays, and we only have 7 of them that have survived. With Euripides, we have 18 or 19 that have survived. But again, he wrote over 100 as well. So we have very few of what they actually wrote. But what we do, I mean, it's just incredible. So that's why I got these Loeb Classic library editions as well, made up of fragments. What each of these do is go through all of the works that we've lost. And so the Aeschylus fragments there would show of the 100 or so that he wrote, here are, and we have 7 of them, but here are the others. And here's what we know about them, either from fragments from maybe Aristotle quoted it. And so we'll look at that quote. Or maybe someone else mentioned this, or maybe we actually have a physical fragment of some of these tragedy plays. So that's really cool too, just to see like what were all the Greek myths that Aeschylus wrote about in these tragedies. And you know, I just have this hope that we uncover some of these in archaeology, or maybe they're sitting in museums and we just don't know we have them yet. But I mean, I think they just, like the University of Colorado just discovered one from Euripides recently, like in the last couple of years. So there is hope that that we'll discover some of these. But yeah, once I got into Greek tragedies, I was like, I'm going all in here. This is fantastic. So then after
about Aeschylus and the Orestia, because, and I had to double check this in AI while you were talking. So I just want to connect this to Shakespeare, because Shakespeare, a key thing to understand about him, and you know, talking about playwrights as well, he got a lot of his story ideas from the classics. And so part of delving into these classic works, and especially plays, is you then see the parallels with Shakespeare. So I just wanted to read this. Many critics see thematic and structural parallels between Greek tragic motifs, such as familial murder, vengeance, ghosts, moral legal guilt, typical of works such as Aeschylus, the Orestia, and Shakespearean tragedies, especially Hamlet. For example, some argue the resemblance between Orestes' matricide and Hamlet's obsession with his mother might indicate that Shakespeare used the Orestia mythic pattern. More broadly, Shakespeare regularly drew from classical literature, mythology, Roman, Latin sources, ancient history. Among his known sources are Ovid and Plutarch, both widely read in Renaissance England. So That's just kind of a cool thing that you get as you read through these. But go ahead.
Yeah, and that's really a great point too of the great books in general, just of how they speak to one another. And so Shakespeare is referencing these playwrights. Um, St. Augustine, he wrote Confessions. I believe he wrote it in the format of the Odyssey.
Oh, wow.
You just have like all of these connections, and that's part of the great books. That's part of what I call the immortal books, is that they are in conversation with one another. So these are not just one-off books. Like if you read a book from the immortal books list, you're going to see that again somewhere. Either they're going to reference it or they're going to style what they wrote based on that. When Nietzsche's writing about tragedy, he's writing about Greek tragedy. So he's looking back at these, he's commenting on these. And so that's another really important reason to read these in as much of a chronological order as you can, because you see these ideas kind of expand across time. The tragedy writers are writing about things that Homer had mentioned, or maybe Homer had kind of put a seed out there for it, and then they take it to the next level. And then the philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, they're taking these ideas that are put in a play format or a tragedy format or a comedy format, and they're taking them onto a philosophical level. And that's the start of philosophy. So like all of these things are building upon each other. And what you just read about Shakespeare there is exactly why I'm doing what I'm doing kind of in a chronological order to see some of these things in action.
And you mentioned conversation. Mortimer J. Adler, who's behind the great books of the Western world, he had this whole thing of the great conversation. And that's kind of how he framed that whole book set, which ends in the first edition in Freud. And Freud also, he had the Oedipus complex, he had the Electra complex. He really, in some ways, took, he was studying the classics and noticing patterns and then turning those into his psychological phenomena, and some people describe it as the gods are sort of a projection of the inner world and inner motives, and then Freud sort of brings them internal and makes them these inner forces. So like you were saying with the philosophers, you can't separate fiction and nonfiction. You can't separate like, oh, this is pure analytic philosophy, or this is pure psychoanalytic technique. This is totally separate from fiction. It turns out that's actually not true. And you need to have an understanding of literature and the classics in order to get the full texture and depth and intellectual history of even the most seemingly analytically minded disciplines.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so all of those are Greek tragedies. There's one outlier there, and that is the Babrius and Phaedrus fables. We know them as Aesop's fables, but Aesop never wrote anything down, and so where we have these is from Babrius and Phaedrus. And what's interesting is that these Loeb classic books, if they're green, they're the left side of the page has Greek, and then the right side has the kind of a rough English translation. If they're red, I've got red ones later on, but if they're red, they're in Latin. But there's a red one there. So but what's funny about this Babrius one and Phaedrus is that one of the writers there is Greek and the other it wrote in Latin. And so this book should actually be half green, half red. And I did like a mock-up of that, and it just kind of as a joke, and posted that a while back, where the book was half green, half red. But basically these are where we got Aesop's fables, where these guys wrote them down. And but it was really interesting because, and especially if you get like a version of Aesop's Fables now, there are some in this version here, kind of the originals that are, you can watch the unedited version of a movie, and it's got some things in it that didn't make the big screen. That's what these are, where you got some stories in there that wouldn't make a modern day kids book, but they're quite funny, and it's kind of interesting to see that side of it. So if you're wanting to kind of go, and Aesop's Fables they're probably before the tragedies in terms of timeline, um, but that's I read them within this time period here, and um, yeah, that I would suggest that version just because it's kind of neat to see maybe more of the original stories instead of the sanitized ones that are in a lot of the Aesop's Fables books now.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a couple of things. One is there's actually been a number, they don't really talk about it much, but it's on some page on the Loeb website where they added additional fonts. They had to develop additional fonts, I think in 2016, to add a little bit of, I think it was another book of fragments, and they had some, I believe, Assyrian and maybe a couple other things. And so they're not always 1,000% just Greek. They sometimes do have little bits and pieces of other stuff. And then the other thing I just wanted to ask you is, have you found any value in watching movies of these plays? Because I sort of tried this and I often found it not to be as helpful as I expected. Like I thought, oh, well, before I read this Shakespeare play, maybe I should watch the movie adaptation of it. And
Mhm.
I often was kind of disappointed by that.
Yeah, so what I try to do is always read it before I watch anything, but
Yeah.
I do find that watching something helps, but I don't want their imagery in my head. So let's just take something not from ancient Greece, but like the Lord of the Rings. I've not seen those films. I've read the books now. I plan on watching the films, but I would not ever want to watch the films first and then read the books, because anytime I'm reading about the landscape or the people, my mind is going to go to what Peter Jackson thought they were, as opposed to what my imagination comes up with. And it's always interesting to me just to see what comes up in my imagination. So I'm
Mm.
fine watching stuff afterwards, but and it really does help me in the sense of, oh, okay, here's what this character is doing. Okay, here's how this person envisioned what was going on here. I envision it differently, but that's kind of cool. Gives some more context to what people think about it. So yeah, I love that idea. But kind of afterwards,
Yeah. I
after I've read the
found with
book.
the Bible, though,
Yeah.
it has been pretty cool to have some of the newer movie adaptations are quite accurate or seemingly accurate in terms of
Mhm.
getting a feel for just what it's so different from our modern day kind of day to day life that having a recreation of it really helps kind of get a feel for what's behind the text.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've actually avoided the ones for the Bible. Just I mean, I've heard such good things about like The Chosen and stuff like that, but I don't want that stuff in my head
Mhm.
when I'm reading. I'm kind of mixed on it. I could go either way, but so far I've
So
kind of avoided it just.
recreations actually. There was a I didn't watch more than the first episode, but it was kind of a thing. I think last year, Pete Hegseth did a TV series, I believe on Fox Online or something. I think it's behind a paywall,
Mhm.
but he basically went to somewhere, I think in Jerusalem, but they've sort of recreated a town or recreated bits and pieces. You can sort of walk through it. And he sort of takes you to some of the various locations there. So I thought that was pretty cool, and I meant to follow up on that. And you just
Mm.
reminded me of that kind of, um, and even just kind of, there's really interesting tours on YouTube, kind of taking you through the different sectors of Jerusalem, old Jerusalem, and just very cool stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that kind of stuff. That's cool. All right, so with Euripides here, like I just have an insane number of volume. I ended up buying like a ton of books of Euripides, and there's some overlap. So like some of the plays will be in multiple of these books. Um, but one thing that really helps me, especially if I have trouble with a tragedy play, if I get another translation of it, it helps me just to see like how different words were translated. But then it also, that other version has a different introduction. And introductions in my case are very helpful. Again, I try to read the book kind of along the same discussion as the movie, watching a film adaptation. I always try to read the work before the introduction, but introductions really help me out a lot. And so with Medea, I had a lot of trouble, or with the Bacchae, I had a lot of trouble with that one. So I read that version first, and then I got another version that was just the Bacchae, translated by Paul Woodruff, towards the end there. So that that's one of the reasons I have so many different. I mean, I could have just gotten one work that has all the collected works of Euripides, but I like seeing what different translators do. I love reading different introductions. Um, and these are kind of the three main ones you're going to find with ancient works, where it's Oxford, Penguin, or Hackett. Um, so yeah, that's the reason for multiple ones. I love all three of those. Hackett, especially with Paul Woodruff, and gosh, who was the other guy? So with the Sophocles one, in the four tragedies there, there's a set of two guys that did the translation plus the theater. So one of the guys was a put on plays, and had this knowledge of how these tragedies would have been performed. And that was just so helpful reading through these, of like knowing what was going on, why they did things certain ways. And then you had the other guy who's the translator, and he was saying, this is why I use this word, or that kind of thing. Um, so yeah, just the different versions were really helpful. The Oresteia, that translation by Robert Fagles, so the second book there, the Penguin Classics version, Robert Fagles has a about 100-word introduction to that. That is one of the greatest things I've ever read. So, read the Oresteia first, but then you got to read this work by Fagles about the Oresteia. Like it's unbelievable. And so, yeah, I just love doing that, kind of seeing different introductions, different translations. And so I probably went a little overboard on the number of versions I got, but it really helps me in understanding these works.
So should we go to the next shelf or?
Yeah, just real quick. So that Euripides has two books of fragments there. But again, just really interesting. Like for instance, Sophocles, my favorite tragedy play out of all of them is Philoctetes by Sophocles. But Euripides and Aeschylus wrote their own version of Philoctetes, but we don't have it. It didn't survive. So all we have is Sophocles' version. But there's a guy, I've got it right here, Dio Chrysostom, and this is another Loeb book, but he has a chapter in here about the three different versions of Philoctetes. So this guy read all three of them before the other two were lost, and he describes what was different about the three different versions. So there's just kind of endless joys you can have in reading these works, and kind of finding what did we lose, did Euripides write about this as well? Did Aeschylus? Were there other tragedy writers that wrote about these myths as well? So yeah, just a lot of fun with that. And then yeah, we can go to the next shelf there.
More landmarks.
Yeah, so more landmark here. I did an online reading group with Catherine Project with Thucydides, and then we read Hellenica as well in that same group. So Thucydides starts, and then just kind of abruptly ends, and then Xenophon takes it from there with Hellenica, and then Anabasis and the Education of Cyrus. So those were just for historical works. Again, they're so helpful. I, in thinking through like what order should you read all these and that kind of thing. I always say to put the historical works before you read some of epics or tragedies, if for no other reason to see like what is happening in Greece at this time that these plays are written. So when you're reading the Greek tragedies and you say, "Oh, this was written in 404," oh, there happens to be a lot going on in Athens right now, and maybe some of these tragedies are commenting on that, but through the use of story. So it's just kind of another element or another layer of ways you can read these
Hmm.
things. So after Xenophon there, that would take me to the end of 2024. I get to the start of 2025, so this year, and I don't have the Bible in there that I read because it's too big. It doesn't fit in the shelf. But that was when I read the Barry Moser Bible, and it's this huge version. We'll see it on one of my later shelves. Um, but that's the version of the Bible I read this year, and it's Barry Moser illustrated. But then he also designed the layout. But he used the King James version of the Bible. I'd never read the King James version, so this year was my first year reading through the King James, and it was awesome. I loved it. And then the illustrations were just so awesome. But I realized once I got back into March, then with getting back into the Immortal books, I went through my list again, and I realized that I had skipped in chronological order. I'd skipped Confucius, and so he would have been before the Greek tragedy playwrights, just time wise. And so
Yeah, what would the
I
years be
stopped.
roughly for that?
I think he was like 550.
Okay.
Um, is that right?
I'll look it up
Yeah, I
while
think
you
so. And then
I'll
yeah, and then Aeschylus would have been after that, and then Sophocles and Euripides. The cool thing about the three tragedy playwrights is that their lives overlapped, and they would have these contests with the tragedy plays, and like their tragedies would have been competing against each other, which is just wild. And there are kind of four main tragedy writers throughout history, and it's those three: Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, and then Shakespeare. So three of them lived at the same time, which is just wild. Aeschylus was a little older, but yeah, just that was one of those cool things. So
yeah, I got the dates. So Analects are Confucius is 551 to 479 BC. Aeschylus is 499 to 456. Sophocles is 497 to 406. And Euripides is 484 to 406.
yeah, and what I do with these initial writers and in the order I have them in is the year of their death, just because they weren't throwing Barnes and Noble's parties for book releases, so we don't know what date they actually came out. We can sometimes get close to a year, but just in terms of like chronologically, I've set these first ones by the year of the author's death. So that's why Confucius would show up before, and he he's born before the Greek playwrights as well.
Yep.
So March this year, I start off with Confucius, and I had that Every Man's Library version. I'm just planning on reading that, but I get into it and I really like it. And but there were some words that translator used that I didn't know what it meant. For instance, he would use gentleman. And so I'm thinking, okay, I have an idea in my head of what a gentleman is, but that's probably from like England or the US, or like our idea of a gentleman. So what did Confucius mean when he was saying gentleman? So I thought, I want to get another translation here to see what someone else translated that specific word, because it shows up over and over again. And so I got this second edition, the Penguin Classics version, and I'm so glad I did. And just to go back to that first version, it's really short. The Analects are very short. There's a lot of notes in there. So even if the book looks somewhat thick, like the Analects part of it are pretty short. So in my head, I'm thinking, okay, this is the first book of March. This will take me 3 to 4 days, and then I'm going to get right back into Greek works. I'm going to get into the Greek comedies with Aristophanes. But I ended up spending a month with Confucius, and I liked it. And then I came across, and I'm so glad I did, because in that second version, I came across this idea of that Confucius has about how to remember things, and it really triggered something on how to remember what I read. And I'm actually putting together a book about that, but it all kind of started with Confucius and this idea he has of how to remember things. And I would not have come across it like that. It didn't strike me when I read the first translation. It only struck me when I read that second translation. So I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I spent 30 days with Confucius instead of 3 days. And it's yeah, that one idea has I've talked to a lot of people about it, and it's been neat. So after that, after Confucius, I get into Aristophanes. I'm not a big fan of Aristophanes, and so I was planning on reading the full complete works of Aristophanes. I ended up reading 6 of them and just stopping. They're somewhat crude. It's kind of like if you went to see a fraternity put on a play, and they were meant to be that way. Um, but coming off of the Greek tragedies, where it's very elevated, the ideas are elevated, like people are dealing with these big problems and that, and then you're getting into things where people are just farting the whole time, and it's all like sex jokes. I just it just wasn't my thing. And but I'm glad I read the 5 or 6 that I did. And especially clouds is a really important one, in especially as you start getting into reading Plato, because Socrates is one of the characters in Clouds. So yeah, and then there we see Aaron Puchigan again, who had done one of the translations of Sappho that I read. He just did a translation of Meditations, and he sent me a copy, and that I'm sure that'll show up in one of the shelves, but that'll come out next year, 2026. But
Sorry,
yeah,
can you say
I
that
like
name
Aaron
again?
Puchigan. Aaron Puchigian.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah, right at the bottom there. Yeah. But yeah, we're connected on X, and he's a nice guy. I like him. So yeah, then I get into Aristophanes. I kind of stop after a few, and then I get into Plato. And I was scared of philosophy, just in the sense of I had taken a philosophy course in undergrad, and I had no idea what was going on. I've always, yeah, I just anytime philosophy comes up, I just kind of get scared. And so I knew this was going to be a challenge, but I was excited about it. And so with the last days of Socrates here, again, remember when tragedies, I got into Aeschylus, I had to read them 4 times. I had to read the some of the initial works of Plato 3 or 4 times, just to, again, I think I just had to get my mind in, okay, how are these philosophical dialogues set up? um how does this work, what's going on here? So it took me a while, but again, I'm really glad I spent that time doing that. And so I read a number of different versions and translations of some of these initial works, especially the defense of Socrates, Euthyphro, in Crito, and then the Phaedo. So yeah, those I've got like different versions of the works here, but this has really been fun. So again, I was going to just read like 5 or 6 dialogues, but when I asked I got an X, and I said, what translation should I do for Plato? And if you scroll down a little bit, I guess the other way, you'll see, yes. So Plato Complete Works, that edited by John M. Cooper, that overwhelmingly came up when people replied to that question I had on X of what version of Plato should I read. A lot of people said, get this Complete Works version by Cooper. And so I got that. And then when I got it, and I started reading straight through the Bible, and here's this Complete Works of Plato, and it's about the same size as a Bible. And so in my head, I thought, why don't I just read the Complete Works of Plato? And so that's what I decided to do. So I'm 9 dialogues in now. Um, and there's 30 something. So I have a ways to go. I've had to read some of them multiple times, but it's been really fun, and I'm glad I've done that. Um, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at right now. So I read 9. Now we're in December, and so I'm in my winter break. So I'm reading things other than the Immortal books right now. But starting March again next year, I'll be back with Plato. Um, but something also happened with Plato once I got into Plato, and that was that I started seeing Plato reference earlier philosophers, and I didn't know anything about these people. And so we know them now as the pre-Socratics and the sophists. And so I got a set of books about these authors, and it'll probably be in another photo. I'm actually taking a break from Plato right now, in the Immortal books sense, and I'm reading about these pre-Socratics and the sophists. And I got 3 books of those, and I kind of had to come to the decision: am I going to? Because my initial plan with the great books was to read through them in 10 years. And then I quickly realized, okay, I need 15 years to do this. So I upped that to 15. And then right now, I'm making the decision of, do I want to do the great books or the immortal books for 15 years or 40 years? I know that's a big jump, but my thinking here is, first off, I was only going to read a few works of Plato. Now I'm reading the complete work. So that's obviously going to take a lot longer. But then I realized I have huge gaps in my knowledge. So I could just keep plowing through Plato without having this earlier knowledge, and it would be fine, but I would be missing a lot. Or I can go back and read these 3 books. And I realized when I did that, if I do that right now, I'm going to want to do that for the rest of this project. So if I come across Aristotle and realize, oh, there are things I'm missing here, I need to go back and read some of these other authors first. Or if I get to St. Augustine and realize he is quoting different people that I have not read, I want to be able to go and have the flexibility to read those without just plowing through. And I also want the flexibility to get to Dostoevsky and say, instead of just reading one work of his, I want to read his entire set of works. So that's kind of my thinking behind the 15 to 40 years. And right now I'm leaning more towards the 40 years, which as a 45-year-old, that puts me to the end of my life. And so this really then does become a lifelong reading project. And but I'm really excited about it. And I have those months within the year, like right now with December, where I have a winter break. So I'm not just great books, immortal books all the time. I've got a couple months each year where I can read newer books or whatever. But yeah, I think this project is going to take me through the rest of my life. And that might be a good place to stop for today, because almost all the other books on my shelf are books I bought for the Great Books Project or later on. So this is where I'm at right now. Anything else is just something that's coming up. And I mostly have them in chronological order as you look through the shelves. And then I've got a shelf of like C.S. Lewis and Tolkien and Malcolm Geit and different things like that. But once I get to those authors, I'll want to read all of their works. So I'm kind of collecting their works. So yeah, pretty much everything else on this set of shelves, at least the blue shelves, are for the great books. And so you'll see Aristotle there and Euclid, Virgil, Ovid, Plutarch, St. Augustine, Boethius, the Arabian Nights, Beowulf, Dante. Yeah, so I'll be filling in a lot of books there as well. But this is kind of going forward what I'll be at least kind of a skeleton of what I'll be reading.
Okay, Erik, so we're back for session 3 here. And where we stopped last time was kind of catching us up to where you are today. So maybe you could just bring us back into that and what we're looking at, and in terms of how you've organized, just to zoom out for a second. So we're right here, and how you've organized the rest of these shelves, and then we can zoom back in and go shelf by shelf.
Yeah, so where I've got the books perpendicular there, that's kind of my stopping point at the moment with the Immortal book. So I'm in Plato, and I'm kind of using those big collected works, the green one on the left, and then the Plato complete works on the right as my main sources. The James M. Cooper one there on the right, the Hackett version, that's kind of the main Plato version I'm starting with for each of the dialogues, and I am reading the complete works. and I'm reading them in the order that's presented by John M. Cooper there in that work. If I need additional help, I'll get another translation or version of Plato. But I'm starting with that one. If I want to read a second one, I'll read from that green book on the left. Just different editors and translators. So sometimes it offers a little better or additional info into the dialogue. And then if I need additional help, I'll get a Penguin Classics or Oxford version of the Plato dialogue.
Mhm.
So yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say you want to talk about the rest of the shelves because you said there were some favorites as well as just sort of a two read as part of this 40-year project.
Yeah, so after Plato there, the shelves are arranged. The next five shelves are arranged in chronological order of the Immortal books. Sorry, the next four shelves are in chronological order of the Immortal books, and they're the ones that I've just purchased over the years. And so once I get to the books, I'll be expanding this a lot more and getting particular versions and that kind of thing. But these are a number of the books that fall on that list, and I just kind of have them in order, so that they're books that'll be coming up in the years ahead. So
Okay. Do you want to
yeah.
say anything about some of these books down here on the second shelf here?
Sure. Yeah. So next after Plato will be Aristotle. So I've started purchasing some individual Aristotle books. I do plan to get kind of a complete works like I have for Plato, and that be the main Aristotle book. I just haven't gotten that yet. Hackett just came out with a version, a 2-volume set of Aristotle. Aristotle's complete works are twice as long word wise as Plato's. So yeah, there'll be a lot more for Aristotle there. And then you just see some of the other works by Greek authors after that. And then with the Aeneid there, that's really where things kind of move into the Roman and Latin realm. So we'll move from Greece to Italy and to Rome. And I'll start making my way through a lot of those works. And just, again, in chronological order, that's just how things are going to fall. And then you'll see some other books mixed in there, like Arabian Nights. Again, that's a really hard thing to put a date to, but I think I've just kind of put a general date of where that would have fallen, and then get into things like Beowulf and all that. So there's a lot of books missing from my Immortal Books list just because I haven't purchased them yet. But yeah, just some different books I picked up along the way that are a part of the Immortal Books list.
Yeah.
And same goes for up there. Yeah, I've got the three, and I really don't like buying that's the Easton Press set. I don't like buying Easton Press just because they're so nice that I love marking up my books.
Mhm.
So I feel bad marking these up, but it's also Shakespeare, so it's like I want to have a nice version of that. So I got those Easton Press versions there. I've got a few other related books to Shakespeare, but I think once I get to Shakespeare, I'm going to read the entire works.
Mm.
So I'll probably be filling in books, other books, or maybe some books that have introduction or are a book. Maybe there's a book about Hamlet, so I'll read Hamlet probably a few times, and then maybe a book about Hamlet or something. So I see kind of the Shakespeare shelf expanding quite a bit.
This is a pretty famous book, the Oxford Books of English Verse.
Yeah, that's
How'd you find that?
so a friend of mine, he he collects those. His name is Dr. David Filson, and he has one of the best libraries I've seen in Nashville. And I met with him one time.
Last name.
Filson.
Okay.
And I met him at his office one time, and he handed me that book. And what he does is whenever he sees one of these in a store, he'll buy it, and then he gives them out. And he just said, this is a very important book. You need to have this as part of your Immortal Books reading list. So I bought that, and then I took his challenge. So now anytime I find one of those, I actually purchase. I just purchased one earlier this year in Scotland, and it was only £15, but I buy them now and then I give them out to people. So I've taken his stance on that. But yeah, I think that might be one of those that within an Immortal Books reading list that I'll probably read that at some point just to kind of get an overview of poetry for a number of different poets that I may end up reading some of those poets' works uh, more expansively than just what's in that Oxford book. But I thought it'd be fun just to kind of have a nice introduction to a number of authors there. That Pilgrim's Progress is a book I bought at Jackson Street Books in Athens, Georgia. They are no longer in business, but when I was in college, and I can't remember what I paid for it, but it probably, probably not a lot of money, but it's like a early 1900s version. And at the time, like, it was the nicest book I had ever bought and owned. And you open it up and it has that just awesome smell of an old book. Um, so yeah, and it's got a protective sheath around it, and that's kind of it's fun to look back at that because I bought that probably 25 years ago. But it's a nice version of the Pilgrim's Progress.
Do you know why it's called the Puritan edition?
I don't. So yeah, I'll have to look into that once I get that.
Here's some more CS. So you have some C.S. Lewis on that sort of dedicated shelf, and then you have other sprinkled throughout.
Yeah. So in this one, Lewis does a preface to Paradise Lost. I think. Yeah, I better not speculate. But and then Pilgrim's Regress, that is a book like after the Pilgrim's Progress.
Mm.
So yeah, a couple C.S. Lewis books there, just that he wrote on a number of the classics. And then I've got a full shelf of Lewis further down that we can talk to once we get there. But I plan on reading the complete works of Lewis. And again, I with the Immortal books, I had kind of thought about maybe a 15-year project, but then I'm thinking more now a 40-year project. So that allows me to do things like reading the entire works of C.S. Lewis or Tolkien. And so I plan to do that once I get to Lewis, but there's also Lewis kind of sprinkled throughout here as well.
Could you say a few words about this book? Like, that looks pretty interesting.
Yeah. A friend of mine bought that for me, and he said, you need to read this. And I think it is a book that goes along with Pascal. Um, and so I don't have Pascal's book up there, but this book will go with that. And just kind of that idea of having a guidebook along with each of the main works. So I'll read the main work first, and then my friend said, you need to read this after you read that book. And so I think there's kind of a neat connection between those two books that I'm hoping helps me understand it more.
So Pascal, what's the Pascal book called?
I'm not sure.
But we're talking about this one, Christianity for Modern Pagans.
Yeah, I believe that is tied to Pascal.
Oh, okay.
It's not Pascal's book, but I think it's like it references it or something like that.
Okay. I see some Jane Austen here, and anything else here that you want to point out?
So you see like the Frankenstein and Scarlet Letter and Jane Eyre there. Those are editions by Karen Swallow Prior, and there's 6 of them total. I've got all 6, but what it is it's a guide. And I really like that idea. So there's kind of an introduction to each of these books, and then the actual work. But then, and we had Karen Swallow Prior at the bookstore last year. She's written a couple of great books about reading and in the classics with reading and that kind of thing. But I just like this idea of kind of a guide to get you introduced to the work, and then she'll have footnotes throughout, just of explanations of things that we would not catch in our modern day. And then I think there's like a question guide at the end of each of the books. So yeah, I like Karen, and got to spend some time with her last year when she was at the bookstore, and just thought it'd be fun to use her editions of those classics for just the guide aspect as well, to kind of help me through those works.
Anything else here you want to point out, or
And the
got some more
Tennyson's
poems
complete.
here?
Yeah, and that was another book I bought at that Jackson Street bookstore. So again, it's funny to me. Like I bought a number of these great books. Those Barnes and Noble editions, flanking the Tennyson, were ones that I bought 25 years ago. I read the Brothers Karamazov at that time, but not Anna Karenina. And so I've just always had this desire to buy these books and to read them, but I just never have done it for most of them. Uh, so yeah, a number of the books on the shelves here are ones I've collected over many years, but it's not until I really sat down and said, okay, I'm going to read through the great books or the Immortal books that I'm now actually making my way through them. So, um, yeah.
And then we've got a big set here. Can you say a few words about this one, Bruce?
Yeah. I just see that in so many of the great books lists, and I know that will take a long time to read, but that is in Search of Lost Time, and it's a 6-book series by Proust there. So I'm planning on reading through the whole thing, and so I'm looking forward to that. I see that pop up so much on social media that the people that actually take the time to read through it are really glad that they did.
Anything else on this shelf?
Um, so the Orthodoxy book there, and then Winter Fire. Um, we had an event. So Orthodoxy is by Chesterton, but that version it was done by Trevin Wax. And then we had Trevin and then the author of Winter Fire in for an event at Landmark last year. So the two of them were together talking about Chesterton, and it was just awesome. So I've got both of those books there.
What
I
about
read,
this Du Bois book?
yeah, it's on the Immortal books list. I think I just picked that one up at Landmark Booksellers where I am the business manager. And but yeah, I love those Everyman's Library editions, and so that's a book on the list. Or that was a modern library. Yeah. Then let's see the rest of that shelf. Yeah, just some other books I've kind of picked up along the way, but books that'll be. And so for Faulkner, I'll probably read most, if not all of his works. Um, yeah, there's some other. And so I've got a kind of a placeholder for Lewis, but for Lewis there, I will read all of his works. But I've just got the Space Trilogy sitting on the shelf there as the spot where Lewis will show up within the list. So then if we go down, these are a number of books that are related, I guess, to the Inklings. The Inklings would be C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien. They used to hang out together at Oxford, had a huge impact on each other's lives. And so Lewis is my favorite author, and so I've just kind of collected books of his over the years. Here we've got Malcolm Guite. Malcolm Guite is a poet based in the UK. We've had him in at Landmark. We just had him in a couple months ago for an event. But he is an incredible poet, and he's working on a 4-book epic of the Arthur legend, but set to epic poetry. And so it would be in the vein of Homer and Paradise Lost, Milton, that kind of thing. And so that's going to start coming out next year, and it'll be a book per year starting 2026. And I've heard portions of it. I've heard him read portions of it and just talk about it. And I think it's going to be really neat. But here are some of his books of poetry.
Wow.
And he's the president of the George MacDonald Institute, and is just I would say probably an expert on C.S. Lewis and Tolkien. So that's why he's on this shelf. John Hendricks, we just had him in for an event at Landmark as well. He's an illustrator. This book has done extremely well, but it's a graphic novel about the friendship of Lewis and Tolkien. And that one came out last year and is really cool. Theo of Golden, that book has exploded. It was self-published by Alan Levi. And the connection and why he's on this shelf is Alan went to Edinburgh and studied George MacDonald for 2 years at the University of Edinburgh for a master's degree. This is his first novel. Alan is 70 years old. He wrote a novel in his late 60s. It has just exploded. He sold 170,000 copies self-published, and then it just got picked up by a trio, which is with Simon and Schuster. And so now it's going international. They just did a audio book of it. But it's a really neat work of fiction, a novel, and we had him in for an event, and I got to interview him twice for 2 different events, and just had a blast preparing for that. And but this is one of those novels, like it's our best-selling book in the bookstore, and it's all been word of mouth, and it's just people love it. So
And just
it's a
for
really neat
context, I
book.
mean, the average officially published, publisher published book, what might sell 10 or 20,000?
Yeah, I mean that would be good. Like if it's an academic book, if it sells 2,000, that would
Yeah.
be really good. Um, so yeah, there's very few books, and most of the books that are going to sell that well would be with a publisher, and they've marketed the heck out of the book and all that. And here's a book, no marketing budget. It's just been word of mouth, and 170,000 copies sell, and people love it. And for the event we had with Landmark, we had it at the theater in Franklin, Tennessee. People came in from all over the place to attend. Um, so that was neat. And then yeah, just a bunch of Lewis books here, and kind of just I collect them when I see them, just because I know that I will want to read them all as part of that. The Curate of Glaston there with George MacDonald. That was a book my wife gave me when we were dating, and her favorite author is George MacDonald, and so that's a special book there on the shelf. Um, and yeah, George MacDonald influenced Lewis and Tolkien quite a bit. So it's kind of he's he's the he's kind of the father of the Inklings, even though he lived, 100 years before Lewis and Tolkien, or 50 years. But he just had a tremendous impact. But he's impacted authors like Neil Gaiman as well, and just MacDonald was friends with Mark Twain and Lewis Carroll, and so just a lot of neat like connection points there.
Okay, and then this is the final shelf of the main shelf. So
Yeah. Yeah, so here we've got just kind of a variety of things. That shelf there is some of the Bibles I've collected over the years, or my most important ones. Um, and then Count of Monte Cristo, I just love that, and that's like a edition of the book. It's an abridged version, but it's one that I bought when I really started getting into reading, and so I've read that version a couple times. For the Immortal books, I've got the unabridged, and I'm going to read that. But it's just kind of a special book because it just really got me into the love of literature. Those colored notebooks there are Lecterm notebooks, and I've got one right in front of me right now. I buy one per year, so you see 2018 there, and then the yellow would be 2019, and then 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and then this is my one for 25. I call it my everything notebook, and I put everything in there. I journal in it. I take meeting notes. I take book notes. I plan kind of to-do lists, everything. But what's really cool about it is I have my book notes next to my meeting notes, next to my journal, next to my to-do lists. So it's like I can time, or I can see when I was reading a particular book, like what else was going on in my life at the time, with work, with journal, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I love doing that, and then I can just kind of pick any one of those off the shelf and just kind of read through them.
got a
These
great
I just kind of
collection of
started.
passion.
Yeah, I just with Landmark Booksellers, we've got a number of these, and I just kind of started collecting them over the years, and love just picking them up and looking through them, especially if I'm reading a book that might be about those artists. I just kind of pick them up and see the artwork there. And then a couple books at the very end there, just about reading, how to read a book, and then The Intellectual Life is a fantastic book. The bottom here is I moved the shelf up, so some of my bigger books that don't fit anywhere else. Um, a couple Taschen books there. The Marriage of Figaro in full score. That's my favorite opera, and so I bought the score just to kind of follow along as I go through it. The one next to that, the Bible. That's the Bible I read through this year. So that's the Barry Moser designed and formatted version, and it was the King James version of the Bible, and it's huge. I would carry that around as I was reading it for the first 2 months of this year. But it is a fantastic version of the Bible, and then just his illustrations are fantastic. So I highly recommend that one. Iliad is my favorite book, and so I wanted to get a nice Easton Press version of that and the Odyssey, and those are both translated by Alexander Pope, who kind of put it into rhyme. So it's a very beautiful translation of those two works. The one to the right of that, ancient Near Eastern texts. After Gilgamesh, I just as I mentioned before, really got interested in texts from Mesopotamia, Babylon, all that, and so I would post about that online. And a friend here in Franklin, Tennessee, who works at the library, they had a sale, and she bought that book for me and gave it to me. And it's just one of the nicest, kindest gifts, because like I'll reference that quite a bit, and it has so many different texts from the ancient Near East, and it was just such a thoughtful gift, a kind gift. So I love that book, and so thankful for that gift.
Do you want to say a few words about the lobes over here?
Yeah, Loeb reached out and said, it thanked me just for reading Loeb's and all that, and said, we'd like to send you a new copy of a Cicero, and then we'd also you can also pick out a few that you're interested in, and so I said, can I have the Iliad, because it's my favorite book, and so they sent me the two copies of the Iliad there, which was awesome. And then the Plato one, it was great because I started Plato, and that's like Euthyphro, Apology, in a few other ones there. But I I was reading through those in that big Cooper edition, and I was like, man, I need to read some other editions. And these Lobes even have kind of like a short introduction before each work that are helpful. And I've just been like, whenever I see a Loeb in a store, and if it's a good deal, I'll buy it. And so I had actually bought that Plato one, and was quite surprised because I forgot I had it. And when we go in to look at the shelves in my closet, you'll see some Loebs there. So I looked in the closet, and there it was. And I was like, oh, this is awesome, because I want to look at different versions of this. I took a few classes of Greek in college. Um, and so I don't know Greek, but like I can get around. And so with the Loeb, you got the Greek on the left, and then English, a rough English translation on the right. And so that has been helpful to be able to look through those.
Hmm. Okay, so
What let me just highlight one other one, and that's that small red book, and it's a Bible. Yeah, right there. That is from my grandpa, and that is a Bible that was given to him by his pastor, and then my grandpa wrote in it and gave it to me. So there's a note from his pastor to my grandpa, and then there's a note from my grandpa to me, for that Bible. So just kind of a special book there.
could you say a few words about this one, the Penguin Classics?
Yeah, I reference that quite often for the Immortal books list. It just lists all of the Penguin classics, who the translator was, what is involved, like what's in the book, like all that kind of stuff. So that has been a tremendously helpful resource as I've kind of thought through what books do I want to read for the Great Books Project or the Immortal books. And so that just lists them all, and it's yeah,
Does it give like a little summary or a little description of each? Is it like a paragraph or?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember there was actually, I knew this reminded me of something, and then I realized I think they did a big marketing push on this book specifically because it has kind of this kind of big design to it. And I think I saw some Instagram or some other photos when they originally put that out. I've been meaning to pick that up because that's a really important book.
Yeah.
Um, so, okay, now let's zoom back out for a second. We've just finished looking through your main bookshelf, and now we're going to head over to your closet overflow section, and we're going to jump up starting here at the top. And some of these we're actually going to look at the end because and these ones down here, you brought them over to a separate area for the photos. And so it doesn't match up perfectly, but it's pretty close. So
Yeah.
anything you want to point out here?
Yeah, these are just this is kind of my I call it the backup book closet. And so these are just books that I've picked up along the way, a lot of them from Landmark Booksellers. Some of them are gifts. Um, some of these Mozart operas and The Miracle of the Met. I love opera. So I picked up some of those at a bookstore that we have here in Nashville. Um, yeah, the Hemingway ones. I went through a Hemingway kick during college, so I bought and read each of those. I'll probably revisit them on the Immortal books list. The Name of the Rose, a book I bought after college and really enjoyed that one. Um, the Hunger Games. I am a violinist and was in the Mockingjay movie. So there's the wedding scene where there's a violinist playing, and so that was me. So I got the books to, I got the books and like cram read because I hadn't read anything about it before I got.
So how did that happen? I mean, people are going to want to know.
Well, so I lived in Atlanta at the time, and I had a buddy who was an extra in the movie, and they had put out a call for a violinist, and they were filming like half a mile from my house, that particular scene where I was living at the time. And so my buddy said, "Hey, my friend lives nearby. He could do it." And so yeah, I had like 2 or 3 days, I think, to like read all the books just to understand what was because I wanted to know what happened in the scene. And then they sent me the song. So it's not me, what you hear is not me playing, like they recorded that in LA. But I learned the song enough to where I'm playing along with the track. So it looks like I'm playing, but we actually put tape over the strings of the violin just so it wouldn't make any noise because there was dialogue in that scene. So they didn't want violin to be heard over the voices. So yeah, so I was there for 2 days. It was really cool. Since I had my violin, I got to be where all the actors were. So like Woody Harrelson was back there, and Jennifer and all them. And
Why?
so it was just neat to be a part of it. And but yeah, I got that to cram before. I read it digitally first, and then bought this trilogy later, the cover copies.
Could you say a little bit about the this New York Times book and then also The Soul of Civility?
Yeah, the New York Times one was a gift from my sister for a Christmas gift one year. Um, I used to be a big reader of the New York Times. I had a course in college where it was required. We had to get it, and then we would discuss it in class, that kind of thing. And so I just read it for a long time. When I started the book project, I pretty much got rid of all news and kind of came to the point where just I don't think it's helpful to read news anymore, just because it's hard to know what's going on and
Mhm.
everything is so biased. And so yeah, I don't read the Times anymore. But at that time I was interested in the Times, and then I was interested in business. I was studying business. So that was
I was
a
just
nice
wondering, like,
gift.
what the format, like, what the actual content is. Is it just like a business history of the last 100 years?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. And it would just highlight the founders of the companies and about the companies and that kind of thing.
and then
The
Soul of
the soul
Civility.
Yeah, Soul of Civility, we had Alexandra Hudson in at Landmark for an event 2 years ago. So early January of 2024, she did an event where Spencer Clavin interviewed her. And so yeah, we had her at the bookstore, and I wanted to get the book. I kind of before she came, I got a copy of the book and just kind of skimmed through it just to see what it was about. And there's some cool quotes and stories in there. And I knew I would want to reference them again at some point. So I bought the book, I had her sign it, that kind of thing. Um,
Can
so
you
yeah,
remind me
just
how
any of the
long you were involved, like when you got started with Landmark Books?
2018 is when I started with their website.
Okay.
So I designed a e-commerce website for them, and then took over the events, like booking the events last year, 2024. So yeah, now I work with a number of authors in getting them to the store for events um, and that kind of thing.
Cool. So anything here you want to, I mean, maybe we should start with the Lobes here.
Yeah, so I just kind of if I find a good deal on them, I will get them. Some of those I've purchased too, just for the Immortal books. So the one on the far right there, the Basil on Greek literature. I kept hearing that come up in conversations and podcast episodes where he gives like a good reason for reading the classics, and I think he was like 300 AD or around that time. So it's like really old, but it's a good argument on why, especially Christians should read what they would have called a pagan literature. Like, is it worthwhile to read pagan literature, or should you just read the Bible all the time and not read any pagan literature? So he goes through that, but it's I think 1700 years ago or something. So it's neat. And then Hesiod, I read Works and Days in Theogony or Theogony, and just wanted this other version to see perhaps what some of the Greek words were that were being translated, but then also there's another nice introduction, and then there's a few other works that are attributed to Hesiod in that Loeb. So yeah, I like the Loebs because they provide things that some of the other books don't have. Um, and it's like you can only get them in these Loeb versions. That Caesar one is the one that Loeb sent to me. So I was wrong. I'd said Cicero, but it was Caesar. So that Gallic War just came out, and so yeah, that was one I just got.
Is there a reason you put them here instead of in the main bookshelf?
Just kind of like this is their holding spot
Okay.
until I uh, put them in the proper place once I read them for the Immortal books.
Okay. Where should we go next here? Just to the next shelf here, or?
Sure. Yeah. So what we've got here and just kind of below that is an attempt to have books of fiction here. So these are mostly fiction, and these are mostly books I've collected over the years. So I would have read some of these like 20, 30 years ago, and then others are more recent. But I can pull out a few here. So the Ayn Rand, Atlas Shrugged. I worked in Peru for 4 months during grad school and read The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged on that trip. Um, there's a book called the Bridge there in the middle, blue book. Um, Karen Kingsbury is a local author here in Franklin, Tennessee, and we call her the guardian angel of the bookstore. So during COVID, we were going to have an event with her in May of 2020, and it obviously got canceled. And what she did is she asked all of her fans to buy her latest release from us, and then she would sign the books. And we were closed at that time, so we were struggling as a bookstore, and we sold 10,000 copies of her books over the next 3 months, and it kept the bookstore afloat. And so we attribute her kindness in doing that to the bookstore staying open and in business. But that Bridge book is a book that she wrote about the bookstore and about the love story of our owners, and they turned it into a Hallmark film and all that. So just kind of a fun story on that book there.
What's the Hallmark film called?
It's also called The Bridge, and it's a two-part film.
Do you know roughly what years that would be?
Who I don't.
Film. Is it like last 10 years, last 15?
Yeah, within the last 10 to 15.
Okay.
2013 is what the number that's popping in my head.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, just kind of another just collections of books. That Moby Dick Barnes and Noble version there is one I read in college. I just vividly remember reading that book. It was over a summer. I was the only person that had stayed behind to take classes, so I'm in my room by myself, just reading Moby Dick and just like being amazed at how much I liked it. And so the time in my life where I was kind of discovering these classic works and how enjoyable they could be.
I was also wondering, what were you doing in Peru when you were reading Ayn Rand?
I had to, I studied international business. I was getting a master's of international business, and the final project was to work in another country and start a business in that country. So when I was in Peru, I started a website where I was selling traditional Peruvian products to people in the United States. And it would be kind of like a direct ship type thing. So that was 2007, 2008. And yeah, I was there for 4 months and doing that. And that's what finished out that degree program.
What's this thing right here?
That is a Bible. And It's a Bible I took on a trip to a place that did not allow Bibles, and so there's a covering over it.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty obvious that it's a Bible, but uh, there's like, yeah, you should probably not make it known that you've got that.
Um, what did you think of the Born Identity versus the movie?
I don't think I read that whole thing. That was one of those I probably bought 25 years ago. So I didn't read the whole thing. I do recall this is one part of what I did read in there that sticks out, where he's like in a clothing store, and Ludlum makes the point, like, he knows apparel so well that he doesn't even look at the price. Price doesn't concern him. Uh, Jason Bourne, he just, like, he's looking for quality, and it's just kind of funny what sticks out from what you read.
What about this poetic knowledge book?
Yeah, another one. Somebody that follows the Books of Titans project sent that to me, and said I would enjoy it. So I've got to kind of figure out a way to insert that, because I haven't read it yet, but insert that into the project.
What about this one, Making a Manhood?
I think that was one I picked up at that Jackson Street bookstore during college, and just kind of stuck out to me. I like doing that, like finding books from the early 1900s or late 1800s in on topics such as like that, and just seeing what people were saying at the time. Um, yeah, I find that very interesting.
Anything
The
else
bright
here?
yellow,
Good.
yeah, the bright yellow book, the poems and psalms. I studied for a summer during undergrad at Oxford, and I took two courses. One was the history of the English Reformation, and then the other was Old Testament literature. And my Oxford Don for Old Testament literature was Dr. Susan Gillingham, and so this was one of her books. I loved that lady. Like, I learned so much in her class, and she just encouraged me so much. This was really the time where I was kind of trying to match the classics with my faith and all sorts of stuff, and she just really helped me along that path.
So
Um,
how did
so
Oxford fit into your undergrad?
it didn't.
Oh,
It was like I wanted to study abroad. I actually wanted to study in Scotland, but the University of Georgia didn't have a program with Scotland, so Oxford was the closest. But this is also the time where I'm starting to get introduced to C.S. Lewis, and I'm really intrigued by the friendship of Lewis and Tolkien, which took place at Oxford, and the Inklings met at Oxford, and they met at a particular pub at Oxford. And so I was like, I want to go there and see where they hung out, and just, what kind of learn more about that. So, um, but it tied into just like international business of wanting to travel and that kind of thing. So yeah, here we get into books like more like Christian books and that sort of thing.
okay.
Yeah, just a number of different books over the years, either gifts or books that I've purchased. We had Philip Yancey in the bookstore last year or 2 years ago, so it was fun to meet him.
Got some presidential stuff here.
Yeah, and then that kind of goes into I mentioned one of my clients who took on the project of reading a book by each of or about each of the presidents. I had had a thought about doing that, and he took it and ran with it. So part of these were just kind of starting to make that collection of books by each of the presidents. So I've not read many, if any, of those. I've read a few of them, but yeah. And then Carter, I do some website work for the Carter Center. And so one time I had a meeting there, and they gave me a signed copy of that Jimmy Carter book. That'd be a full life. Yeah. The books right above that, Brad Thor. Brad Thor is an author that we have at Landmark, where he signs books and personalizes them for people. So he has like a thriller each year, and it's just fun. I get to like be in the room with him while he's signing and personalizing these books, and just get to talk to him for like an hour once a year. It's just fun because, like, he writes, like, he has a lot of contacts in government and special ops. So like he knows what's going on and then kind of incorporates it into his books. Um, and then he just the thriller, they're just fun and like, but they'll take place in Russia or Ukraine or they'll talk the black ice was about the how the Arctic Sea is that ships are able to go through it now for the first time and just geopolitically what that means. The Iliad, again, my favorite book, so I just started collecting different translations of that and the Odyssey as well. So I kind of had that idea of every other year maybe reading a different translation of the Iliad.
Hmm. Okay, and then here we're at the bottom of this set of bookshelves here.
Yeah, again, a mixed match of books. Some of those children's story books are ones my mom gave me that she read to me when I was a kid. Athanase there on the left are the two Greek books that I used in undergrad, where I was starting to take some Greek work. So I may pull those out again and just kind of refresh. The red book there is Mao's red book. I did a trip in
Oh,
China and just
Little Red Book.
yeah, the little red book. Just thought it'd be interesting to have that.
And
Um,
this is cool. There's a bunch of these for different languages.
mhm.
Anybody who's interested in languages, you usually see Greg had these, and I have a polyglot that going to publish his fairly soon, and he has a bunch of these.
Yeah, yeah. I took Spanish and then lived in different Spanish-speaking countries, so I'm always interested in Spanish. These are more like country books or big books that just didn't fit anywhere else. Some books that were a lot of these have been gifts over the years.
What's the Esquire book? What I've learned.
Um, Cal Fussman is a guy I listened to his podcast for a while, and he used to be an interviewer at Esquire, and so that's his book, just of what he's learned interviewing a number of different people. Um, so yeah, that's cool. It's just people that he's interviewed, and he kind of talks about him. Some music books. I love Mozart. I love opera, and I have a idea at some point to maybe take a year and just kind of study opera or Mozart. I got at Landmark Booksellers, this family gave us a chest one year, and the chest contained all of the personal information of an opera singer who has long since passed away. But um, the chest contains her passport and all the concerts she did, and she traveled all around Europe, like right before World War II, and it's all the ships she took. It has the names of all the people on the ships. And I thought maybe taking a year and going through that chest piece by piece and researching the operas that she sang in, researching the parts, but using her life as a framework and kind of creating a podcast and website around it. So I've started collecting different books about opera in hopes of one day doing that project. But the chest, I've got my background blurred, but the chest is just sitting right there. I just kind of try to keep it at the forefront of my mind. I mean, it's just so interesting to go through it and see. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing about this woman online. And
How
so
big is the
it's
chest?
um 2 feet by 2.5 feet and a foot in height.
Okay.
So, but this was the chest that she took on her trip. So it's got like all these stickers and things from the vessel she was on, and but I mean, it's like photos and all sorts of stuff, and you just wonder like who is she on the ship with? She's singing opera in Germany in 1938. Like, what is going on politically at the time? Like, just I can't wait to kind of dig in and just and the woman lived in Chattanooga, so I'm thinking maybe some of her family's still alive to where if I start putting this stuff up, maybe they can provide more details or something like that. So yeah, that's why I've started collecting these some of these music books and particularly opera books.
This book right here looks pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Complete stories. Could you say a few words about this?
Yeah, I with violin, the way I learned violin was by listening. So it was the Suzuki method. So um I would listen to the music and then I learned how to read music later. And so with operas, I love to listen to them, but I have no idea what's going on. And I'll listen to an opera maybe like 500 times. I mean, just I'll put it. It's a
Wow.
3 hour opera. I'll listen to it while I'm working, and just I love them, and I just keep doing that. But I have no idea what they're saying or what's going on. So I wanted to have this book just so I could like, okay, I've listened to this opera now plenty of times. Let's figure out what is actually happening in the opera. Um, so yeah, I got that just to have a nice reference for
Would
a
you say it's pretty
opera.
comprehensive?
Yeah, it's got all the major ones in there.
Okay. You've got some
Yeah,
Leonardo
and
stuff
then
here.
yeah, some artworks, and some other overflow of Iliad Odyssey related books. Um, yeah, I did a trip with my family to Italy and got some books before that trip just to read up and learn about what I was about to see.
So then we're jumping over to the top of the um, closet up here, and the very top shelf isn't visible from that angle, but um, got a number of things up here.
Yeah, so that very top shelf is mostly Bibles or related to Bible. So these are just different Bibles I've had over the years. Um, Most of them when I was in high school, my mom would get me like a different Bible almost every year. Um, and then that Lutheran Book of Worship, that was my grandparents. There's a Santa Biblia there, so in Spanish, Bible dictionary. Um, yeah, just a number of different Bibles there. I like looking at different versions and then starting off each year reading a different version of the Bible. I've got a bunch up there that I can use. So then the next shelf down, so the way that the overall shelf there is nonfiction, and it's in order by author's last name, just generally. But then I've put books on top of those that are not in order, so it's kind of a mismatch there. But yeah, this will just be like a wide variety of books I've picked up over the last 25 years, and I've read maybe half of them I've read, and then the others are hopefully to be read at some point. But yeah, it's just fun to go through them and see where interests were at different times. Um, those James Barr books, Setting the Desert on Fire and Lined in the Sand. This was kind of right after college. I got really interested in just, especially with the wars going on in the Middle East and stuff, just like where did all this stuff start? And A Line in the Sand is like the British and French drawing a line on a map, and that's like the lines that we have for a lot of the Middle Eastern countries, and they basically just split it. And I didn't know, I didn't learn any of that in school, and it just kind of blew my mind. um yeah, so let's see some of the other ones. That big red Bible on the top there was given to me by Russ Roberts, who we talked about earlier. He hosts that Econ Talk podcast, and he follows the Books of Titans project, and so he saw that I read the Bible each year, and he's like, you need to use this version next year. So that's the version I'm going to use and start out with for 2026, and it's just the first 5 books of the Bible and the former prophets. So I'll have to use a different version for the rest of the Bible, but this is I believe a guy in Jerusalem who translated that one, and it's huge. It's an enormous Bible, but that's what I'll start off 2026 reading, and so it's just sitting up there for now.
It says it's intertextual. Could you explain what that means?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be going into that deep. I mean, just kind of a brief looking through the book. Like there's just a ton of footnotes and a lot of. No, and then it's Hebrew on one side and English on the other. You start at the back of the book, so it goes that way.
Mm.
Um, so I'm guessing the intertextual is just that, like the number of notes it has throughout that version of the Bible. So that'll be fun to kind of reference as well as I'm reading it.
Okay. And then this is the next set of shelves.
Yeah. See things that stick out. The three black books there in the middle were given to me by my uncle, who is a pilot, and those are kind of the history of flight. Um,
There's the
yeah,
Inklings you were talking about.
yeah. I found that book at a bookstore here in Nashville that has used books. Um, David Brooks there. So I used to read the New York Times. He was a columnist, so I got his books and would read those. Um,
Is that a good story, or is this the Chick-fil-A story? I maybe misread that.
yeah, yep, yeah. True Kathy. He's the founder of Chick-fil-A. So a couple different books that he wrote over the years, and those are ones that I would have gotten quite a long time ago and read. I think the one of them is signed. Um,
Would you say this is the book to read on the founding, or
I don't know. There's
might be
probably a better
something
one
else?
now, just because that one's so old. Um, yeah. Oh, this Bart Ehrman one is interesting. Just in as I've been reading, so in starting the year off with the Bible, what struck me the first year is just that
Sorry, which
there's
one is it that you're talking about?
it's the one at the very top, Heaven and Hell by Bart Ehrman. Go back to where you were. It's above the
Here,
black
okay.
books there. Yeah. Um, so my brother-in-law who kind of started the podcast with me with Books of Titans, he was under Bart Ehrman as he was getting his doctorate. And Bart Ehrman wrote this book, Heaven and Hell. I'm just really interested in it because there's very little mention of heaven in the Old Testament. And we get a mention of like Sheol and um, but I'm just curious, like, when did we get the ideas of heaven and hell? Um, just be like in the Old Testament, God lives in heaven, but there's not like this idea of you die and you either go to heaven or hell. At least in the Old Testament, there's a little more discussion on it in the New Testament, but um, it shows up in Greek literature. So like Hades, but Hades is in the Bible too. So like, are they talking about the same thing, or I'm just really interested in that, and I thought this book might be helpful because what he does is look back at where do these like what ideas of the afterlife do we have, like what did the
Yeah.
Babylonians think about that, and the Mesopotamians? What did the Chinese think about it? And so I think that book kind of goes back in history. So I keep wanting to read that, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, in hopes of getting into it at some point.
Just want to show the rest of these. Um,
Yeah, I saw that Griffinology last year in the UK, and I was like, oh man, that looks amazing. So it's a book on griffins, and which is that guy there. Um, so I can't wait to read that. Oedipus in Akhenaten. Again, just Oedipus. So that's the Greek tragedy and that story. But then Akhenaten is that pharaoh I mentioned earlier, where I read a book about him. He was that pharaoh who did everything opposite of what all the other pharaohs did. So here's a book talking about Oedipus in Akhenaten. I was like, oh man, I'm super interested in both of these things. This can be a fantastic book. So
and anything on this shelf you want to point out?
um that Civil War series, that's where I started. I read the first book. Those are the other two books. We talked about that when we were looking at the shelves there. So I planned to read the whole set, just ran out of time. Um, the 4 Hour Work Week. I mean, the whole Books of Titans project there was really started after reading Tools of Titans by Tim Ferriss, and he had this thing where he was giving away signed copies of that the 4 Hour Work Week, and so I put in request for that, and I ended up winning it. So that is a signed copy of that book there. So yeah, there's Tools of Titans. So that was kind of cool to win that. Um, Kind of a funny if you keep scrolling there, keep scrolling, keep going. Yeah, Annals of of the Parish, that Brown book. Um, that's a Scottish writer, but his name is John Galt. And so if you've read Atlas Shrugged, the very first question of that book is, who is John Galt? And so I always have fun with that and say, well, here's John Galt. He's an author. He's a Scottish author. Um, But yeah, it's kind of funny. Was interested in Billy the Kid. That's one of my older books. I did a project on him in middle school, and so I got that book for that. So yeah, it's kind of a fun thing there.
Okay, and then we have the next set here.
Yeah,
Some
see the
Walter
Walter
Isaacson
Isaacson
here.
ones stick out. I love his works. Living with a Seal, blue one, kind of to the right of Elon Musk there. So that is a book about David Goggins, and he's not mentioned in the book, but Jesse Itzler met David Goggins, this ultra athlete, Navy SEAL. Just they call him the toughest man alive. Um, and Jesse Itzler met him at a race and said, "Can you live with me for a month, and I will do whatever you say." And so this Navy, ex-Navy SEAL, would wake up Jesse at 2 in the morning and be like, "We're running right now." And they would go run in the streets of Manhattan, and they'd have like these jackets on that weighed them down and all that. And it just like shows you what you can do, like what the human body is capable of when we kind of say, "Oh, I'm at my limit." Um, David Goggins' whole point is like, when you think you're at your limit, you're just at 40%. You still have 60% in the tank. Um, so Polis was a book there that I'd planned to read along with the Greek stuff, and may still get to it, but thought it might be kind of one of those nice books to take a step out and look and see what's going on. Um, yeah, we can go to the next shelf. Um, I like Erik Larson, so just try to collect his books when I see them. Nicholas Kristof, another writer from the New York Times. So when I was reading the Times, I thought I would just get their columnists' books. The China Wakes books is so interesting because he covered Nicholas Kristof was in Tiananmen Square when that happened in 1989, and he makes it's not an exact quote, but he says something to the effect like, journalism is one of the few professions where you're running towards what everybody else is running away from. That comment just sticks with me. Obviously, police officers and such would do the same thing, but there's very few, and just like you have to train yourself to do that, to run towards something that everyone else is running away from. Ross King, I got that Brunelleschi's Dome book before the Italy trip. That's about the cathedral in Florence. Let's see. Yeah, just all of these are kind of mixes of books I've bought, books that have been gifts. Um, Gravedigger's Daughter is a relative of mine who wrote that, and my dad shows up in that book, which is kind of cool. So it's like reading about some family history, but from uh, further relative. But she would have spent time with my dad when they were kids and stuff. So that was kind of cool. Took a trip to Poland, so I got that book about Poland before that trip. Um, just interested in Braveheart and William Wallace, so there's a book about Wallace. Um, yeah, Born to Run was a really good book about running that makes you want to go run. Yeah, I did a trip to China, so I wanted to learn about China before I went there. So that was that book on the right, and then Amsterdam as well. I took a trip there, so just kind of get books about places I might be traveling to or things I'm interested in at the time.
And this is the bottom of that shelf.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Top Gun. That would be a book my uncle gave me, the pilot. Um, Tiananmen Papers. I read that before the trip. Battle Cry of Freedom. I remember my dad reading that when I was a kid. Um, so a book about the Civil War. Um, Donald Miller lives here in Nashville. Marketing Made Simple. So I mentioned before, like when we were looking at my initial shelves, just like try to read a business book or something related to my work each year.
Hmm.
Sex in Public is a book that was gifted to me, but it's actually about uh, like socialist views on sex in the family, um, and how it was purposeful and all sorts of stuff, and how it can really mess with society. So that a friend of mine got me that book, but that's what it's about.
Is there a particular country it focuses on or
Yeah, it would have
time
been Russia in
period?
the Soviet Union period.
Oh,
Scotland, just always interested in that, so I try to pick up any books. Uprooted, I met Grace Olmsted at an event a couple of years ago and got her book. And um, yeah, if you like Wendell Berry, you would like Grace. I love coffee, so I got a book about coffee there. Scottish Chiefs.
did you read this, The Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
Yeah, yeah, it was really interesting. Um, kind of, well, probably it ties into some of what has been going on lately, just in terms of maybe work that was done by USAID and that kind of thing. It's just this idea that a lot of countries were put into debt to get things done, maybe big projects or something, but like to where now they're really struggling. Um, so it was almost like a tool of international diplomacy, but you're putting countries in debt, and now they're having a really hard time paying that back.
Yeah, remind me of this book um, on your
I mean,
previous set of shares.
yeah. Again, that was one that was gifted to me. I haven't read that one yet, but or no, I may have bought that one.
I think this is more recent. Like, I feel like this is the last few years or last 5 years.
Yeah, I got it recently. I can't remember if it was a gift or if I bought. I think I might have bought that one at Landmark.
Belt and Road Initiative and this there's a lot of interesting stuff China's doing with their kind of building an empire and economic activities they're doing.
Yeah, yeah. That book on so Van Halen Rising, Greg Renoff, he's become a friend through Twitter. Um, and so he wrote this book about Van Halen. I love Van Halen, and so it's been fun.
So how does
getting
that
to know
work,
him.
becoming friends over Twitter?
We just we talk a lot back and forth. His wife is a professor in Tulsa and does a lot with great books. So they follow the Books of Titans project just on what I'm reading with the great books and stuff. And then um, anytime anything Van Halen comes up, we go I send it to him and we go back and forth on that. I'm trying to get him at Landmark for an event where we would have him in to talk about Van Halen. And so I'm just like kind of collecting a group of people here in Nashville that I know love Van Halen. And so yeah, my hope is to get him in at some point and have a nice Van Halen related event.
How long have you been in Nashville?
Since 2017.
I'm just kind of curious because maybe you could say a little bit about the history of, like, Nashville. It seems like has really gotten big over the past, or just gotten popular in the last maybe 5 or 10 years. And a lot of, I'm just curious what the book culture is like there and how that fits into the larger kind of, or older Nashville culture.
Yeah, I mean it's historically it was a publishing powerhouse. So a lot of the Christian literature, Bibles, that kind of stuff would have been printed in Nashville. And then of course you've got the country music scene and all that. What's happened recently is a lot of people are moving here, especially like from LA, and a lot of storytellers are moving here. And I just kind of figured that out earlier this year. I was talking to somebody, and it was a conference that was right here in Franklin, Tennessee, and it was for kids who wanted to get in movie roles. And so what's happening is a lot of movies are starting to be filmed in Franklin. And so the guy I was talking to said, as more and more films come here, it's drawing more and more script writers
Mm.
and storytellers. And then with country music and Christian music, you're telling stories in songs. I've got a page up on the Landmark Booksellers website of local authors, and there are close to 200 people on that page. There's some of them who are in Nashville, but the majority of them are in Franklin. And I've got a buddy who lives in like middle Georgia. He said, I can count on one hand the number of authors that are in my area. And here in Franklin, we've got almost 200. And that's not even all of them. I'm still adding to that page constantly. And so you've got a ton of storytellers in the form of authors. Um, and so what's cool about Landmark Booksellers is it's almost like a focal point or a collecting point for these storytellers, because we have events with songwriters who have written a book. We have events with people who have written a book, but then had where that book has been turned into a movie, and they filmed that movie in Franklin. And so it's kind of like this really amazing thing that's you can point it back and tie threads from deep Nashville history, publishing and music and all that. But it's almost like gone super quick the last 10 years and you talk to people and you're like, why did you move to Nashville? And they say, I don't know. We just felt a prompting to be here. We felt called by God to be in Franklin or Nashville. And so many of these people are storytellers in some way or another. So I just kind of think it's interesting, whether it's books, whether it's script writing, whether it's songwriting. There's just so many different avenues where it's almost like there's this crazy collection of people that's occurring, and it's based around storytelling.
I just put in into AI like what's big in the Nashville book scene,
Mhm.
and just a couple of things came up. Parnassus Books,
Mhm.
Southern Festival of Books,
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, English MFA, and then Music City branded stuff. So, and then of course, it came to mind, Taylor Swift famously moved to Nashville to sort of get her country music career started
Mhm.
from West Reading, Pennsylvania, which is where she grew up.
Yeah.
So
I got
yeah,
to the bookstore one day in, I think it's 2021, and Robert Plant was in there looking at books. So it's just like you never know who's going to be in the bookstore. Um, and it's so cool. But yeah, I mean, a ton of artists have houses near the area. Um, and yeah, it's a really neat collection of people, and I think it's just going to kind of it's going to continue, especially on the storytelling side of things.
yeah, I didn't realize when we first started talking that you've really made this Landmark Books more of like a hub of culture, and it's not just another bookstore. So I'd love to visit sometime in person. And it sounds like I've never really spent a good chunk of time in Nashville. So
Mhm.
uh, I've sort of come to realize over the last several years. I was actually wondering, where did you move? Where were you before you moved to Nashville?
So I grew up in Minnesota. I lived there 14 years, and then I lived in Atlanta for 24 years, different parts of the city. And then my wife and I moved up to Spring Hill, Tennessee, which is like 30, 40 minutes south of Nashville
Okay.
at first. And then we moved to Franklin, which is 20 minutes south of Nashville, in 2020. So we've been in Franklin since 2020, the larger Nashville area since 2017.
The other thing I just wanted to circle back quickly to is a lot of people think social media sort of isn't for book readers or serious book readers. And I've just sort of started becoming more active on Twitter as I've been doing these bookshelf tours, and I've been just getting a small taste of it. But maybe you could just say a few more words about how people who are serious readers, and even like you said, like you've got off of the news thing and being super involved in that. But I think a lot of people see that as a contradiction to be active on Twitter. And you just got retweeted by Harvard University Press, I think, over the weekend with one of your Loeb things. So Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like making book friends on Twitter and just being involved in I don't know if it's called book Twitter or what exactly it's called now, like book talk or booktube. But
Mhm.
could you just kind of lay out for people what that's like and how maybe a couple examples of like how you just sort of get into conversations or make friends and stuff like that?
Yeah. I'll focus on two. So I use Instagram and X mostly. And so for Instagram, I don't know if you follow or know of Jocko Willink
Yep.
and David Goggins, and especially Jocko Willink. Jocko will, I don't know if he still does this, but for a while he would post a photo of his watch, and it was just his watch on his arm, and he would post that every single morning. But the point was, the watch would say something crazy like 4:15 or 4:30 a.m. and he was saying like, let's get after it. So his point, he's waking up at 4:15 or 4:30 to start working out and get a start on his day. And that was all he would post. And I loved that because it just kind of it showed that it showed the importance of daily habits. It showed the importance of just doing the work on a daily basis. And it might look really sexy for, if you just look at Jocko and all he's accomplished and all that, but he's not really showing you that. What he's showing you is like, hey, I wake up at 4:30 every morning to do this. And all the other stuff that came from that, that was because I do this at 4:30 every single morning. And so, it's not this great, like, I mean, he posts sometimes of like the beach and stuff, but like there's nothing like beautiful about his arm with a Timex watch on it or whatever, but it's just like that inspires me. And so what I was trying to do with Instagram was just every single morning to get on there and to just simply show reading is a habit. And I hope that if nothing else, I just hope that that inspires people. It's like I wake up an hour earlier than my family. Here's my coffee, here's my book. This is what I did this morning. I didn't make it through many pages, but here's what I did this morning. This is a habit. You can do the same thing just by simply putting in the time every single day. So that's what I try to do with Instagram. With Twitter and or X, like that has really been the place where I've met people. And so here's some ways. So like there are some there's this guy named Alex in Books, and he's in New York, and he's just got hundreds of thousands of followers. He puts these lunches together with just famous authors, and they just get together and talk. And he was in Nashville, so he reached out, and we got lunch together with or breakfast together with another kind of book reader, and that was so cool. And so yeah, we just keep in touch now, just with different things we're working. He's working on a book. I'm working on a book. We just talk about different things going on, and it's just kind of fun to see what he's doing. So I've made a number of connections, and then like that photo you have up right now with Greg Renoff, I connected to him through X, and we just go back and forth. So and then just a number of the authors that I booked at Landmark, a lot of those are connections I made through Twitter, or they've seen my project on Instagram or Twitter, and they know I'm a reader, they know I love literature, they know I love books, and it just kind of paves the way for me to make introductions with people that would be really hard to connect with otherwise. And a number of these people follow the project as well, and so I meet them and I'm kind of in awe of these authors. Like, I can't believe I'm meeting you, and then they're asking me about my project, which just seems like wild. So that's one avenue of X. The other big avenue of X is I use that as a question portal. I go in there and I ask questions all the time, and a lot of them are dumb questions, and I just have to get over the fact that I may sound dumb or look dumb, but just like, hey, I don't understand what is happening in this tragedy play or in this dialogue by Plato. Can you help me? People love it. Like, people love to help. And I get so much good information. Or, hey, does anybody have a suggested translation for this book? I'll get a ton of responses, and then I can just say, oh, okay, 5 people suggested this one, and this was the most suggested one. And so I'm going to use that as the translation. And there's just a ton of people who are in the scholarly world and who love these topics that anytime I pose a question, I get just great responses. So I use that more than like AI, just because I love seeing the interaction. I love seeing who responds to these questions. And so if you are a book reader, like it's easy to get on Twitter and then just kind of get sucked in and do the scrolling and all that. And I'm so guilty of that. But like the more that I can use that for productive means in asking questions, because I'm doing this by myself, I'm doing this project by myself. So the more that I can, this kind of becomes my community of readers. Then
Yeah.
I led a reading group last night. We talked about A Christmas Carol, and it's a local reading group. I do it once a month. A guy came last time for the first time, and he has been following the reading project for a while. So that's kind of the other fruit of it, is like I end up meeting people in person that we never would have met. And it's just wild. Like there I've made a really good friend, and he just started following the project, and he's like, "Hey, we have a lot of similar interests. Can we meet for coffee?" And now we meet all the time and talk books. And a lot of those friendships and connections would not have happened were it not for social media. So yeah, it's a huge temptation, but it's also like a fantastic place to learn and to ask questions and just meet people in the book world. So I've gained like a great community of people on social media.
And would you say for somebody who's starting with 0 followers, should they just, start following the people who are reading stuff that they're interested in, or search out books and start following people and then just jump into those comment threads and
Yeah.
start talking and then go from there?
Yeah, you could do that. And then especially if you're following somebody, so maybe you're reading Virgil, the Aeneid, and you see that, oh, here's some people who've done podcasts on it or are experts in the Aeneid. So you start following them. But then if you come to a point in the Aeneid where you're like, oh man, I just don't know. So like you just write a tweet like, hey, I've got a question. Even if you have 0 followers, you could put at the bottom of that, you could put, just tag the expert, tag 1 or 2 or 3 experts in the Aeneid, and then just say, here's my question, can you guys help? And then that's just a way, like, chances are they'll respond because they love their topic and they want to help. And then secondly, you're just starting to meet people who are interested in a lot of the same things you are.
And when you say tag, it just means at and then their username.
Yeah, yeah. Because most of the time they'll get a message that you've done that.
So now we're jumping here to the bottom shelf here of this 2 set.
Yeah, I'll highlight a few here. So Sheth, the accidental scholar, Dr. Sheth is one of my website clients. He's probably written over 100 books on marketing. He's an expert in the field. He teaches at Emory, and so those are a couple of the books that I've read of his. If you go up a little bit, Guantanamo Diary. If you remember when we were covering my shelves, I have the redacted version of that. This is the restored edition. So it's kind of fun to look at this one and then have the redacted one right next to it to see what information was blacked out. Yeah, the Book of Songs, that was when I was reading Confucius. Confucius would reference the Book of Songs a lot. And so I got that just to have that as a resource. So yeah, as I'm going through the Immortal books, I end up getting a lot of books that just kind of help me understand different books. Solzhenitsyn, I love his work, so I got a few books there by him. Extraordinary Teachers, that Stevenson was a professor of mine in undergrad at the University of Georgia. Let's see, Religion and the Decline of Magic, that was a book for my History of the English Reformation course at Oxford. So yeah, just to kind of show that a lot of these are just books throughout the years. The Abraham Lincoln one there, a neighbor just gave that to me a few years ago. Home plate hits. Growing up in Minnesota, the Minnesota Twins. That's like a cookbook that my mom gave me from the Minnesota Twins. So it's just kind of funny. Surprised by Oxford, that blue one there. Carolyn Weber lives in Franklin here. We have her in at Landmark sometimes. she's just a delight. There's a movie, they made a movie out of that book as well. Really good. But Carolyn Weber's just brilliant and teaches at a local college here and teaches the classics a lot of the times. Let's see. Darren Whitehead's the pastor of the church we go to right now. That book that's kind of perpendicular there, and then God's Secretaries is a book about the making of the King James Bible that I read this year after reading the King James Bible. So that was fun. So yeah, that's those shelves there, and then I pulled out a few of the books that were kind of on the top. So these are the books that were at the top of that white bookshelf. The kind of those books there, I took them down just to get a photo of those. And again, it's just a mix of books I've purchased over the years, books that'll probably some of them will end up being on the shelves for the Immortal books. Um, yeah, I mean, just a quick look, I'm seeing books by authors who have been at Landmark. I really try to buy the books if they're at Landmark and get them signed. I just think it's so neat to be able to meet and talk to an author of a book that is on your shelves. Yeah, I just like Jules Verne, Kipling, um, already like I just love buying these classics and with the idea that one day I will get to them. Free speech there on the bottom, the blue book. We had Jacob in for an event earlier this year. That was a really interesting conversation and an event.
Do you film those or those just in person?
Yeah, a lot of times we film so that free speech event would so what we do is we live stream it on Instagram and then on the Landmark Booksellers account and then we'll post it afterwards. So yeah, you can see that event
Is that
there.
on YouTube or Instagram or?
Just Instagram.
Okay. So Instagram does have like long videos you can watch.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you see at the top there, books about Gilgamesh. I'm thinking of taking one of my break months next year to read some of those books about Gilgamesh. I just love the Epic of Gilgamesh, and I love kind of books along, and then especially books that tie Gilgamesh and the Old Testament together. Um, some of these books are related to Theo of Golden, that book I mentioned by Alan Levi, where we had an event with him. And then I interviewed him twice. So these are books mentioned in Theo of Golden. So I wanted to reference those because they're referenced in the book. Xenophon, those books I bought while reading Plato because Xenophon was also a contemporary, Xenophon or Xenophon was a contemporary of Socrates. And so he wrote about Socrates as well. So it's kind of interesting to see how Xenophon and Plato described Socrates. Aristophanes, in Odyssey, we had Daniel Mendelsohn in earlier this year. He has the most recent translation of the Odyssey for the University of Chicago Press, and this is a book he wrote about his relationship with his father, and so that was really cool. But kind of in the frame of the Odyssey. Some other just books that I read along with softly. I just removed them from the main shelves to make some more room. Yeah, this Irving Finkel kind of writes about Gilgamesh and different things about Mesopotamia and the Bible and stuff like that. Got a book on cuneiform. Again, just really interested in Gilgamesh. There's another book, Gilgamesh the King, there at the bottom. And then we can cover, yeah, again, so Randall Wallace, I met him a few months ago. He wrote Braveheart, the book, before it was a film. Got to talk to him for like 10 minutes. That was really cool. Collected letters of C.S. Lewis. Again, probably go through those when I go through C.S. Lewis. Those are a few books that I'm going to be reading this month here. Zorro, The Secret Society of Success, The Real Environmentalists. I'm reading The Real Environmentalists right now. Jim Beach was my teacher in grad school. And And so he just came out with that book. So I'm reading that. Tim Schur there, The Secret Society of Success. He is a local author here in Franklin. I met him, just saw him 2 days ago, and then saw Zorro on the top there 2 days ago as well. Um, Zorro is a local author. He's the drummer for Lenny Kravitz, and then that is his story. That's kind of one of those, like, that's a good example. You asked about Franklin and Nashville. He walked into Landmark Booksellers one day and he's like, "Hey, I just wrote a book. I'm the drummer for Lenny Kravitz. He's close friends with Alex Van Halen, and so I get a kick out of hearing stories about Alex Van Halen. Um, and so I have that book on my list here for December. That's kind of his life story, and his mother is Maria, and his mother's raising him, and how he became drummer of with Lenny Kravitz and other people.
Could you just say a few more words about the Secret Society of Success? Because it just is a very cool title.
Yeah. So what Tim does is he has a podcast where he interviews CEOs, and and um he he just like he researches them extensively, and then he has these just great interviews of these people and how they started their companies and what they've learned along the way and all that. So I think just through those interviews, I know he's doing that now. I don't know if he did that, if that was part of the genesis of this book or if it was other research. Um, so I'll find that out when I read this book. But yeah, when I met him like a couple months ago at both of our kids are in the same class at school, and there was a birthday party, and so we got talking, and he told me about his book, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll read that."
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that Odyssey translation by Daniel Mendelsohn that came out this year, at the bottom of the image there. Um, and that was such a cool event. We've got that up on the Instagram account for Landmark. If anyone's interested, that was a really cool conversation because he talks about why he chose certain words um, for the translation. So yeah, that was great.
Is there a reason why you don't publish that on YouTube also?
Uh we lost access to the Landmark YouTube account, but I should probably just get that back and figure it out. So yeah, I need to get on that. There's no other reason other than laziness.
That always scares me. Like, what if you do lose access to one of your accounts?
Yeah,
How do you get in touch with somebody at Google?
yeah,
I think that's one of the values of like getting on Twitter and having somewhat of a following is like if something bad happens, you can actually reach out to them and they might pay attention.
yeah. The Iliad Fagles translation there. That's kind of the one of the gold standards. Um, so narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass. There, those two copies. I can't remember if I mentioned this one when we went over the shelves, but that's one of my favorite books. And then so that was one of the books in the reading group this year that I lead. It was the book for February, and so we met, and this girl walks in a little late, and she sits down and said, tell us who you are. She goes, "I'm the great 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 granddaughter of Frederick Douglass." And then she proceeded to tell us like stories, family stories and all that. And and so that was so cool, to have a direct descendant of Douglass at this meeting. And then she's like, "You need to get in touch with my dad because he goes around and speaks about Frederick Douglass." And so we had her dad in for an event. So each of those books, each of them, both the great 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 granddaughter and then the great great grandson, gave me a signed copy, not of Frederick Douglass, but they signed it, of these two versions. So their family puts out these versions of narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass, and they'll give them away to schools when they speak at schools about Douglass and that kind of thing. So those are both signed by those family members. But I just thought that was so cool, and just kind of one of those random things that happened in Franklin, Tennessee, where you've got the direct descendants of Frederick Douglass here, and kind of hear like really unique stories about them, and that was just cool.
Are there any university presses associated, especially with Nashville or Tennessee?
There would be some with the universities like Vanderbilt and then University of Tennessee. uh I meet that, like, you read off that name of the Southern Festival of Books. We participate in that each year as Landmark Booksellers, and a lot of the university presses are go to that. So I meet them. We need to start ordering more from university presses, but yeah, there's not like a ton that we order from a lot. But as I get deeper into the great books, I'm starting to get more and more books from these presses.
Yeah, because I was just looking around on Twitter yesterday, and I was looking at who else Harvard University Press follows in terms of other academic presses, and UNC was one of the top ranked ones for whatever reason. And I just
Mhm.
clicked in, and they said like the first university press of the South.
Mm.
So I was thinking, I just love. I find so many hidden gems in university presses and what they put out in their catalogs and stuff. And I've really just gotten more into that. So, um, just thought I'd ask about that. And
Yeah,
then we have one final stack here.
yeah. So this was a stack, kind of like just books that I was either about to read or was reading. And so what happened with this one here, Sky Turtle Press, is I funded that. That was what, like one of those Kickstarters, and I know Rebecca Reynolds, who put this together. I'd met her. She's a huge George MacDonald fan and scholar, and so she took on this project of I think it kind of like it sets the Fairy Queen, I think, to prose. Um, and it's this 3 volume, and I just got it. Like I funded this like last year, and then it's one of they ended up raising just tons of money. It was awesome, and so the set finally came. So this will be part of the Immortal books. Edward Spencer's The Fairy Queen. So I'll read the original version first, and then read this prose version. But it's like beautifully illustrated. It's this box set. It's just gorgeous.
How do you find
Surrender
out
by
about this stuff?
I found out about that through Rebecca, because I'd met her in an event where we were talking George MacDonald for a while. And so I think I just started following her on social media, and then just saw that she was working on this, and that she was asking people to fund it and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't think with any of my other guests, we've ever really talked about Kickstarter book projects. And I think we've done, we've done these, the Bible, and I think a couple other maybe. So
Yeah.
I just figured, I don't know, is there like a place on Kickstarter where you go and it has like all the book projects, or maybe they pop up on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Most of any of the ones that I've mentioned would either be a personal connection, or like with that Bibliotheca, I just saw people posting on it and I got interested in it, and probably just went to the website and like probably connected on their social media at that point. They're like uh but yeah, you bring up a good point there just about Kickstarter, because like I had lunch with a publisher recently, and they even use Kickstarter for some of their newer books. So they're a publisher, they can fund new book projects and that sort of thing, but they will still have some projects where they'll use Kickstarter, and it's almost for the just for the marketing aspect of it. Yes, you raise some funds, but it's like you drive awareness and interest in it, and so yeah, they use it for that reason as well. Surrender by Bono, I was listening to that, but I also found a cheap version of it a used bookstore, and so I bought that. But I just listened to that book online, and just kind of had it out while I was listening to it, just to be able to look at the photos and that sort of thing. There's Greek philosophy and Greek sophists. There were along with the book at the very top, the first philosophers, or the first philosophers. I got those 3 books together because they helped me kind of understand Plato. And then Waterfield is that book about Plato of Athens. Um, that was a book I just read to learn about Plato. Waterfield translated the book right above that, The First Philosophers, and Waterfield is translated a number of works, both Greek and Latin. He's got a translation of Marcus Aurelius, and so it's been fun to see Waterfield pop up, because he's done quite a bit. My utmost for his highest, that's the first thing I read every morning. So I brew my coffee, I get in and I read. It's a devotional, but every day. So I'll just pick the day of and read that. And then I will then read that Bible right after that. So the Gray Bible, that's the one I first read in 2020. And so that's the first Bible I read just straight through. And so that's kind of my main Bible. I take all my notes. I'll bring that to church and take notes in it while the like sermon notes and that kind of thing. And so what I'll usually do is read like a proverb based on the day. So if it's December 9th, I'll read Proverbs 9 that day. The book below it, White Knights, that was the book for the November short great books reading list. So we discussed that last month, and then we discussed A Christmas Carol last night for that reading group. So the that's why I had those kind of on these were the books that were on my table right next to my reading chair there. So that's why those particular books were all there. But that changes around. That was kind of a snapshot at that particular moment, the books that were there.
So I just wanted to ask you two quick questions. So you mentioned taking notes in your Bible in church. Is that a pretty common thing? Do you see a lot of other people doing that, or is that just something you do?
I don't see a lot of people doing that. I see a lot of people taking notes, but it's more like in a journal or a notebook. I like taking it in the Bible just because then when I'm reading that, I see what a sermon was about, or like you like, because they'll go deep into a passage, and so you're learning some of the history. And so I'll just kind of put notes above it, because then that help when I return to it, that helps in understanding that particular passage. And so yeah, I've started even writing like, okay, who's the pastor, what date, and then kind of notes below that, and it'll be either be in the margins or at the bottom of the page. But yeah, I like doing that. Not with this Bible. This Bible is a little thicker. They're thin pages, but they're not as thin as some of the other Bibles.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, because I use a black pen, but it doesn't bother me as like it. I think if it was a thinner Bible, it would bother me, but it doesn't bother me too much in this one.
And then the final question, I know people are going to be wondering what kind of coffee you brew in the morning.
I studied in Costa Rica in 2020. So I did a summer program there where I was studying Spanish. And one of the days we went to a coffee plantation, and it's called Cafe Brit. And I've ordered coffees from there since 2002. So that's the coffee I brew. I use the coffee maker and grinder that I got for my wedding 17 years ago. And they're just such nice, they're like, I got really quality coffee stuff, and it just has lasted for 17 years. So it's pretty much, I drink the same cup of coffee every single morning. I drink it black, and I love it.
Nice. So as we wrap up here, are there any final words you want to leave people with?
Um, I want to encourage people to try different methods of organizing your shelves. Um, but really for the purpose of trying to help you remember what you read. And so on Substack recently, I challenged people to do what I've done here, to organize your shelves in the order in which you read the books. And so the first two shelves on the left there, that is the exact order I read books from 2017 to 2022. And these shelves are right above me right now. And so every day I come into my office and I'm looking, and it just helps to see, oh, there's War and Peace. And I read that in between this book and that book. And that was 2018. And just kind of like it puts you mentally where you were in your life at that time. And you will know your shelf. Like somebody coming into your shelves might have a hard time finding something, but you'll be able to know, like, oh yeah, I read this book in 2018. It's going to be in this area. Instead of it being like by genre and author, which is easy to find a book, like this just, it's enough of a shift to how I usually had my shelves, to where I just really enjoy this and seeing this every day to kind of help me remember, here's when you read this book, this is what you read around it. And then now to shift to these shelves about the great books, these are in chronological order of when they were actually written. And the Bible's not there, just in the sense of it's kind of a mix of when I read the book, but then chronologically with the great books as well. So the Bible would just be inserted when I read it in that time period. But yeah, this is just a cool way, and we did this at the bookstore as well, where we present the great books in chronological order. It just allows you to see how ideas have expanded through time.
By the way, when is the that book fair?
It's usually in September or October, I think.
That might be a cool time to visit because that'd be
Yeah,
pretty good weather, and that sounds like a pretty cool book fair as well.
yeah, yeah.
All right, so where can people find you, and what are you doing on each of the? It sounds like each of your social media and your website, they each sort of serve a slightly different purpose. So maybe we could walk through each of those.
Sure. So the main place is booksoftitans.com, and that will lead right to my Substack page. And so and I encourage you to subscribe there, just because that is where so every Tuesday I do an article, and then every Friday morning I release a podcast episode. And so that's just and you get an email every time. If you subscribe, you get an email every time when something new is released. So this morning I released an article about my 2026 short great books reading group that takes place here in Franklin in person. But I released my list for that, so that's the book that we'll be reading each month. Other times I will write an article about what I'm reading, or each month I do just kind of an overall. Here's what I read the month before. Here's what I'm planning to read this month. Here's some bookish adventures through travel or authors I've met. So booksoftitans.com is the best place. I also have books.booksoftitans.com, and that is, and you can get to that from booksoftitans.com, but that's where I post all my reading lists. And so you can see every book I've read by year, and I have it like, here's 2025 reading list, here's 2020. So that's really where I kind of catalog the books that I'm reading each year. And I have a review of each book, or just kind of thoughts after reading it, the dates I read it, just different information there. So that's where I keep track of a lot of that reading. And then I'm on Instagram, just at Books of Titans, and then on X at Books of Titans. Instagram is really going to be more of the kind of visual aspects of what I'm reading, and then X, I do a lot of that as well, but just X is going to be more dialogue and talking about the books and sharing quotes that I come across, asking questions, that kind of thing.
And then could you say a few words about Landmark Books and also the in-person reading group, or what's the status of the reading groups in terms of, is there both an in-person and a digital? Is there overlap between? I'm sort of confused, and I think you changed things around.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, I just decided since our last conversation, so I'm just going to do the 2026 group in person. Okay. For 2025, I did it both in person, and then I would do a later date online. But the online ones, there was only like one person showing up each time. And so I'm going to close out this year. We'll do a Christmas Carol this Thursday, December 11th. And then I'm not going to continue the online one in 2026 just because of lack of interest. And so we'll continue the in-person one at Landmark Booksellers. It'll be the second Monday of each month at 7 p.m. So feel free to, I joked when I announced the list, I said, feel free to fly in, to talk. But just, I think people crave the in-person thing. And so what I tried to do in the article this morning is, hey, here's the list I'm doing. I really want to encourage you to do a group in your local area, whether you start one or whether you join one. There's just a lot of power in getting together and talking about these books. So that's kind of my encouragement into this new year is please start one in your local area. And maybe here's some ideas of books that you can read. Yeah, so that's for the book group. We meet at Landmark Booksellers. If you want more information on Landmark, go to landmarkbooksellers.com. we just celebrated our 20th anniversary this year. Joel and Carol Tomlin are the owners. They started it 20 years ago. It's kind of a love story for them. That it was a second marriage for both of them, and they said, we want to do something. Once all of our kids have graduated, we want to do something together. So they bought a building, bought a bookstore, their inventory, and then started Landmark Booksellers 20 years ago this year. So Instagram, it's Landmark Booksellers, just or at Landmark Booksellers. And those are kind of the two main places, the website and then Instagram. But on the website, sign up for the newsletter. I send out a newsletter quite often just about upcoming events and book deals we have. I try to highlight books where maybe we have them signed and you can't get them signed anywhere else or something like that.
Yeah. And we talked about The Bridge, the book, as well as the Hallmark movie. So I'm going to definitely take a look at that because it sounds like a really cool story.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Erik. I really appreciate it. You've been very generous with your time. And everybody go check out all of Erik's work on his website and his socials, as well as Landmark Books. And make sure you subscribe. Definitely looking forward to visiting Landmark Books in person. And so be on the lookout for that.